Okay. Let's see. What is up, everybody? Let me get myself on camera here. All right, there we go. What is up, everybody? We're back, man. I hope you guys are doing all right today. Having a blessed day. Sorry, little late to the stream. I had, we had some pest control coming in, giving us the perimeter sprays and stuff like that. So I had to make sure everything was copacetic. But yeah, again, hope you guys are doing well. What are we getting into today? We got a lot to do, man. We got a lot to do. You're probably like, yo, Zox, what is with this level 28 account? Yeah, I'm working on the third account. Yep, it's happened. I have a whole video coming on why I'm doing this, but I got to do stuff with this account, my main account. I think right now I'm technically running 2 free-to-plays, but for different reasons. So yeah, that should be fun. And what else are we doing? We might do some arena if we have time. But yeah, I got the super grindy part of the day for me out of the way. Because if you don't know, the Sakael chase just started today. So yeah, good luck to those that are actually going like super hard for the leaderboard. But I got my 39K and I bounced, okay? But either way, man, if you are here for the first time, definitely make sure that you guys like the stream so we can get more peeps in here. And we are streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. So I don't know which one you prefer, but you can pick your poison. And yes, the channel name should be the same. I think it's Zoxaskun on Twitch, but Zox over here on YouTube. So let's see what we got going on. Hold on, let me pull up my chat. My chat, of course, is broke. We love that. I should have double checked it. Let me see. All right, let me pull up my chats the old fashioned way. Yo, what's up, Kona? What's up, Lonzo? How you guys doing? Hold on, I gotta pull up Twitch really fast. Give me a second. Yeah, I usually try to have both my chats in my OBS, but it's broke, and the only way I can reset it is if I start my stream over, which we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna have it's just gonna have to be broke today. Yo, what's up, Risa? How you doing? You said it's been a while, but happy to catch a stream in a long time. Yeah, how's everything going? Like, that's always the beauty of like what I do is like when you guys like stop back. Like I had it was a guy, he was in the community like a long time ago. Lonzo knows who it is, Solo. He stopped by on the channel the other day and said, he was just like, yo, Zox, I'm still watching, even though I don't say anything in the Discord anymore. And I was like, dude, that's crazy. Like some people I genuinely like became very fond of. And I'm like, dude, I met some of you guys when I was 21, right? Like so y'all were younger. I'm like, dang, that's crazy. Yo, what's up, Mario? How you doing, fam? Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yo, what's up, Wizzy? How you doing, fam? Yo, what's good, Kirito? How you doing, bro? How you doing, man? How's life going? Yeah, I'm trying to get some, like, dude, I had to do, like, my streaming schedule's been kind of off because I had to do an apartment transfer. I don't know if you guys have ever done one of those before, but yeah, that was like basically like moving again. So I just finished doing that, and so we're getting everything set and squared away, and that was fun. So we're a little bit back to being stationary again, but I was somehow still getting out videos. That's just how committed I am, You said so skill recovery is for longer fights. Well, you get more benefit from it in longer fights. If say for example your fight takes 30 seconds, having like 200 skill recovery makes no sense because you're not using your skill actively like more times. The whole point of skill recovery is like within a certain interval, and that's why I said, like, with certain stats, there's like diminishing returns, and it's like, okay, I can stack a whole bunch of this, but is it worth me, say, for example, getting an extra hit on this ability, or just making the ability hit harder to begin with? So it really depends on the duration of the fight and how long you're in it. Longer fights, it makes more sense because you want to be able to get as many hits off as you possibly can, versus in a shorter fight, sometimes it's not that you don't want to get more hits off, it's can you actually get those hits off. And if you're finding where you have skill recovery built on the unit, but they're still hitting the same amount of times with their ult, which, by the way, I probably should have added that to that video. You can check all that stuff, by the way. Like, that's not like some like unknown thing. When you're building your units, you can actually check in combat. Let me see if I can go to a fight and just do a random fight and look at all of that stuff, like all the statistics at the end of it. That's the whole point of those statistics, is so that you can see, I can tell you how many times my skill 3 hit. I can tell you how many times, like this game actually does a really, really good job with that. So like that's like the biggest thing, like when you really start to try to min-max your builds and stuff like that, you need to see if it actually is impacting the fight. Like if it's not, then you might want to you might be better off, like say you're at the max stage and it's not doing anything, you'll probably just be better off allocating those stats into something else. So hold on, I'm try to beat this real quick. You said you're 10 crowns away. That's not bad. You said work has been busy, but now I got some vacation time. How much vacation time they give you? I hope it's paid vacation, because paid vacation, hey, listen, paid vacation is nice vacation, but any vacation is nice, you know? Shoot, I wish YouTube gave me paid vacation. YouTube's like, yeah, you ain't getting none of that. I'm like, okay, that's cool. So yeah, when you get to the end, just hit that stat button and then reading like what, like for example, happened in that fight. How many times did you get your skill 1 off, skill 2, skill 3, your ultimate? Obviously your respective damage, all these things. Like this is like a lot of games I've played, this is definitely like, for a game that's not even like officially fully out yet, this type of breakdown is like super, super good for you to know exactly what's happening. How many of your debuffs landed? How many of them got resisted? It's like, okay, is this a good threshold for my accuracy? Nope. Let me actually go and put more. It just kind of answers a lot of the questions that you might have. And then it's like, sometimes like you can ask a person, but, like a lot of things is going to be subjective to the comp you're making, because not everybody has exactly the same account or the same units to make the exact same comp with the same gear investment or the same gear sets. Kind of get where I'm going with that. So it's a lot of anomalies. So this is like the best way to be able to kind of check and see what your team is doing. And I also feel like with these types of games, the thing that makes the player experience better is when you get better at it, right? Like I get like some people will rely on other people to do it, but what was like when I played Raid, it was like one of the hardest things for me to kind of, I will say this, when I played Raid, clan boss timing, speed tuning was like, that was probably one of the harder games for me to get my speed tuning and stuff like that good for, especially because it wasn't like, oh, I'm just trying to rotate these specific abilities. It was like trying to do an unkillable team. And it was like, if you rotate that a little bit different, then now your team is not unkillable. It's like the nuance in Raid 2, like stat wise, was just like, it was one of those games where like I got when people were just like, hey, can you do this for me? Like it was definitely like, depending on the team you're using and the skill investment and stuff like that, that could be a pretty annoying process. So the fact that like people were able to make shout out to Deadwood Jedi. Like, I mean, I think like a basis of all his content was just focused on clan boss. Like that just kind of goes to show how intricate that was and how many variations and things you had to consider when making different types of clan boss teams. For a dedicated channel to just be about one piece of content means it's pretty layered at that point, You said PvP stats have a different prio than yes, they do. So PvE and that's gonna be in the next gear video I talk about. Is more fixated on PvP. Most of the stuff I talked about, it was kind of mixed, but it was mainly PvE. Because PvP, you're looking at a different your reasoning behind having something is a little bit different. And in PvP, your objective is to try to do things before the enemy can do it. You don't really have that issue so much in PvE per se. Whereas in PvP, it's like, if I don't get my abilities off, like say it's an AoE taunt, then they can AoE taunt me. And then now that gives them control over the entire fight. Or it could be something as simple as a Devi getting her ult off. Now somebody else gets one-shotted. Like, it's like, if I can get my stuff off beforehand, I can kill that person. It's definitely a little bit more intricate. And so like the amount of monogen you need is way more, right? And your combo speed threshold is way more. Your skill recovery thresholds are way more. A lot of the values that you would normally want in a PvE scenario, you don't really want so much in PvP, because the fight doesn't last that long. So like HP, for example, you want a ton of HP in most PvE stuff because you're taking massive amounts of damage over longer, extensive amounts of time. But in a lot of the scenarios, when you're looking at like, PvP, you can like kind of dip back on some of your HP to invest in another value to like allow you to get your skills up faster, because that's going to be more of a determining factor than, oh, I have a ton of HP and I just took that hit. It's like again, like I said, Alescu, like that dude is over there one-shotting units. Like he don't care how much HP you got. Like, and I don't even think you could realistically have enough HP to not get one shot. So at that point, you rather just get your abilities off, which is that's kind of the thing with, and that's why I'm gonna try to get some of the other guys. Like I might try to get Waffles or somebody else, Lou Bear. They're all like really, really good at PvP, to come on and like kind of give like those different perspectives of things you want to factor in. Cause it's not even just like the stats. A lot of people play PvP manual, like, and even not even just manual, they actually are targeting who they're hitting. And a lot of people don't realize you can do that. So there's a lot of more nuance in how you play PvP versus how you play PvE. At least right now, I feel like they're going to expand and make PvE very obnoxious in some ways, in a good way. It's going to be more challenging, but, we'll see how that goes. We will see. It said, never mind, so trying to get 200 stars on hard. That's not too difficult. I mean, with more investment, it's not that bad. Insane is another story, though. Insane is a little rough. You said, so the game's great, but you have to like grind it. Yeah, that's why I think there's a lot of sentiments that are different. Oh, hold on, guys. There's a lot of sentiments that are different because, like, for me, I don't mind. I like grindy games. I like games that that I can see or look at over time. Yo, yeah, Steph. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You can. Yeah, you can. I'll show you in a second though. But yeah, I like grindy games that you can play over time. I was waiting for that comment, by the way. That's why I started dying like that. I was waiting because I was like, somebody's gonna be like, you can do that? Yo, so yeah, I like those games where I can look back and see like the grind of like, I played for the last year and this is what I got, type of thing. I also like my gacha background, like Summoner's War, and as far as turn-based, like Summoner's War was like one of my very first like turn-based gachas that I played. And the fact that like when Summoner's War year one, it was like, you didn't even have legendaries like that. I remember like at that time getting a legendary, like a Lego on Summoner's War year one was like, your account was god tier. If you had I forgot what the it wasn't the Ifrits, it was like Rakan or something like that. It was like the water, I think it was the water and the fire one. Like if you had one of those, like your account was just god tier. Like it was like little stuff like that. Like it really was about like just trying to make do with what you have. And then over time they added I remember when they added Dark Ifrit to the fusion, and that was like a game-changing unit in the game. And it kind of like, that's where you kind of start to see the game open up more, and they started like being a little bit more friendlier with like the avenues or accessibility to units and stuff like that. And then now when you get on Summoner's War, they just throw units at you like they're gumballs. So um you said getting a perna. Oh yeah, perna. Yeah. It was like an equivalent of being a god. Yeah, there was oh man, I'm trying to remember some of the names. I mean, it was like even some of the epics, like Lucian for a long time was super, super. Yeah, Zaros. Um, I'm trying to think who else. It was the Wushu. Was it Wushu or something like that? He's a little dude with the Oh my god, I'm trying to think of who what his evolved names are. It's been so long since I've really played Summoner's War. I know the dragons, like if you had like the fire one, that was obviously a big deal. Because he could just like burst everything. Like it was definitely a lot of characters that like if you just had one, it was like, okay, your account's crazy. But now it's not necessarily like that because there's more accessibility to like those units that used to be super, super exclusive, and now they're just accessible now. So yeah, so I'll show you guys this. Like, listen, this is gonna be. Oh, Galleon, yeah, he was the defense break. Yeah, he was huge. Yeah, he was huge. That was definitely a huge unit. Hold on, I'll show you. So when you're in PvP, for example, as long as you don't get taunted, if you get taunted, then you can't do it. But like for example, I wish I could slow this down so you guys could see it. But if you like, say for example, I want to target that character all the way on the left side. Yeah, am I taunted right now? I don't think I am. Let me click it. Okay. I think they're fighting it. I think so. Jesus Christ. Maybe not using. All right, let me see if we can swap it. Hold on. Yeah, I can't tell right now because Bullis is just being a hole right now, low key. That's fine. if you pay attention though, you can actually swap who you're targeting. I just don't know if I'm gonna win this one. Oh, never mind. Daniel's just clapped. That's fine. All right, so let me see if we can. Nope, we can't because he died. All right, yep, that was fast. Let me try to find another cop. It's like literally like, nope, you don't get to do nothing. I like thanks a lot, Bullis. All right, there we go. You said, is that available in mobile? What are you talking about? Like the game itself? You said, is this game any good? So I was looking for a good building optimization, optimizing chill game. This game is very grindy. I'm gonna be honest about that. Like it's definitely like, yeah, like you'll immediately notice it, right? Like it's definitely very grindy. Optimizing, you will do a ton of that over time. That is a extremely big thing, especially when you really start to. I say more so when you start to focus on PvP. PvE, you do it a little bit when you're trying to like go into like 15, 16, stuff like that. Yeah, you could do it on the map or through the avatar. I was trying to do it the intricate way, but like, yeah, I got nowhere with that. No, yeah, you're not gonna be able to flex with that real quick. But yeah, so oh, hold on. Oh, give me a second, chat. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh, pull that back down. I don't know what I just did. All right, hold on. I'll be right back, guys. Okay. All right, guys. I'm back permanently. All right. Sorry, Miss Zox has some questions. It said this dude in Arena has a Chroma Venato. Looks cool. Yeah, there's some units that like I didn't actually realize, which is why I never made a video about it until, well, I'm not until, because I still have it. But I didn't realize how rare it actually is. Like getting a Chroma is like legit finding a shiny Pokemon. Like it's legit that rare. So people that have shiny, like the shiny LD or the Chroma LD or even a Chroma RGB, like even if it's just a regular legendary and they have a Chroma of it, that's like super insane, because it's like the getting the legendary and then the odds or the chance of it being a Chroma on top of that. I think I seen one guy, I think he had a Chroma Devi, and I was like, dude, that is like so insane. Like you got one of the best damage dealers in the game and you got them Chroma. Like that's insane luck. That's really insane. So you said Cheercun back at it again. This oh, hold on, that's what I was doing before. I was trying to pull up the Twitch chat. Give me a second. All right. All right, cool. So we got both the chats up. We're good to go. Okay, there we go. We got both the chats up. We're good. We're cooking now. All right. All right, there we go. So Hezox, I have two accounts with one with Aristia and the other one with Azuma. Which account should I choose? Both are good. Azuma, if I recall, is he a tank or is he a melee? I think Azuma is a tank. I know he's under Cambion, but I think he's a tank. No, he's a melee. Okay, so in terms of like overall utility, their utilities are pretty similar, because I also think she has Hex as well. They're both good. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's gonna give you. He has Stun in his kit, and what does she have? Because I know she has Hex, Block, Revive, Defense Down, Disable, Red. That's kind of. I really don't feel like that's a bad choice either one. I really, honestly, for me personally, that would just be based off of whichever one you like more. Because the other thing is, I think they're the same attribute too. I mean, is there anything else on the accounts? Because that's like kind of almost the same unit, really. One's well, yeah, they're both. I think they're both melee too. So yeah, I mean, which one you like more? Like, I mean, there's that, right? Yeah, he has Hex in the A1. And that's the thing too. She has combo speed down, which could be that's not a bad debuff to have either. And disable is also not bad either, because that's for passives, from using active skills. So I think you might get. There's really not going to be too much value in like a PvE setting with the passive disabling or the active skill disabling. But both are good. Defense down, Block, Revive with the Hex, and hers goes up to, hold on, let me see where her threshold is, 50%. So you get 50%, and then you have on him, that might be a thing too. He has Stun with, you know what though? Like it's like two different things too. He has Defense Break with Weaken, and even though it's 45%, 20% Weaken paired up with it. Actually, I would say go Azuma. Yeah, go Azuma. Because you're getting weakened with defense down, and that's just kind of insane. Oh, but you know what though? His is single target. Oh, that's where the difference is. Hers is AoE. His is single target. Ooh. I mean, that one's a little like I really don't feel like either one's a bad choice. They both kind of have. I feel like you will get a little bit more value though with him in PvP. Yeah, cause defense down with weaken is such a nice combo. And then what is his ultimate per debuff on the target? And then what does she have on her combo? She has debuff duration extend. That's a good one too. Dang. That's kind of hard. That's actually kind of hard because they're both pretty good. Like Asteria is definitely a top wanted character for a lot of people. But Azuma's also up there as well. He's very, very good. So, I mean, yeah, that one's a little rough. That one's a little rough. Yeah, and the A1 just has what, launch? Res down. That res down is kind of a thing. 80% res down is huge. 80% res down is crazy. That's actually pretty crazy. Man, if I was being the super technical version of myself here and we had no choice, I would probably go Azuma. Personally, I would go Azuma. Just because, again, that res down, like, and I mean, granted, that's long-term thinking, I guess. 80% res down is crazy. Like, that's really nice. But then also weaken with defense break, stunning AoE, and then also having an AoE hex and block revive. The only reason why I feel like that's a little bit better than hers is because if the enemies aren't able to do anything, that gives you time to burst them. Versus if you defense break them, they're still hitting you. That's kind of the annoyance in Althar is that like you're like honestly characters that are able to do things like stun and shock. That's why Matesu is so good because he can shock everybody that's getting hit by his ult. So that gives you that's basically a time window where you're not taking any damage, and it gives you more time to actually just hit freely at that point. So I kind of always like the stunning with that pairing of Hex and Block Revive. But it isn't bad that she has a defense break with Block Revive and Hex too, because you can just burst down and kill stuff quicker. So yeah, that one's kind of tough. I would say like the real determining factor would be what else you roll on those accounts. But if I had to pick one, I would probably go Azuma, honestly. But yeah, if you really want to be as thorough as possible, I would say see what else rolls on the account, or accounts first before you just kind of like decide this is the one I want to go for, because something could happen. I mean, there's some really good epics. I guess also to you could pick it based off of your like preference. I think that's also a valid thing as well. But yeah, they're both really good. They kind of giving you the same like value, but he has like things that I think work a little bit better on like outright bossing, where she's just like more AoE with some of her stuff. So yeah, that's kind of tough. But yeah, I would say that would be my general consensus there. You said you tried the new chase with this new account. It's easy to do. First week you grind, build up the account. Second week you chase the stuff and you basically get it for free. So, I mean, there's that, right? You said I have Asteria in 3 pools and I have a Legendary Titan in 2 pools. Are you talking about that's the it says Zuma took full pity? Oh, so okay, so one account's much further than the other. Okay. I mean, honestly, like I would see what the Assyria account does, but if you are filling the Azuma account more and you already start to push more, you might as well just continue with that one, to be honest. You said, hold on, you just said something about the game and I want to make sure I answer that. Hold on. Boop, let me pop the chat out real quick. Okay, sorry, I don't want to ignore any of you guys. Well, you said, Faith, you said, can I get a tier list newbie here? So there's a few different like references for tier lists. I know one that a lot of people use is Mighty Zoo. That's from the perspective of everything maxed out in the game. and with their best builds, max awakening. So you're getting some you're getting classified value in that way, like kind of seeing like long term what would be the best investment. I would say that's probably like probably the one I've seen. I know there's like other ones that's popping up, but they're in different languages, so I don't think I don't think I've seen them, but I've heard of them. So I know that there's a lot of French ones popping up. We have an optimizer platform. I'm probably going to end up doing a video. It won't go out today, but probably tomorrow. GG No Luck, they actually are putting together this amazing optimizer. And I think they're going to end up doing some tiering stuff based off of data from the game and just like players and stuff like that. So I think that that's going to be pretty cool. But that has gear optimization. It doesn't require you to actively have your account linked to it. They can I'll show it in the video because I got to look at it so I can kind of explain it better. But basically, you're able to show your box and stuff like that. So like if you want to share it with people so that they can help you, it's able to like pull your characters to show your boxes and stuff like that. You can lock your profile if you want. Like if say you're being more competitive, you don't want people to see your intricate builds, you can lock your profile and stuff. So like there's a lot of new platforms coming up for the game right now. So I'm trying to like go through all of them, and then I'll try to make sure I share them with you guys so that you guys can have that stuff, to kind of help you. Let's see. You said, so how does this game? Okay, that's what it was. Sampras. Okay, so to answer your question, you said, so how does this game differ compared to Raid? I mean, first thing is the gameplay, but that the gear sets. I mean, there's always going to be nuance there because the gear sets are different. Like in Raid, Raid has a million gear sets at this point. One thing I will say is a little bit different off rip is Raid has pay to win gear sets. This game doesn't. So, I mean, there's that. Will there ever be? I can't answer that because the game's technically not like fully released yet. So I don't know if that's in the pipeline of plans. I don't think anybody's really even asked that question because, well, number one, that just kind of was made a comparison the other day, and I was seeing people talk about it in the in-game chat, and I was like, yeah, they're right. Like this game doesn't have paid gear, so there's that. But I would say gameplay is different. We're getting Clan Boss, I think going into next month, so we'll kind of be able to have a better comparison because we don't have all the content yet to really make a fair comparison on what's exactly the same and what's different. Campaign, I mean, like Raid, if I was to compare it to Raid Year 1 to this version of the game currently, I mean, kind of the same idea. You get some of your first gear from, campaign. Spire is a little bit different though. Like Spire in Raid isn't really your first focal point. It's Clan Boss. Whereas in this game, Spire's your first focal point for the most part. You're making like spread teams for that. You have your core 4 or 5 units that you're building, but then you still are developing these spread teams. Where Raid is like very much like, you're trying to get like the what is it called? HP burns and poison units. Like you're trying to get your Clan Boss stuff going so you could actually build up for like your resource economy. Your resource economy starts out primarily, it comes from your achievements, and then Spire is where a lot of it comes from in the current version, but that could change with clan content. So it's like there's that. I'm trying to think what else is like really different. I mean, the biggest thing is going to be the gameplay because I think that would be the thing that will turn people onto the game or completely off. If you like the style or gameplay of like a game that's more of like a hack and slash style game, then it'll be a game for you. But if you're not one of those people that likes that style and you prefer turn-based, I mean, you're just always going to not like the game at that point. So it just really is like, I feel like that's the first barrier of entry is like, do you even like the type of game it is? Because it's definitely not, I don't want to say Raid is not easy, but the difficulty is different. So like in raid, you're like thinking about like, okay, speed tuning and doing different things of that nature. Where in this game, I'm looking at like casting animation time. I'm looking at speed tuning as well. I'm looking at my placements. You know, it's a lot of different variables that you're kind of like factoring in. You have tactics for your team comps. That's going to be, I think, a part of what we're going to have as far as like something that we can actually level from the clan content. And so like if you look at like most formations at the moment, they're level 1. So that's going to be a whole expansive thing. More gear content supposed to be coming. So it's still more stuff coming. So it's just kind of one of those things right now where we're kind of like to BA and really knowing fully how the game is going to feel, and then how resources are going to look like. So, yo, what's up, Devil's Cookies? You said currently grinding, socking your local. Did Tatsu get his buff yet? I think he did. I think so. I feel like somebody mentioned it, but I didn't see anything stating he got the buff yet. But I feel like people were saying that he got it already. So I'll have to double check on it because I don't have him. So I have zero idea. I'm like on the cusp of getting him actually. So that'll be nice once I do get him. But yeah, I have no idea. But I did see people mentioning it. But I again, I don't know if that was like them speculating or if that was like legit, like it's out. I would think they would have maybe said something, but yeah, I haven't seen anything officially about it being in the game yet, so I have no idea. Let me see. Wait, you say you forgot her name? You say you're grinding her mats right now? Wait, who are you grinding, Kirito? Yeah. Who are you grinding, brother? All right. So, all right. What do we need to do? We got a lot to do. This account is technically on day 7, I think. It's like the beginning of day 7 for this account. On the chase, like if you guys look at the point, like these points are so low, it's so dumb. So yeah, we're gonna clean that up going into this next week. We got like what 2 weeks left. I started this account. I'll have a video talking about it, but start this account the beginning, I think. Yeah, I think it was the beginning of the chase. It was like, I think it was the day it started. I just never said anything, so there's that. All right, so let's go back to our good old-fashioned missions here. Progress. Okay, we got to do boss mode. Let's just do that really quick. Get that out the way. We're gonna take you out, throw you in. Oh, really? Okay. And then that's just damage. So yeah, that's that. And that should be good. We'll do 5 runs there. And then we'll do this. All right. I might speed up too, because we got Kamfar in there, and Kamfar is low-key a DPS tank. Low-key. You said I usually prefer. Yo, what's up, Bell? You talking about my bald head? I'm done. What's good, bro? You said I usually prefer turn-based. You said I've played raid on and off for years. I can wholeheartedly say I enjoy Invokers more. Oh, okay. Hey, listen. If we can get some conversion happening, that's good too. For me, honestly, dude, my raid account, like people that I've seen, like, cause I used to do raid content. My raid account is pretty dumb. Like it is very, very ridiculous. Like for example, what was the last collab that I went crazy on was the Ninja Turtle collab. Man, like I was just built a little different during that time. But like long term, that account was like, I think it was like 5-6 years old. Yeah, I think with raid, like I enjoyed it for what it was. Like I don't think I tried to make it more than what it was, I think is really what I'm getting at. This game, I think there's so much stuff they can do with it. I think that's kind of the exciting part. It's like there's so much to do. The Titan mixed in with the Invokers, I think is pretty cool. I think, once they make those aspects a little bit more intricate, because like right now, like most of end game PvE is like if you got your Titans built, you're just gonna blow up stuff. Like that's kind of what it ends up shifting into. So like that's a big thing. Like, and don't get me wrong, the units do still matter, but like, yeah, if your Titans are built well enough, it definitely takes alleviates a lot of pressure. So I think with the next gear stages, that's probably gonna change. All right, so is that 154? Oh, okay, it's not too much faster. It's like 20 seconds faster. It's not bad. So yeah, it'll probably get a little bit more intricate at that point. So I'm the best option as long as I don't reroll, since I'm always free. So I'm not grinding. Oh, you said you're gonna check her name? Okay. I can't find. Oh, I know where it's at. Can somebody complete the chase if they started a new account today? Technically, yes. If you started, if it's like a week in, then no. Or a week left, then no. That like I started my account with like it was like 7 or 8 days left on, and that was the other free to play account I'm playing right now. It was like 7 or 8 days left, and yeah, it was pretty cooked as far as getting. At that time it was Tyrannus, so yeah, it was pretty cooked. All right, so yeah, I feel like as long as you have 2 weeks, you can push it pretty hard, because that first week you're just kind of laying down the ground foundation for your account. Realistically, within like the first few days, you can end up in insane. But I would say if you're even slow balling it a little bit, you can get into insane in like your first week. It's kind of like point in case of where my account's at. Like I'm on chapter 9 hard, so like right after that you're in insane. So you said so I'm assuming it's good to get into the game now since it's not fully out yet to be able to keep up with everything that's about to release. I will say yes. I also think too, like, because it's non-wipe, the devs have, like, everybody's been asking like, oh, are you gonna wipe it? There's even been people pushing for them to wipe it, and the devs are like hard, like, no, they're not gonna do it. I would say that would be the best bet to get in earlier, because the earlier that you get in, like you just mentioned, the more ready you'll be to do stuff. So like a lot of people that's going to come the launch, they're not immediately going to be able to jump into being able to farm six-star gear, because that would imply, unless something changes, that would imply that you are at the point of being able to clear stage 16s, which stage 16s are dropping 5-star gear. You know, they're not dropping 6-star. I would assume that will shift, though. I would think maybe like stage 14s might start being maybe 13, 14 might open up the 6-star gear, and it might just be like really bad quality 6-star gear. And then they might push it up to higher quality as you go up. But even then, trying to, push it to stage 13s takes you a little bit of time, So I think that's kind of the thing, is that you get like that initial grind out of the way, so you're not doing the nuance like, I'm trying to lay down my foundation of my account, and you're actually building more of the stuff that you actually care about. That's kind of like even when I started my account, I had to go through that. I had to get through that nuance phase of, I got to build this just because it's going to help me with this tower. And so now with my main account, I'm just kind of building the stuff that I like that also then fit whatever it is I'm trying to clear. Because I think like most stuff right now, I'm clearing 15, 16 on most stuff right now. It's like getting into raid is kind of safe because the game is such a money cow that it won't go anywhere for the next 10-ish years. Whereas games like this one, you'll never know. It's going to shut down quick. I mean, I don't think so. So me and a few other content creators, we were actually doing like just this last invocation surge that we just had, or summoning surge. I don't know the ins and outs of what money they actually made, but from what I could see, they made a ton of money on a beta, like a ton. And I'm sitting there like, dang, like. Again, and I'm talking about like not, and it's not like, oh, guys have been playing since since I started playing. Like there was one, like the guy I did the summon session with, shout out to Pablo. He just started his account. Like, he just started his account, and the man's is already like his account's better than mine. And I've been playing, like I'm starting to push like 10, 11 months. Like dude started his account, just started his account. His account's already better than mine. I mean, that's kind of the power of spending too, though. So, but yeah, when you look at some of those leaderboards, like go and look at like the summon surge. You're seeing people in like 3, 4, 5 million. They spent a lot of summons, and like realistically, there's no way. Most people that have been playing long term free to play could not drop 3 million, 4 million points right now. Like that, it's just not possible. And that's also considering most, I would say on average, have been pulling because of the chases. So yeah, that number being achieved is insane. Like seeing some guys just like casually like, yep, I'm gonna drop 4 million on this. And so I'm like, dude, their official launch is gonna be nuts. Because that's the other thing too. There's gonna be those guys that come in and they're gonna want to catch up, or they're gonna want to be the best there ever was. And the thresholds for competition is what it is now. But when there's more guys that are like in those guild, like dude, they're gonna be spazzing out. And so yeah, that for me was just kind of telling. Like this is what people are doing within a beta. So. I think the other thing is too is that like the game is actively like it seems like they are trying to actively shift things with taking in data. I think what they're doing though is like it's more data driven, and it's kind of obvious in how they're doing it at least. But I think the other thing is too is that like because we don't have certain content yet, it's kind of hard to know like what the end goal is for like say resource economy. Because it could be a matter of like clan content coming and it shifts it. They're doing point adjustments to a lot of the events from feedback. Like I think like for sure we might see something with Arena because what's actually interesting with that is they already adjusted it, so they might adjust it again. I would think because Arena is it's a lot of matches you got to do for Arena really, but I also do get with them with. You don't want events to be too easy, but you don't want them to be too hard either. That's kind of like I won't say problem. I think that's what they're trying to get to now is the safe medium on where they need to have events and stuff like that. Your beta is the perfect time to figure that out. That I would say you definitely want to figure that out during a beta, not like when your game's like a global launch or official launch, because. At that point, the response you get is just 10 times worse because now it's supposed to be, like everything is legit and it's official and this is when it's happening, So, yeah, it's just kind of, like I said, it's crazy to see some of the people coming in and they're just like, hey, I'm enjoying the game. And that's also the other thing, too, is like the sentiment, like when it comes to spenders, I always feel like that's a really tough conversation to have because spending is so subjective. Like, there's some people that don't care and there's people that do care. Like in the sense that like the value of money that I'm willing to spend versus what somebody else might spend is completely different. So like I can say to my perception that something is too expensive, but to somebody else, they're like, I don't care. Like I got disposable income. Like, we actually had a guy. Shout out to Captain Tight Pants, man. Captain Tight Pants intro when he joined our guild was the funniest thing because he literally said, hey, I'm a middle-aged man and I got disposable income. That was his introduction. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, hey, listen. He was like, hey, listen, I got nothing but free time and disposable income. I was like, hey, what a way to introduce yourself. Welcome to the group, And again, not everybody's spending in the group. So it was just, for me though, it was just kind of funny because that's just some people. Like they're experiencing the game. They have somebody's pool of money to spend might be $50K, right? And that might be for a year, but then somebody else might be $20K a month. Like it's like spending is always so subjective. So I never really speak too much on spending habits for like, cause I don't know everybody's unique position. I will say, and what I usually like to look at is this game, is content completable or achievable free to play? that's usually when you'll hear me say things, is when it's not. If I can't at some point get to it or do it free to play, then that's when there's like, okay, that's an inherent issue. You have to change that. You have to allow players to be able to at some point be able to clear it. Like if you never can clear something, that's bad. So I think it's more so about that than like, let me clear it today. It's like, okay, this guy, he paid, the guy that paid 20K clears it today, and then maybe it might take me, a month and a half, 2 months to maybe do it. I mean, hey, I mean, like I said, I don't know. It's kind of a thing. Like I would think that most people that spend, they kind of expect that to be the case. Like if I'm spending X amount, I should get some advantage. And most of the time that advantage is time. That is usually what you're paying for. A lot of the times it's just to do things quicker. That's really what it is. You said spenders play a different game, though, so I always treat it like a separate league. Yeah, I mean, like, to be honest, that's literally, you have to treat it that way. I will say sometimes I think the biggest mistake that you can make is jumping into a game and you start comparing yourself to the spenders. Like, a lot of the times, like, especially with my free-to-play account, I'm not even thinking about the spenders because I would never touch them. And if the game is designed well, I should never see them. Like that's the other thing. Like I should never see those guys anyway, because they technically are in a different league. If you're dropping 20, 30K a month on your account, my little free to play account, you're crushing me on just energy consumption at that point. You know what I mean? Like that alone is just its own thing. Let alone the units that you have or the investment in those units, and like, are your units max skilled up? Like, yeah, I mean, that's like right now, I think one of the guys, he kind of, dude kind of runs the leaderboards, man. Like the one, like right now, I think the leaderboards might be set a certain way, but like trust and believe, by time whenever the one wakes up, just know he gonna get on that leaderboard. Like he gonna get on there. If it's something he want, he gonna go for it. Let me see if he's even on here. I think even on this summit event, I wish I could look at the previous events that just happened. Like the summit event, he went ham. Like he absolutely went ham. And it's like really like, it's like I said, if I see him on there, I'm like, yeah. Or I've even a couple times been in locals with him. I'm like, I'm not trying to push that. Like, nope, not even trying. So yeah, like this guy, for example, this was on my free-to-play account. I think maybe I might have it on my main, but like this guy dropped 4.2 million on the Invoker summon surge, and that wasn't even the highest score. Like that's a ton of summons that he dropped to do that. So keep in mind, if you guys watch me and Scion's summon session, I dropped 700K points. Think about that. That was an hour. That was like between the two of us about an hour's worth of summoning, right? It was actually more than, because I had it cut down some. It was about an hour's worth of summoning, right? So think about the guys that went and then dropped 4 million plus points. How much more they summoned than me, right? Like, so they had the extra 300K plus 3 million, So yeah, that's insane. And then, I mean, granted, you could factor in like the sparks, like certain luck. They might have gotten lucky on, a couple of pulls, but the average is still not going to be that high to where it's like, oh, every multi you're getting a legendary. Like if, that would be different, but more than likely they were probably getting a lot more closer to pity. Some were maybe early, but yeah, that's a lot of points. Yo, what's good, Vlad? How you doing, fam? You said, love your video. Yo, I appreciate that. Thank you for watching. I appreciate all you guys that watch. You said Pablo dropped 3 mil. And we saw how much that was an hour's worth of. I want to emphasize, I was like speeding through those pulls. The only pulls I let play were the legendaries. So when you think point in case, he dropped 3 mil. So, and I can tell you off rip, like I'm almost certain he bought every LD pack in the game at that point, So yeah, I like those like his accounts, like those are the accounts, those are the players that are basically making sure we have a game for years to come. The thing is too that I always look at is like, hey, listen, the like, and that's the thing with gotchas is that like when you have spenders like that, that leads to the game becoming more free to play friendly over time, much quicker. That's kind of the thing too. So I'm like, hey man, if they're if they want to spend it, I ain't gonna say no, you know. And plus also too, like I appreciate individuals like Pablo. Pablo, we used to play a game called Dragon Traveler together. That was the first time I met Pablo actually, and he was one of the top spenders over there. He wasn't even the number one, but that was a guy named Harful. But he was one of the top spenders on that game. And so I guess he recently hopped on this game and he messaged me and was like, hey, I need you to do my summons. So yeah, shout out to him for that because I mean, I don't know where I was going to find 900 pulls. I have no idea, dude. I have zero. There was no way you were getting that 900 pulls from me. So yeah, shout out to Pablo for that. That was a huge W. That was really nice. All right, let's see if we can clear this one. I need to see where I'm at so I know what I need to go and power up. Probably need to power up at this point, but we'll see. You said you're still playing DT? Yeah, bro. I mean, like DT for me, I don't think the game itself was bad. It was just it got too gooner for me. I was just like, yeah, I can't play this, dude. Like it was just way too gooner. That's all it was. That was the only thing. Other than that, the game is fine. I think the game is a great game. But that's the thing, man. It's like it was also becoming a problem with making videos on YouTube as well because like, dude, there's only but so many times YouTube's gonna let you like have a character showing their private area or their boobs too much, and it's the first thing that pops up on the screen in the first like 60 seconds of the video, like. Yeah, DT was tripping. I was like, dude, this is not kid friendly, like at all. This is not what it. And what's crazy is that like again, like with most games, like especially like Eastern gotchas, like it exists, right? Like you're gonna have it to some degree. I argue most games you have it, even if you're playing Marvel Rivals. I mean, if you play Marvel Rivals, you see what they're doing with the swimsuits right now. But there's always like that fine line of like, okay, this is a little bit too much. So it's that more than anything. But again, no judgment. It's just that, like I said, YouTube has its rules and you got to follow the rules, or you cooked. That's just how it goes. Let's see here. So, yep, we got cooked. All right, so we got to build them up a little bit. 62, 11. Okay. All right. I get it. All right, so we're gonna take up next. I really need to do. I hate doing Hyksis, but we're gonna have to for his awakenings. I really don't want to do Hyksis because that's like the most annoying boss to do early, especially when you're trying to push higher. Yeah, that one is pretty annoying. Well, you said, why does summoning take so long to finish, by the way? Is the game issue? The summoning loading circle has been going for 2 minutes now. That might be like just a connection issue, but I mean, yeah, that might be a connection issue. You said, what sets you like most from Sakayo? I personally use the mana set quite a bit. Mana set, what's it called? I can never think of the name of it. It's the buff. I think it's the buff reduction set. What do you called? Oh, there we go. Voodoo. Yeah. So buff reduction set. I do use that on a couple characters. The Fury set I do use quite a bit. Mainly my supports. A lot of my supports I'm using mana and Fury set. The Predator set, I don't specifically have anybody that I'm actively using the Predator set on, but after my most recent farm, because I just got to 16 on Sakayo, some of the pieces I got are kind of busted, so I'm probably going to be using it a little bit more. But other than that, I mean, some of the tolerance sets that I may need to use, but that's like usually like one specific character for that respective thing I'm trying to do. Instinct set, I don't have one character built with that set at all. But yeah, I use 3 out of the 4 that are not tolerant sets. Um, on Author, I mean, I use all 4. Like I use all the sets like a pretty good like amount. I use the vampire set. Resistance is going to be huge in PvP. Accuracy set is big in PvE. Crit damage is just good for your damage dealers. So, especially the crit based ones. So yeah, I use like basically all of that. The only one I don't use is Spark as of the moment, but that's just because I don't have anybody to really use it on at the moment. And then with Olgarum, I use the Paragon set on like one character. Attack set, I don't really use defense set as much. I don't just have anybody for it. Oh, I'm lying. I use the defense set. I think I'm currently using it on my on one character. I think it might be maybe like 3-piece on my Virtuous maybe. HP set is pretty standard. Crit set, of course, is viable for your crit builds and stuff. And then the attack set, it depends. I might do a 3 bonus depending on the character if they scale anything off of attack, heals, or but yeah, I mean, like all the sets are kind of equally used. The problem you run into, it's more of the pool of gear sets versus it being that these gear sets are just bad, because the tolerant sets are just kind of the tolerant sets and you just kind of need the one you need. But it's the tolerant sets mixed in with other gear, so your pool is diluted on like what's dropping in each run. So that's kind of its own thing. Hopefully with the stage increases, the pool, like people have been talking about maybe potentially new gear coming. I'm hoping that it's like days that start, like I'm hoping they go that route where they like maybe do boosted chances of X gear set, dropping on that day, on a certain day or something like that, and put that up on a schedule so that like if you don't really care too much for the other stuff, but then there's a boosted day, you can farm that day and it has a higher chance of giving you, like, say you're trying to get more crit damage pieces, there's a day that boosts crit damage pieces or something. I think that would be kind of cool, just so that you're not just ciphering through a whole bunch of nonsense forever. So yeah, that would be cool. You say you're stuck on Insane Chapter 3. Insane is like a big bottleneck. Like you're gonna get past it and then you're gonna get stuck for a bit. I was stuck on, I think, Chapter 4. I was stuck on Chapter 4 for like 2-3 months, I think. Like I don't think until within, I would say recently, when I really started to like get some more of the more impactful units on my account. And that's been like within like the last like month and a half. That I've really been able to shift. Like I made a major progression shift. I would say probably when I got Thou was like big for damage, but then my supports, I actually started to get them built, because a lot of my progression push right now, even in Insane on my main account, it's three supports and 1 DPS. Like I'm not using a tank. It's just trying to keep my damage dealer alive. And a lot of the runs, they were like, especially the first clears, they're like 5-6 minute clears. Like they took a little bit, but I was surviving and getting through them, so I was still getting some of the initial stars. I just wasn't getting, like, unless I go and do the chest, I mean, there's that. I'm not getting the clear or do the chest. I'm gonna just have to do the chest at that point if I want to clear it for that second star. But yeah, that's basically that. I mean, it definitely is a big bottleneck, but I also feel like it feels a little bit more intentional, just because there's we need more content still. And I noticed that like each major update, they lighten like how the stages feel. So like we just got like easier Chapter 7s and 8s. And then even before that, they had lowered the difficulty before. So I think the ceiling for being stuck is going to come down. Because then also with the implementation of better gear and then accessories coming, I don't think it's going to be as hard, because you're going to have more stats to work with, versus we're doing stuff right now with 5-star gear, right? Versus 6-star gear and then accessories on top of that. So yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like it'll eventually, get a little bit better. And it'll be much easier, I feel like, for people coming in versus those that started in the beta. I think, unfortunately, we're just kind of like the test subjects of most things that are happening in the game. So, because even for me, like it was actually pretty rough when I started because they had actually let me do this on continuation. They had I had just gotten into the game and I was like starting to build up a whole bunch of bleed units, and then they nerfed bleed, and then I was like, like I had built like, I think like my whole account was mainly bleed focused, and so I had to completely outbuild where I was sending my account so that I could actually do more content, which was that was so painful. That was actually really painful, and that took me. I think that was actually what held my account up quite a bit. Oh, I never beat this one. I'm thinking I beat it already. All right, let's see if we can beat it. I have to say the PC client is really smooth running compared to Raid. It's night and day. I'm gonna be honest. I've been doing this for a very, very long time. I'm getting close to my 10-year anniversary of doing content creation, and their PC client might be one of the best PC clients that I've played for it to be in a beta. And I'm talking about just on the note of how light it is on my computer. I do not have the best computer. Like, and I'm not even kidding when I say that. Like, my computer is okay. Like, it's not like super extravagant, high spec, you know, good CPU, GPU. Like, it's decent. It's good enough to get by. And this client is extremely light on my computer. Like, I can run and do a whole bunch of other stuff I normally would not be able to do. Like, for example, when I was playing the game on emulator, if I tried to turn on anything else, yeah, GG. But now I can literally turn on my emulator and still play with the PC client, which is crazy. So yeah, they have a very, very good PC client. It is actually a very, very good one. I'm not like the PC client like expert, but I will say from what I've been able to see, this is a very, very good one. It is very, very good. You said you're out of stamina. Yo, Lonzo, you know what that means? And dude, I'm not even gonna lie, like I've been trying to like go touch grass more because I've been realizing I've been sitting down for too much, man. Like, don't get me wrong, I love playing this game, but like I was like, I gotta go touch some grass, man. Like, so like even today, like after I finish streaming with you guys, I'm going right to the gym, dude, because my knee been hurting a little bit lately. I'm like, we gotta go fix that. You said I'm still running a 1060 for 2016, so I don't need a more powerful PC. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it definitely depends on your like, what are you doing, right? Like, I have to get a more powerful PC because the types of games that I play, you know, these games are like now pushing like 300 gigs. Then they want to add jiggle physics and all this other crap to them. So it's like now it's almost becoming mandatory to have like the cream of the crop, like a game I really want to play just because it looks cool, Silver Palace. And that game, like, don't even try it if your PC is just not new. Like that game is just ridiculous. Like the processing power that game needs is like, why? But if you really want to enjoy it for what it's worth, you're going to need something better. Like, but that's kind of like most of those open world games, and the emphasis on like, you know, higher quality and all that stuff. It means more storage space. So it comes with the territory. We'll see if we can do 7. You said I do have a PS5 for games like that. Oh, that's fair. That honestly though, you know what I will say is that makes a lot more sense for the average person. I will, like, genuinely, I feel like you're just better off getting a PC or I'm sorry, a console, and just having that stuff on there. To be honest, I really, like, for me, it's like, because of my work, everything just makes more sense to have on a PC. So I'm not gonna have a console and then all the stuff on a PC. I'm just gonna do it all on my PC at that point. But I think it's all about like your money's worth. Like, what are you getting out of it? I'm a super, super big believer in like return investment. So if I invest in something and I put a lot into it, it has to pay me back in some way. So like I, for example, can put comfortably more money into my gaming stuff, and I know there's a return on it, like because of what I do. So I don't mind it, But like prior to me doing content stuff, like you would have never caught me buying like a PC. I was a console gamer through and through, and specifically I was a PlayStation gamer. I actually used to collect PlayStations, which was kind of that was a whole phase. I don't know why. I just enjoyed doing it, and I was I was just into it at the time. So I was collecting PlayStations, and I'm trying to think, when did I stop? That was probably my sophomore, junior year of college. I stopped collecting. I used to work at GameStop too. Like that also kind of tells you what type of gamer I was. I worked at GameStop. And that statement that most GameStop workers make, where you're like, where they'll say you end up spending your check at work, that was the truth. I was like always spending my money at work. I was like, dude. You said Dragonstar has been rethinking my entire relationship with Gacha. Wait, why you say that, bro? Yo, what's good, Pablo? You said Ding just came back to hear the blasphemy that met in Dragon Traveler. Wait, was it Dragon Traveler? Pablo, was it further than that? Was it Dislight? Was it Dislight? Am I trolling? And am I having an old man moment? Or was it Silver and Blood? Which game was it? I know it was a while back though. It was. I apologize. It definitely was a while back. You say, yeah, you old man. Yeah, my bad. Yo, Pablo, they want to. Yo, listen. Chat been asking me. I told them. You know what's crazy is when I got on your account, I never looked at what you bought. I didn't look. I don't know if it slipped my brain. Old man moment. But I never looked. And people keep asking me. They're like, "How much did he spend?" I'm like, "I don't know. I just did pulls. That's." I'm like, I was just pulling. I don't know. I wasn't in his wallet. I'm not the card. He didn't swipe me. You know. I don't know. You said VIP 15 right now. Yeah, that's it's pretty high. That's pretty high, brother. That's pretty high. That's pretty. Wait, Pablo. Okay, answer me this. How long have you been playing? Like what week are you on? Like, or what day are you on? How long have you been playing? Like, have you been like low key playing, and then out of nowhere you was like, it's time, and then you just wild and ninjutsu'd? Or like you just started like a week ago? Cause your account is better than mine. I just want to prefix that. Your account is better than mine. So I just want to put that out there. Like, you said you just hit day 14? What the heck? Yo, what? I was like, I had a feeling you had just started, but I didn't know it was that early, bro. What the heck? Okay. All right, cool. Day 14. There it is. Yeah. Hey, listen, dude, you're doing well, I guess, at that point. You said just got my console for $230 so I can play anything I want it for at least 5 more years. Excuse me. So that's how much a GPU costs now. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like with the rising costs too, like and fluctuating, I should say, of like PC parts and stuff like that, like consoles, it's a really good route to go, to be honest, because like one moment I could be looking at a part and it's like, okay, I'm about to buy that. And if it's like you don't do it immediately, you could turn around and that part is like 3-4 times the cost. You know, and then at that point now you don't want to buy it because it's like, well, I know it could be this much, but now I have to spend that much to get it. So, all right, we'll see how well they clear this because we might be a little bit higher than I'm thinking. Dude, that's insane though, Pablo. Like you said, I'm already saving for the next chase. So holy fat finger. So I'm. Oh, it's I was like, what's this man? What's his name? Freaking what's the name of that show? The Boys. He always says "oi." He said you definitely have more than enough to build until the next chase. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. To be honest, Pablo, like I was saying in the video, like the dupes that you got, like. The dupes you got were also pretty insane. Like those were dupes that like people just want one copy of a lot of those units that you have. But the fact you got 2 of your base roster, and then you got new stuff on top of that is just kind of insane. Like that, I was saying it because I was genuinely in disbelief myself because I was like, wait a minute, did I just pull his whole base roster like again? Like what the heck? I was like, this is mad random. But yeah, you have more than enough to build, dude. But welcome to Invokers. You know that's that was a nice start. That was a nice start. Oh yeah, so it's GG here. This is gonna take way too long. So we're at 7 right now. That's fine. We'll clean it up. I'm seeing the rubber band effect. That was 2 minutes. Yep, we're not doing that. So 3 minutes on S7. So we'll clean that up some. And I think that puts me at douche. Oh, and Pablo, if you have it, make sure you watch my my last video on gear stuff. That's gonna help you a lot because I know you're trying to push PvP, and that'll give you a little bit more insight. But the video I'm doing after that is gonna be more fixated on PvP. I'm gonna try to get some of the other guys that are really good at PvP to come through for that video. Because yeah, it's a little bit of a method to the madness, you know. I think I only need 4. Put that on background. So I did the math before, and I was only and I was like, oh, I was like only going to get 7 Legos between both Invokers and Titans, but you hit so many early, it was crazy. Yeah, yeah, that was what made this session crazy, was that even with money, it kind of null and voided it a little bit because I was hitting the spark so early on certain things. I think like after I had hit 1 legendary, I think it was like 30 pulls in, I hit another, which is like kind of crazy. You know, and that was like looking at just the destinies. Like, so I think a vast majority of that video, we were on the destinies, you know? So yeah, the number of Legos you got realistically to the number of pities you would have gotten, I pulled 11 legendaries. And so even getting 2 LDs out of 120 when pity is 200, that means you got basically 1 every 61, right? Like, so, or every 60. So yeah, that's like insane rates really at that point, or averages, I should say. You said, you said teammate target logic for Algrim and Yaskara is one thing I don't like your anti-healer wasting a debuff on a pillar instead of on Algrim, or your units running past Yaskara to the fire total. Yeah, they're gonna have to I think I mean I don't know how, like, because I know for turn-based it's like super easy, just make the prioritization, you know, code it that way. I'm assuming they can do it that way with this. I put that request in a minute ago, but just allowing us to be able to target, like, or to be able to control what our units are targeting. Like saying like prioritize totems. And then even if we could do it where like the character themselves, like I know like, for example, if you're doing Coltmos, for example, the totems automatically are aggroed by units that can do range damage. But I would prefer if I could, like, say, have my range DPS go and target them versus saying the unit that I need to be doing my buffing or landing a specific effect going and hitting them. Because, like, for example, you can clear, and I'm saying this for a fact, Serene, I'm doing stage 16 right now with her on Coltmos. Serene can single-handedly, by herself, she can clear every single totem in Coltmos by herself. Okay, so like with that, it's like I'd rather everybody else be, you know, all hands on deck versus trying to send extra help that she just doesn't need. She literally can clear all the totems by herself. So I feel like kind of the same thing with like Ogrim. Like if you have a character that can just go back there and then douche and then they're done, I mean, at that point everybody else can be fixated on the boss, or whoever has certain abilities can be fixated on the boss. So I feel like a part of that is like also like the how much more easily done the bosses would be too. So I think like we'll probably see some adjustments when they make that incremental increase to like giving us more difficult stages. Cause I know like even right now too, like tolerances, like tolerances matter, but they don't at the same time. Like you can brute force a lot of stuff in this game. And I feel like they're going to change that. Like, I don't see them keeping it to where like you can kind of just ignore certain things. I feel like even like instinct, they're going to make instinct more of a thing at some point too. It's just not really as required, like for you to put stat investment in it right now. So it's just kind of that. Like I feel like they're gonna swap some stuff up though, and make certain things a little bit more challenging, for like theory crafting and stuff like that. But we'll see. Yo, what's good, Ramsey? How you doing, fam? How's everything going, guys? Make sure you guys go and check out Ramsey, man. He's making Invokers content. He's getting acclimated into the game. Definitely go show him some love, man. We're getting a few guys really pumping out content, and I love to see it because the more content there is, the better the space is. You know what's actually really interesting? A lot of people think that like if they're the only guy, like that's a good thing. When you're the only content creator, that's actually a bad thing. That's just like, so I am extremely ecstatic to see other people start to really push out content. It's like the coolest thing. He's making some great videos too. And I also think he's going to be great to follow as well, especially for those of you guys that are starting out fresh. Being able to go through the journey with somebody fresh and you're learning with them too, like that's also like cool for experience as well, man. So yeah, definitely make sure you guys check them out. Hold on, let me see if I can drop your channel real quick, man. Yeah, listen, it's no problem, dude. Like that's the thing, man. You got to share the wealth, man. Like there's always room for everybody. Is how I look at it. He said, Godforge beta not until December is killing me, dude. Like honestly, those time intervals, like, yeah, they're not fun. They're not fun. They're really not. It's like the worst when it's like, man, we got how many more months? Like I look at the roadmap even for this game, and I'm like, dude, we're not getting that until when? I want to play that. Let's see. Let me snatch your channel real quick. All right, cool. But yeah, guys, yeah, definitely make sure you guys go and show Ramsey some love, man. You say, thank God we have Invokers. Dude, Invokers has been so low key. Like honestly, I can't wait for more people to actually like find out about the game and jump in now. That's been my biggest goal. It's like trying to get as many people to join in now in the early access versus waiting till release. Because like the thing is, like the guys that are playing now, like you're gonna be past that beginner stuff. You're just gonna be established account. Okay, what's the next content? Let me start making stuff towards, for that. But it's also exciting too, because we'll possibly see the beginner progression and a lot of different emphasis of what the major focal points were in the game change. So it's a lot of stuff that we're gonna see. Let me see. I'm gonna put this account on the side and swap over to my main real quick, because I think I gotta do. Actually, no, I need to finish this. I'm lying. I'm gonna finish this. I don't have any summons right now on this account. And I think my next unit I might do. Like I gotta show you guys the other free-to-play account. That account is making me so mad because it's rolling so good, and like the build pathing on it is insane. Like that account is somehow becoming an Eldrin account. So like in range Eldrin at that. So like most of my units are range that I've built, and they're all Eldrin, and they whatchamacallit, I got my first chroma on that account, and I was so mad. I was like, dude, I couldn't get a chroma. I did hundreds of pulls on my main account, and then I went and legit did one Destiny Star pull, and it gave me a chroma for an epic. I was like, wow. And it was a good epic. It was for Red Riot. I was like, of course. I was like, of course. That makes a lot of sense, man. You said, it said, Godforge is too much like Summer's War and Raid to me, so I'm excited for Void Hunters. I think Void Hunters is gonna be really good. I feel like even with Godforge, I feel like there's a lot of potential there. It's just more so about getting everything going. Void Hunters, I will say, I'm probably gonna dip my baby toe into that a little bit, just because it's a completely different medium. Like it's very very dark. It's very the mechanics and how it plays. Like I think the thing that I liked about how Void Hunter characters worked was that there was give and take. So like you could have this very positive effect, but there was also a negative to it at the same time. There was a character, one of the last betas I played, he was like a poison dude, but he also did damage to himself when he poisoned. That was like the coolest thing to me. And I know some people like might find that kind of like, they might be like, oh, that's a little annoying. But the thing was, is like it played into his gimmick. And so it kind of made it to where it was like, you kind of had to build the character. And the more you built the character, the less impactful the negative effect is, but it was still a thing. And so it was like, you kind of had to be a little bit more strategic, like how am I use this ability? When am I use that ability? Like, so it was like some really, really like witty, different. It was just very, very different with how some of the characters were like set up. So I personally enjoyed it. Like, honestly, it was very, very different. The characters are also very different too. Like, I feel like, you know, Invokers has its very own unique like approach within the gacha space, but then Void Hunters has a very unique approach as well. Like they're very, very different. You said it's like a Souls-like gacha. Yeah, it is. I think that that's the thing that makes that game very unique. It's not, you know, just, you know, throw down units and then they just work. It's like you're actually having to act like, you know, kind of think about when you're doing stuff, how you're doing it, and who's doing it really more so. You said I started playing before finding your channel and selected Calyx as my beginner champ. Is she still okay to use in the beginning? Yeah, she is. Yeah, when I did full testing on all the starters, she actually performs fairly well, even all the way through into endgame. The thing I think is like when you're looking at like that, the investment scope of like how certain characters feel over the other, Danos, he's just generally overall much better when it comes down to direct damage. And even with his AoEs, like you compare him to some of the other characters, his AoEs just hit way harder, even on single target. But Calyx is still very, very good. She's very, very good. I was able to do like Sakael with her very, very well, even with her enabling him, because Burn does enable Sakael. She does Althar fairly well. And that's kind of one of the things that I was like, you know, really for me shifted her a little bit above Salanth was like the fact of the matter is that like Salanth is good. But her utility then paired up with like some of the content that you kind of need to go and do, like you get punished so hard with Salanth when you really are trying to push things like Althar. And Althar is a pretty important dungeon, especially the earlier your account is. It's a pretty important one. So that was actually the first dungeon I really farmed. Olgarum I did a little bit, but I really farmed Althar, and then Althar farming kind of allowed me to be able to kind of do the other things in the game a little bit better. Sakael I think does have more of the unique effects or the unique sets, but I feel like getting those better pieces coming from Althar really made a big difference for me. Especially the vampire pieces I was able to get for like pushing more campaign and stuff like that. That did help me out quite a bit. You said you should give that a new account with the Chrome Invoker to Lonzo or Kirito because they hate in life right now. Dude, they're always hating life. I would give it to be fair, I wouldn't care. But the thing is Kirito's gonna reroll, and I can't count on Lonzo playing tomorrow. So there's that, right? So like I'll be kind of triggered if the account just sits there. I'm actively playing them. So like with that account, like that account is set up for like it is set up for stacked pushing on Althar. Like, hold on, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what that account looks like right now. It's kind of dumb. I'm like, what is going on? Like this, let's go here. Yeah, that account is like, it's set right now. So I just gotta keep like constant with it. I kind of ran out of gems, so I'm just kind of building that back up. But yeah, this account is like, dude, it's kind of doing what I needed to do. But okay. So like I was saying, like it's like some weird thing right now where like most of the units I'm getting and or building are range. Like I built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like there's like no reason for me to have this many range units. But then I got the Chroma Red Riot. So that was a whole like this literally happened like within the last like day or two, I think. So again, another range unit that I'm like, okay, I kind of need to build her because Red Riot is actually very, very strong in Authar. She's very, very good in there. So having Red Riot and then also I pulled Matesu, like this account's gonna be clapping Authar, like to be honest. So the only thing I really have to get squared away is just making sure my sustain is built up better. But then we also have Usasa as well. So, I mean, this account's just not struggling when it comes to like really pushing stuff. So I just got to stay on top of it, keep it consistent, and it'll be good. I'm kind of testing this chick out on a fresher account. She does pretty good damage. But she is very single target focused. So I was like, she was the first LD I got on the account. That was a 3-star or nat 3-star LD. So I was like, I had the chance to play her and I wanted to kind of see how she is. She's not bad. She's actually the strongest unit on the account currently, and she's actually pretty good. So yeah, just pushing stuff with her. She's mainly helping with the bosses at that point. But then I got to get Matesu built up. He'll be my main campaign push unit for right now. And then Fulric, I got to get up too, because they'll help with like some of the just better sustain. And then with the clan, they did show like, and that's the other thing. He's gonna help me with Hyksis, but with the clan, they showed on the infographics that mana burn tolerance is gonna be on Sargot. So I'm hoping that they keep it like that, because then I'll have a unit kind of made for sustain, I guess, for clan. He heals and gives shield. So I mean, there's that. And then we'll just have to figure everything else out from there. But you said I have Void Hunters wish listed. Said it looks really cool. So I like gritty. Yeah, I like the gritty appeal of it. I think that's the thing for me is I'm a gamer, so I there's a wide variety of stuff. I like games. If it's a good game, I'll play it. You know, looks are definitely subjective, but I like the look of that game as well. So Invokers, like, it fills a whole different need. And then I'd say, like, Void Hunters would probably be the turn-based game I'd be playing. And this is, like, again, a completely different medium because it's, like, more hack and slash. But, yeah, this account, I skipped the whatchamacallit too, the chase. So I'm not doing the chase on this account at all. So, yeah, that is what we got on this account. Let me see here. Go back real quick because I got to see what else I need to do. You said we already have infos regarding clan boss. So what I'm referring to is actually the infographics. Let me actually pull it up. So when they dropped the infographics for the characters, I don't know if the devs intended for that to be the case, but on the infographics, it actually said what with the newer characters that were coming in, that the mana burn tolerance, it had Sargot's name on it, which is the next clan boss, or which is the first clan boss that's coming. So I couldn't take that as the law, but I'm like, I mean, that's kind of weird to just randomly put there and it not just be a thing. So hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. It's events, off topic. I forgot what channel they put that in. Not events, not fan art, not memes. I think it had to be maybe Invokers? Maybe? Let me see if I can find them. Because I know I did a whole video on them, so it's probably in my... You found it? Okay, cool. If you look at it, look at any of the characters. If they have a mana burn talent, you're going to see Sargot's name on it. When I seen that, I was like, wait a minute. I was like, hey, listen, that's why I read everything. I'm like, nah, y'all not going to just slide that past me. I'm like, nope. And I also, when I made my video, I showed it in the video. So there's video proof that it is a thing. Just in case if it disappeared somehow, you know? So yeah, I was like, oh, okay. Like that's kind of cool. So in my head, I was like, okay, maybe there's, some merit to that. But the reason why I felt like that was a high probability that that was going to be the case because the newest unit, like the new LD Cosmi or Kaisami or whatever her name is, she has mana burn tolerance. And when I was looking at her kit, I was like, okay, her kit doesn't seem like it doesn't seem bad, but I'm like, okay, where are the areas that she would really excel in? I'm telling you, I feel like she's gonna be mad busted on the clan boss. That it just seems like it seems too coincidental for her not to be. And then she had mana burn tolerance too. And for those of you guys that aren't familiar with mana burn tolerance, and I would assume most players probably aren't because a lot of players like skip doing Hixus. Hixus is like a very annoying boss where mana burn tolerance exists or mana burn exists. And that specific effect, excuse me, is it's a health ticking debuff. So it does damage over time to your health. So units that have that are like heaven sent because that effect is pretty annoying. And like it's so strong, in fact, that like you probably can feel the effects of it at like stage 9, 10 on Hixus, like really bad. I mean, like you're in there and the fight's over in less than a minute, if not a little over a minute. Like that effect is pretty annoying. So you kind of need tanks and you need people with that tolerance to kind of deal with that. Yeah, you can ask any question you like, man. No worries. Yeah, you can ask any question you like. All right, so we got to do, I think, 1 over. I'll just run this one real quick. He says, from turn-based, I really enjoyed Epic 7 minus the gear grinding. It was too much even for me. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with like E7 too is that like it wasn't like you were really farming anything new. It was like legit the entirety you're farming Wyvern, right? Like I think that's the thing. I don't mind farming, but I also don't think I should be farming the same thing for 7 years. Like that I don't know. Like maybe that's just me, but like, I think it's that. Like I think it's that. Like, give us some, like that's one thing I think that Raid that kind of helps Raid, for example, is they do have other gear sets and you're not just worried about like, every so often there's going to be something new, which those new sets can swap meta. They can change up the strategies you may be using. There's a lot of build variety that comes out of that too. E7 is just, it's kind of the constant in that way where it's just those, right? So yeah, I definitely could see that. You said, you said I got Ardell. It's my first pity legendary. Can I build him up? Yeah. I mean, he's very good. Like, so Ardell is what you would call, he's a disabler. If disabler debuffer, right? I call those types of units specifically with his type of kit. He's a glue unit, so he helps enable your team. He has debuff transfer. He has buff steal. He has defense break, mind worm. Those abilities are really, really good, specifically against Sakael, but in most other scenarios, he still operates and is quite effective. Having a defense break is a big deal, especially I would argue most people probably want to have on average about 2 characters that can do it because of attribute disadvantage. So he would be a great unit to have as an option that does some damage, but also can do, things like defense break, keeping buffs off of things. He has great AoEs. Like he's a really, really good unit. Very, very good unit. So I would say over Tyrannus. Tyrannus is like not bad, but I feel like if I had to pick a newer unit to tell somebody to go and build, I would tell them Ardell first. Like for sure. Because like if you take Ardell out of a team, a whole team can fall apart. I don't really necessarily feel that way with Tyrannus. Like, and that's what I mean by a glue unit. It's like if this unit isn't here, then my damage significantly drops, or I'm taking more damage. Like him being able to make sure you're not getting as much, like the enemy isn't getting as many of their buffs. He has scale damage if they don't have that. You're able to apply defense breaks, and you have like removal of debuffs off your party and stuff like that. You can take the buffs and put them on your party. Like that's a crazy utility kit. So that's not just good for Sakael. That's just good generally. So yeah, that's the type of character I feel like for newer players coming in, that's such a great character to have, accessible. If you're not able to do the chase, even if you got him right, and then like say of course he's on the chase, two Ardells wouldn't be the worst thing either. I'm gonna be honest. Like it's like this game has that where you can find value in having more than one character. Would you build it right now? Probably not. No, but that level of utility is like really really good, and there is a possible scenario where that could be valuable to have two. Tower or Spire, for example, is an area that could be a thing. But yeah, even just the one is just really really good. You said added Lucis to my collection the last summon event. My only new rare water direct DPS. Lucis is she's a selfish character, but she's good. Like she does tower extremely well. That's the main area I would say most use her in, but she could be used in in any other spot as long as you make sure you obviously have like a way to keep her alive. I mean, then she just kind of works. I think that's kind of like that's kind of most characters though. Like most characters can work if you have the stipulated things they need to work. So there's some characters where it's like, okay, they need extra healing versus like for example, like Virtuous, he does need some sustain, but he also can heal himself. So he doesn't necessarily need as much as maybe another character might because they can't heal themselves at all. I also got to try him on a vampire build. That's why I'm hoping at some point we get gear loadouts because like there's so much I want to do to test them, but you can only realistically have one build at a time. And I hate swapping gear just because I got to remember what pieces I just had on them. So that's like its own thing. But yeah, that's one thing I'm hoping in the near future I could test a little bit more is getting him on more builds. Hold on, let me see. Did we just finish that or? Okay, we did. All right, cool. So now we got Memoriam, we got Chapter 7, Ascension. Let's see what we got. Let's start from the grays and go up. Boop. You said wish her hex was AoE though. Yeah, that does make a big difference. I know with some units they're gonna have to rebalance some units because there's even some units that like for example they have tolerances for Althar, but then they bleed. So I'm like that's kind of counterproductive, I guess. Like you have the right tolerances to do well in a dungeon, but your actual skills enable the boss in the wrong way. Like, so it's like some things I'm pretty sure they're going to revisit, maybe balance out some stuff. I will say we did have it to where like they did a whole bunch of like changes to like the 5-hit combos with some characters. A lot of characters actually got their 5th hit turned into an AoE. So it's anything is really possible at this current stage of the game where we might see an overhaul on some units. And that was kind of unexpected. I wasn't really expecting them to necessarily do that. And they did. So that was actually pretty cool because yeah, it makes a big difference when and it doesn't seem noticeable, but like just having like something now become AoE going from single target, it does make a big difference. Let's do this. Douche. It said, can't you jinx the boss, then bleed it? No. If you read, hold on, I'll show you. It's just always easier to show you. Even Sakael has a stipulation behind jinx. So if you go to here and here and let's see. Am I mixing them up? Is it Mindworm or Jinx? Hold on, let me see. So I know it will tell us here. So his passive. Okay, so bleed, invincible, immune to control, let me see. Combo attack, max, or am I mixing him in I might be mixing him in Sakael up. Let's see. So maybe, yeah. There's nothing that says he can't. Yeah. So cast him. Maybe it works on him. Maybe it does. Because I know Sakael, it's like half stipulated, so you can't block the entire passive, but you can block a portion of it. So yeah, maybe that might work. And I don't think that character has Jinx though, that I'm referring to. Um yeah, I have to test that then. Yeah, because the cast invincibility buff on all threat last 15 seconds, bleed debuff on. Yeah, so that's when you bleed. But he's immune to control, push, and launch. Oh, yeah, wait, hold on. Nope. This is the part I'm looking at. Immunities cannot be bypassed or disabled. Okay, so yeah, that's what it is. Um, yeah, so yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to try that then. Because with Sakael, you can't get the full effect of the ability, but it does block a portion of it. Um, let's see, because yeah, Sakael has do do, and that's why Ardell still is amazing here. Because with his passive, it's yeah, the passive effect could not be affected by Mindworm debuff, but the active can. So it's like weird because the active it's a passive that has an active effect, but it also has a passive effect. Yeah, it's a thing. But either way, yeah, you could stop the active effect, but you can't stop the passive. So that's his stipulation with the gimmick, I guess. But yeah, that's him. So maybe it's possible with Authar. Um, He said you have to be certain the mind worm is applied before the bleed, and that even is like that's just so nuanced because it's like at that point that's like super controlled. Said disabled does not work though on all bosses, even though not written. Bit of a shame. Yeah, disabled. Yeah, yeah. I think that's they're probably gonna go back and like put the I don't want to say fine print, but like kind of like in like parentheses, it'll probably have some more stipulated stuff on like, or even on the bosses themselves. Like I think maybe some of those might have to have stuff added to them, like can't have their active skills blocked by X thing or something like that. Yeah, because that's also like a really big thing because like some of these abilities too. They're starting to push them a lot more in certain characters. Like we've been getting a lot of characters with Jinx and Mindworm recently, and so that's kind of its own thing. So yeah, no way to control ability timing. It's not worth it. Yeah, and that's kind of like that's why what is it? I think skill speed. Um, like skill speed, it's really hard to build into skill speed until you have things maxed because like okay, if you look at any character for example, right? Like trying to fixate and stipulate like every your build and really even your rotation around that, it's like there's too many anomalies within these fights because they're like active fights. So sometimes like you'll end up on one side of the map and Authar do a certain ability. Sometimes he's on the other side doing something. You might crit. You take more HP than you did the last run. Like it's so many things that can vary a run, right? But then the other thing is like your skills. So like skills, if you look at anything that has like a point anything and it does something, it's like okay, that changes now when something is happening, how long something lasts, even overlapping buffs or effects. It's like if there's a stronger effect, then that one kicks in. And then if there's, say, the weaker effect lasts a little longer, then that one will finish off the remaining time. Like there's a lot of things you have to factor in. That's why I said, like, I think this game is like, I think that's why I like it so much because it is layered. Like you do have these things to think about, but like I don't feel like you really get the value out of it until you aren't worried about stuff fluctuating. Like if you go and level up a skill or two on a character, it could completely change what you have to do to tweak it. And that sometimes like have you guys ever been in a situation where you tweaked one character and it threw your whole team off and then you couldn't figure out what you need to change change back or to make whatever values go up so everybody was back on the same page? Like that's the nuance I feel like you can run into, which is why you'll typically see like certain values, people are just like, don't even worry about it just yet, or only worry about it if you're doing this specific thing, because it gets super, super technical. And then, when you think about the average person, it's like, do you think they want to think about that? Probably not. Like, they're gonna quit. They'll be like, wait, what? I gotta think like that? Like, nope, I'm out of here. That's why even like stat lines, like in the beginning, a lot of players are seeing now, I can invest in skill recovery, I can invest in crit, I can invest in. But my initial advice was keep it simple. Just worry about the stats that don't cap, because it just makes it much easier for you to progress. You get a handle on your progression, and then you can kind of start investing in more of the things that kind of make your build, make your build specifically scale more. So like now I'm seeing a lot of the guys that started off when the regions first opened, they're now just getting into diving into, okay, I want to do more combo speed in my build. I want to do more, I want to have more mana gen. I want to have more skill recovery. So that's kind of the its own thing. So, you said, is there any way you could realistically brick your account? Brick, I think anything is you can work your way out of anything, but it's a matter of time. I think what you can do is stall your account. I think bricking your account, it would be, hold on, let me double check something. I think the only way you could really brick your account is if you were to somehow, for some reason, if you had something and then like maybe you dismissed it, but I don't even think they let you do that. I'm gonna be honest. I don't even think you can dismiss a high rarity character. Like the game doesn't even allow you to do that. Yeah, like if you have like a legendary, let me see. Yeah, they even let me search my legendaries to dismiss them. I don't even think they let you even get the opportunity to chance that and to be able to say like, oh, I clicked this by mistake. Like, yeah, you can't even do that. Yeah, that's kind of cooked. I mean, in a good way. So, like the only thing I think, yeah, like really you could do is really, like I said, delaying your progression versus like straight up, oh, I'm bricked and I have to start over. I think this, depending on certain decisions you might make, it could delay your progression depending on how impactful that character is to your general progression. But I haven't really come across anything that was like, oh, this is going to cause me to, like, I have no choice but to reroll now, or I have to start over. So that's kind of its own thing. Let me see. You said, yo, what's good, Spartan? How you doing, bro? You said, looking to buy solid non. Oh, so I have no idea about buying and selling of accounts. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's also something I probably wouldn't be saying out loud. Not with not with these developers. No, yeah, they're very, very anti buying and selling of accounts, to be honest. But no, I have no like outlets or resources for that at all, unfortunately. So yeah, I would say, unfortunately, I can't help on that journey, unfortunately. But yeah, I would say, whatever you do, that's what you do. But I dip my toe into that. So you're asking a mod of the game. Hey, listen, I give people the benefit of the doubt. You might not know. And to be fair, it is, I mean, if we're being honest, it is pretty common on like Raid and stuff like that. So like, I'm not gonna like bash him or anything like that. I'm not even that type of person. I like that. I'm very, very nice. You don't have to like disappear. You can stick around. But yeah, I like the devs really have like, they're like, even just down to like they even changed the infrastructure of like how some of the resources were in the very, very beginning of the game. And this was before they opened up the regions. because of like re-rolling and stuff like that. Like even re-rolling in this game is a pain to do. So a lot of people have asked me that question. They're like, hey, like, do you recommend re-rolling? I really don't recommend re-rolling in this game. It's just, it's painful. Especially if you're trying to do uh, Lego re-rolling. Okay, good luck. Like that's, hey, if you got the tenacity, go for it. But uh, yeah, that's you said I wouldn't buy because you'll be banned for sure if they catch it. Yeah, and that's the thing I will say. Like this game and the devs, they are very data driven. I feel like they pay attention to everything. I like honestly, I'm almost willing to bet they do. So that's one of the things that I even like. I'm just like, hey man, it's always better to be safe than sorry, you know. So yeah, that's its own thing. But hey, you know, again, you know, welcome to the stream. You don't have to leave, but yeah, like that's just one of the things where they, you know, they just kind of they're very anti. But and it kind of does like it's one of those nuanced things too, depending on the game you're talking about. Because some game companies don't care. They're like, hey, you can do whatever, and others do. You know. You said, "What's up? You should try to try Wild Stars only." So I did Wild Stars at one point. Okay, point in case, my account, I actually was only building Wild Stars for a while. I was using and I have 6-starred them and ascended them. Reki. The I forgot what the other chick's name is. Um she's a wind, I think Iron Band uncommon. And I 6-starred her. Oh, I'm looking at Titans. Wrong one. Go to Iron Man. Boom. Oh, Stella. Yeah, so Stella was one I maxed out. Torin is one that because when I first started, he was actually the starter tank that we got. So this that was kind of the reason why I did it anyway. And I just wanted to kind of see who was really that good. Reki was actually like very, and I mean, she still is. Like, if you're talking about tower content, Reki is still good to climb. Like, a lot of people don't think so because they just don't know. But Reki is very good to climb. The other thing is, too, is that, like, you know, I did put rare skill books into her. Most people probably won't do that. So that's kind of its own thing. But I think if you're doing an account with the intentionality of, like, it being only those characters being used, excuse me, I don't think that you know, at that point it really matters so much because you know that that's where the investment's going. But yeah, he said I want them to allow us to freeze our Titan in auto like you could force support, for example, not to transform. Yeah, that's another thing that kind of goes into like I was saying with like the skill allocation, like being able to select like who does what or who's targeting what. I think Titan invocation, like I actually, funny enough, the video I'm gonna have going out probably tomorrow that goes into team building. In that video, I actually made a statement about that specifically because one of the things I would really like is like one thing, so like you might not think about it, but like if like say for example you're in auto and your healer invokes and it's a window where you need to heal. Like now you don't have a healer. Like so now it's just like somebody could just die in that window. Like it's like stuff like that I'm like it's anomaly stuff. It's not even anomaly, it's just instance stuff. Like, and because it's all active stuff that's happening, that's a real situation that will happen commonly where like your support just, it's like, hey, it's my turn and it's not gonna heal. And when, you know, at that point you're just kind of cooked. So yeah, I think that there's definitely, you know, there's a lot of ways that they can always make the system better. But yeah, there's a lot of room for change though, because you know, we still got the crazy amount of content that they're going to be adding, and I'm assuming with that content they're taking in whatever feedback, and we'll probably hopefully see some of those QOL stuff because yeah, that was one that I just thought was kind of funny. And that's just like personal experience where I'm like looking at my healer in the Titan form, but everybody on the team just died, you know? So that's its own, you know, its own thing. Let's actually go here. All right, let me finish this real quick. Let's trying to ascend. Do. All right, cool. And then we have our 3 here. Ascend to 4. All right. All right, no worry, Cat. Yo, what's up, Cat? Welcome to the stream, bro. Oh, my bad. And then we need to do one more 3-star. All right. And that's 1. Could just do it from here. 500. Here. 2, 3. Okay, we need one more. And we'll do that. But yeah, what I am thinking of doing at one point, I'm gonna probably end up doing like a rare and epic account at some point. So that is on my potential list of things to do. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that is on my list of things to do. But yeah, I'm already playing 3 accounts, which is like kind of insane. But hey, here we are. We're making it work though somehow. All right, there we go. And then we have Memoriam in gold, so these are pretty easy. And then we're actually about to be on the same page as my my other free-to-play account. I think it's on like 26, so we're not that far away. 1, 2. So, and then we got one more. Get it out of here. Crush. He said when I get to my 190 pity, if I pull the same logo, so I'm done with the game. I listen. You know, I'm not even gonna sit here and be like that's crazy thought process, because I've played some games where I've had that happen where I was like, yeah, I'm good, like, and then I came back later. But yeah, it's like and you know what's funny? My first 2 legendaries were the same legendary, which is just kind of like, all right, well, there is that. Yeah, that was it's like, no matter how you flip it, like you could say like, oh yeah, it's usable or it's viable here, but if it's not what you want, or at least something you're hoping to get, it doesn't make it any better. So I completely understand. I completely understand. You said you're at 145. What is your what is the other pity at? The one that you do or that you have for let me see, because there's 2 pities. There's the hard pity for that, and then there's the X amount of destinies, I think it is. Where are you at for this one? This one right here, where you get the free wind, water. Yeah, have you done any divines yet? How many divines have you done? Yeah, because you're at 145 for Fate and Destiny. Yeah, so... Huh. I can't remember if this is shared. I don't think it is, but it could be. No, I don't think it is. I think it's going to reset once it procs it. Is that let you chat? Okay, no worries. Yeah, that's one thing I'm hoping with the clan content. I'm really hoping that gives us more divines. Like, honestly, like, cause that could completely change how it feels to get like legendaries and stuff like that too. Okay, so now we just need to earn 9 stars in chapter 7. Let's make that happen. All right. Use Sasa. Kind of like her better for heals. I'm gonna have to do the box method here. always feel like with this stage, I always somehow miss a box. And then when I realize where it's at, I'm like, wow. All right, that's that right there. Yo, her regen be kind of popping off. I think I'm going backwards. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going backwards. We need to go forward. All right. Said 9 out of 15. Oh, okay, so that's not too far. I mean, it's still a good chunk, but that's not too bad. I think I see. I did it. I literally said I was gonna do it, and I actually did it. I like completely missed the box. You would think as many times as I've done this, I would remember all the boxes by heart, but I just don't. I don't remember them. There's like one stage. I think it might be like chapter 8, maybe. Like chapter 8, they be hiding some of the chests in the weirdest spots. I'm like, dude, why is this here? Okay. Yeah, so it has to be on the second island. He said normal 413 out of 450. Well, you talk about stars? Oh, you're pushing for the divine from there? Is it? Like, where is this chest at? I feel like this might be one of the ones that's like randomly in the beginning somewhere. Yeah, the chess missions are not my favorite, as you can tell. Yeah, so it's one or two things. Either it's in this last part and I just keep overlooking it, or the game doesn't want to give me the chest. All right, let's see. Has to be in the last part then. Yeah, that's the exit right there. Oh, that's right. It's in this. I see. This is what I'm saying. There it is. I forgot. It's hide and seek. Okay, there we go. Jeez, you know, it's always that. It's actually this stage. It's always this stage. I'm always like, where's this chest at? And it's in the grass. Victory. All right, cool. So now we're cooking. Let me take those off. All right, cool. We got a 4-star helm, combo speed. That's nice. All right. Let's see what else we need. We need one here, two here. And I think we were at 5 out of 9, so we'll get the 2 from here. Yeah, Yusasa is like a really, really strong healer. I think I'm probably going to start pushing her more, especially if people want to get her from the fusion. She's really, really strong. And she got a little bit of damage too. Good old fashioned attack scaling on the heals. Did I get hit with a heal block? Of course. Oh, I survived that. No way. Got him. All right, we somehow survived that, and we got the oh no, we didn't get the second star. I wasn't even worried about the chest. Okay, so that was it. All right, there we go. Boom, 22. All right, we'll get the summon here, and then we'll go to my main account real quick. Probably do some PvP because I have to climb. Take Drovis out. Do 3 stages of this. Start auto climb. Yeah, dude, that stage is just the bane of my existence. Like, what do you mean? We're hiding it under the tree, or not even under. It was in the tree. Okay. Uh-oh. What just happened? Okay. Sorry, chat. I don't even know what that was. All right, yeah, so she's not too bad here. Not too shabby. Yeah, I gotta get Glad built up. I feel like he's gonna be pretty good. All right, we got some EX pay. Shard am at 20. Okay, cool. All right, let me double check something. All right, hold on 1 sec, chat. I'll be right back. All right, y'all. My bad. I'm back. I had to go get a sandwich because I have to eat before I go to the gym. Um, let's do that. Okay, cool. So now we can use that summon and see if we get anything. Mm-mm-mm. You say you wish you were well? I mean, like, don't get me wrong, it is fun to well, but also, like, there's some games that I just play strictly free to play. That's also fun too. It just all depends on what your wants and needs are. And it's like the way you play has to be different. Like with free to play accounts, like um the biggest thing is just like it's like the opportunity. Like when does it make the most sense to pull? What are you aiming for? A lot of people don't realize like my main account, I also had saved for like quite a while. I think probably like 4 months of saving on my main account. And then the first time I actually really was pulling was the Tyrannus event. He said, I wish I had money too. Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, it's fun. But it's also like I feel like with these games too, it's like what do you find to be fun? Like I find it fun also to not have everything either. Cause I've been that guy that was like that well so much that I had everything and then the game was no longer fun anymore because I had everything. So it was like, it was not really anything I could figure out. I was just like, oh, I got the strong LD, throw them in. Like, so I think it just all is like I feel like from the free to play perspective, the best thing that really helps make the game fun is just getting a really, really strong start or getting things that really help you with like pushing your progression some. And then from there, it's going to kind of be that at some point you're going to not get what you want. Like it's just kind of to be expected. Versus like when you have purchase power, you can just keep pulling until you get what you want, right? If you're that guy. But yeah, welling has its perks, but it also has its downsides. For me personally, he said disabled on a fixed income. Yeah, so I mean that's the biggest thing is that you got to do things within your means. So yeah, I get that. That's why like also too the thing I like to do is if I play like a couple of different games. Like the other game I'm playing on the side, it's called Element Fission. I play that game literally just so I can pull all the time. like that's literally why I play that game. Like they just hand you stuff just cuz. But the game is designed with an economy for the way the game is, it's made for that. Like they like by the intentionality of it, like they made it kind of like Summoner's War. So it's literally almost like a carbon copy of Summoner's War, really. He said, as a free to play, it makes no sense to pull if you can't even level up the shiny new toy. I think a big part of it is like, I think it's all like, it's the plan. Like everything is planning. Like one content creator I used to watch quite a bit when I was just kind of looking for more of a free to play perspective was Boozer. Before he blew up on Raid, that dude was like the supreme free to play. Like he had alarms set for everything. He was min-maxing, every single piece of energy he spent. He was doing calculations and math and all that stuff. And he did that for 4 years, if I'm not mistaken, as just a player before he really started doing content. And I come to find like that's something that a lot, like certain people are like, they're really good at and then they enjoy doing. So like for him, he found enjoyment waking up every day to like min-max. Like some people are just built like that. Me personally, I can min-max up to a degree. But I also think too, it's like if I keep myself busy, like with me playing 3 accounts, I don't mind. But if it's like my one account and that's the only thing I'm focused on, then I kind of like to have a whole bunch of stuff at once, on that one account. But yeah, it is definitely really subjective to like how you feel in the game or with your game progression and stuff like that. Because some people don't mind it. They're like, hey, I can wait. I'll level then. But others, they do mind. It's kind of even with the spending, like, right? Like some people, they want their spending to allow them to have the ability to catch up. And some games allow that, some games don't. So it's just like with each game, I feel like you have to find what you like about it, what you dislike, and do your likes outweigh the dislikes or vice versa, and then kind of determining from there how you spend your time. I always would say it boils down to time, right? are you enjoying using your time playing that thing? That's like one of the things I always say. It's like there's some games I'm still playing and I'm 8 years in and I still enjoy the game, but everybody's left. So that's why I think it's like it's always subjective because that game, for example, is Last Cloudy. A lot of people left. A lot of people don't even play that game anymore, but I still find enjoyment out of it. I still log in every day. I still play all the new events. I still play like like and yeah, that's like that's my game, I guess. Like where I just like to do that. So I think yeah, that's kind of the point I'm making with this too. It's gonna be that way for some people, and then others are just gonna and then like I said too, I don't think the economy or certain things are gonna be this way always either. Cause there's also the progressive build. Like it's kind of like year one raid comparatively to now is completely different. Like even just the like how they hand out legendaries now in raid versus how they used to before, definitely a lot different. Like the units kits even are just so different now. Like it's a big difference. It's definitely a big difference. Is it like you get to just do everything all at once? No, not necessarily, but excuse me, it definitely like lightened up a little bit. It's like I quit the game after the Street Fighter collab. Street Fighter collab. What you talking about? Oh, you're talking about Last Cloudia. Yeah. I thought you were talking about Raid. I was like, bro, when did Raid do a Street Fighter collab? You know how much money they would have made off of that? I like, dude, Raid would have made a ton off of a Street Fighter collab. And I'm like, I missed it. What is happening? All right, let's see. Oh, we got nothing. All right, another Beast Blood. Well, I'm saying another Beast Blood. Like there's like 50,000 Beast Bloods in this game. I actually think that's the faction with the least amount of characters. All right, here we go into the gulag of PvP. Yep, continue here. You said so I'm on day 35 into this game. So 35 is that's a good marker to be at. There's still tons to be able to see what fleshes out on your account. I feel like for me I'd say the 60-day mark and the 90-day mark were like kind of crazy. And probably I would say 90 days is going to be the most impactful for most accounts because that's when they get Nerval. And Nerval opens up your account so much. She just allows you to do whatever you want, really. Like she's a insane unit. So if you're lucky enough to get her earlier, that just only helps you open your account up more sooner. Only allows you to open it up sooner. You said, how's your game? How's the game you're working on coming along? So I actually have the meeting tomorrow with it's a art studio we're working with called Bozy Studio. I have the meeting with the developers, or not the developers, I guess the directors. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for. The directors in the studio that they're in China, so when I have this meeting with them, they're actually going to have like translators and stuff like that. But me and and my team, we're actually going to be meeting with them tomorrow, and that's to actually solidify the art direction, as well as all the other stuff we need for the pipeline and stuff like that. So I'm actually pretty excited about that. It's like it's not as it's actually a lot quicker than I thought it was. You know, it's like with anything that you're excited about, you want to rush it. But I'm also not rushing it because I want it to be as good as I possibly can get it to be. So if it takes more time, I'd rather it take more time than it being something that I drop and then it's like straight nonsense. I don't want it to be that. And because I am going for more of like a story driven mixed combo with like really, really in-depth gameplay and stuff like that, I have to make sure everything is right. Like we also just finished Alan, he's the music engineer. He just finished one of the first like theme songs for the game too. So I'm gonna have a video at some point I'll make about that too. Then I'm like super excited about that because for me it gives the vibe of what I want the game to be. You said, what type of game are you making? Roguelike turn-based. It's actually going to be turn-based, but what it's going to be a little bit kind of emphasized off of. I'm not sure if you ever played a game called Golden Sun before. It's going to have a system similar to the Gen system, and expansive, like customizable builds that players can kind of really honestly just make their own. So I really am trying to aim for an experience where players don't really have the same experience with, but more so in relevance to the builds themselves versus it outright just being different characters. So yeah, it's whole gimmicks and stuff like that. It's like Dominion transformations and there's a whole bunch of other stuff in there, but that's like the general like basis of the mechanic itself. You said how often do we get the free gear removals? So I've been saving mine because I don't know how rare they are. Is it like every 2 weeks or something like that, or every 3 weeks? I know it's not that long. Hold on, let me see, because I think it's 2 weeks, but I could be wrong because I had collected mine by mistake early once, and so I legit had to wait for it. I think it might be 2 or 3 weeks, but I have no reason to grab it right now, so that's kind of the thing. But I'll do it so I can answer that question. Hold on, give me a second. I'll pull up my account on my other phone. You said Go to Sun is a classic. You should do something like Trials of Sky. There's a lot of like, dude, I like that's the other thing too, is like I'm trying not to try to put too much into it. Because I had to like actually shave down some stuff because I was like taking so many different of my favorite games and trying to put them all into one. And some things you don't like, you want to make you want the game to have complexity, but you don't want it to be like too much at the same time. Let me see here. I'll claim it on this account because I don't care. Yep, it's 2 weeks. Gear removal lasts for about a week, I think. Is it a week? Oh, sorry, no, 24 hours. Sorry, it's 24 hours. I think when they first dropped it, they gave us like an extended one, and that one lasted for a little bit. I think it was like a week or two. But yeah, it lasts for 24 hours, and then it comes back for the free one every 2 weeks. So yeah, that, or you can extend it for a day. But like if you're just looking for the free one, it's one when you claim it every 2 weeks, or it's 2 weeks for it to come back, and then you get it again for 24 hours. Then it's 2 weeks again. Yeah, yeah, no worries. I'll be the sacrificial lamb. You know, it's all good. No worries. You said Watcher of Realms getting an Assassin's Creed collab. If I didn't delete my account somehow, like I can't find my account, so that's probably why I won't be playing. But yeah, I was actually really excited for that. I had when they did the Dracula collab rerun, I was able to get Dracula and Van Helsing, and yeah, now I can't find my account, so yeah, it's slow for me. It is. It's just slow for me. Oh, hold on. Actually, you know what? This is perfect. I can show you guys what some of these upper floors look like. Oh wait, I got Virtuous now though, so never mind. It might not be as crazy as it was before, but it'll still be a thing. I had to run double support or double Novell before. Let's see. Yeah, I think 80. Is it 80 or 90? I can't remember when the explosive rounds kick in, but I think it might be like 85, 90. I can't remember when the explosive rounds kick in. Yeah, I think now my light tower is just kind of like I was using Danos before as my solo DPSer for light tower, but I mean, Virtuous is a whole thing. But Danos and Virtuous together is still OP. I mean, hey, Yeah, I don't know if this goes up to 6 yet. I think it's only 5, maybe. Let's see. Oh, I didn't even change. I need to change my Titans too. Yeah, I don't think I'm on explosive yet. The fact we're just like it's crazy how different this is now. Like last month, it took me like I was hanging on by a thread the whole time. Like 2 minutes in a Spire floor can be a nightmare. Like it absolutely can be. Yeah, this isn't it. Yeah, I think it's like the upper 90s. Cause when you get to the explosive rounds, oh my, like dude, there is such nonsense in there. The explosive rounds are such nonsense. I'm like, yo, what is this? I'm like, what is this? We might get to an explosive though. I don't know. We just might. I think it's 85 plus maybe. So we'll let it play out. We'll let it play out. It's just gonna take a little bit, but we'll let it play out. You said, I feel like I'm always chasing damn XP potions, especially during this event. They evaporate so quickly. I mean, that's the thing too. Is like during the event, trying to farm like say like EXP or XP from 0 up is like not really fun. To be honest, I'd say most of the guys for sure that had enough, they already had it. That's why I think personally the next chase might be a little bit better because the place that you get the most EXP pots is from campaign, and you're not even doing campaign the entire chase, right? Or I should say at least the vast majority of it, because most of your stamina is going into the bosses, which they realistically are never going to drop nearly as much XP as you would get from campaign. So I think that also is something that they knew was a thing, which is why they already had told us that they're going to be adding an event for Pentiax and for a campaign. Because realistically, you wouldn't have an XP problem with the stamina that you're spending if you were, like, say, for example, they give you more options on where you can get your crowns from. They keep the 170 cap, but you have more events that you can do. And then they add Pentiax and campaign. And so instead of you having to put stamina into, let's say you don't have to do 1 or 2 of the gear bosses, you can just do campaign instead. That would give you more than enough EXP to be ready if you took that same stamina to be ready for like Invoker power up, for example. So a lot of it is just allocation of where the stamina is going versus like is the XP in the game for you to go and get. It's there. They just don't have you during the chase actually doing the content that gives you the most EXP. So that's kind of the wall there, I feel like. Because the other thing is too is like even like say with the VIP thing, like it's gonna be kind of nice. That would be a window for you to activate the VIP bonus, because then you also could be getting runes at the same time on an increased drop. So I think the gems required for you to activate that for like a day, for example, will be more worthwhile if you have an event that's also giving you kickback, and then also it's working towards something. I think that's the biggest thing with free to play in these types of structured games is what is the double dip, triple dip, or if you can quadruple dip, like what is the stackable value that you're getting versus like, for a well, they don't care. They're just like, I want to summon, or I want to level something, or I want to farm something. They're doing everything outside of 2 times, So that's kind of its own thing. But yeah, I would say for the free to play, the more events that we have that allow us to double, triple, quadruple dip, will be way better off. To be honest, that I feel like is what's still kind of like missing. And once we get those things, the game will be fine at that point as far as like how much you're putting in and what you're getting out of it. You said I'm gonna focus building on my teams for tower. I think that that's such a good thing to do. Like that was a big a fixation for me, was trying to get my tower stuff done, because when I was looking at the resources and you start like, it doesn't seem like much when you look at the rewards, but the thing about tower that isn't as forthcoming, it's not just the fact that the tower itself has a reward for the stage that you're clearing. It's the fact that when every enemy that you kill is a potential drop for shards for like the next summon that you might be accumulating. And so if you're doing, let's say like where I'm at now, where there's hundreds of enemies now, and then there's a chance for me to be getting more Destiny shards, Radiant shards, Legendary shards for both Divine and Destiny, or whatever it might be. There's a chance for you to get those things, and there's more enemies that could potentially drop them. When you're thinking about like every month, like what you might be missing out on, like let's say you go, because you didn't really focus on it, every month you're only doing like stage 20, 25. That's like so much resources that you were missing if, like, say you made it to about stage 40 to 50. Like that's a big difference that adds up over time. So yeah, for me that was like a big deal. Even like with the rares and stuff like that, like I said, I didn't have like Virtuous is my very first legendary LD. So even on the Dark Tower, I'm still using what's it called, epics and rares. So that's why I said like the idea that like rares or certain things you're just not going to use them, that's not true, because like again, it just really depends on what you get. Some people get lucky and they got one LD legendary and one that's dark and one that's light. Like I've seen a couple free to play that happen to, but for others like myself, I only had my support or sustain, which was Nerval, and then my main DPS was Danos. Like that's what I had to get through it. A lot of people, I would say, they shifted into Kalis because she's the fusion, and she actually is really good when she's built up. But mine isn't like really built properly. Not more than my Danos as of the moment. Good though. What do you want away from? You said how much did I spend? You said how much did I spend in the game currently? You got to remember I'm a content creator in the creator program. So yeah, these numbers vary, but no, honestly, I have not spent anything, and that might be hard to believe, but I haven't. so so yeah, that's the thing. Let me see here. You said I wish it was a live arena too. They said they're gonna add live arena at some point, but I don't know what their plan is for that. Oh, nice. He finished the videos. All right, we're good. But yeah, dude. Yeah, so like my account, And this is just full transparency. When I first started playing Invokers, I started, this is now 9 months ago. 9 or 8. What was it less? Somewhere around there. I came in on a sponsorship, actually. So, for those of you guys that don't know, I have a bigger channel than this one. And I did a sponsor for the game, and I ended up actually liking the game. And after that, they had a big gap, no creator support. So my account free fall, and whatever progression and time I put in is what I got out of my account. So creator support, and you guys are starting to probably see it more now. Creator support is just starting to pick up. So yeah, that's kind of its own thing. So like these summon sessions you guys are seeing more recently is creator supported. So yeah, that like up until like that point, a lot of the testing, I had 2 accounts because I've done about 1, 2, 3, and then 4, so about 4 different playthroughs. I did an account where I was just fixated on commons. I did an account where I was working on rares. I obviously had this account, so I was still playing and keeping this one constant. And so I just took that time to just kind of build up my knowledge on the game and just kind of learning about the units, getting different advice, seeing what units worked in what scenarios. That's where, I mean, like like even the idea like uncommons don't work in the game. If you go back previously, before there was any of the epics that they have now, or this emphasis of events and stuff like that, a lot of people, when it came to tower, they were using full teams of Chatus. If you don't know who Chatus is he's a light attribute uncommon, and he's still technically used for healing. For a lot of people, if you don't have a light healer, you're probably going to use Chatus, right? And so that was the source of healing that a lot of players took advantage of. And because of the way the game is set, you can use multiple characters. That's what people were doing. And they're doing the same thing that they were doing with epics. Take characters to 5-star, and then you could use them as food later. But for like light and dark tower, that was just kind of what you had. Like even on my account, this account, you probably won't see too many accounts with something like this. But even when I first started this account, because that's just how I am, I was doing crap like this. I was over here 6-starring uncommons, maxed her skills out just to test her. They like a lot of people were saying that she was like one of the best units in the game from the uncommons, and I just wanted to see how well she did. I 6-starred her. Can I get anything back from that investment? Nope. But I did. I 6-starred her. And that was just to see like where the value was on an uncommon. You know, a lot of it I think too is like some people saying like instead of them saying I tested something, they'll say they'll say it's not worth, but it's because it's to them, they don't want to put those skill books in the character. It's like, it's not worth because of this, right? For me, I look at it from the other side. Is it not worth because this unit is genuinely bad? Or is it not worth just because of the skill books? And so like when you look at units like Reki, there are people that were like climbing tower mad fast with like 2 Rekis, for example, going through story content with 2 Rekis. Like it was like people were just doing different things to make do. And then now you have more accessibility. Your starter team is better. A lot of things are just better. Because even from when I started, it was literally an uncommon, 2 uncommons. 2 uncommons that were given as your starters. And then you had, I think it was your LD starter. And then it was this chick right here, actually. Demicia. She was the range character they gave you. And then, what's it called? That's another one that they gave. I think it was like Torin or something like that, or was that, did I? Oh, you know what? I probably fed them. Hold on. Let's see. Where are you, sir? I actually don't know where he is. He might be Eldrin. Nope, he's not. He's a light seeker. Nope, he's not. Okay, he's not a light seeker. Oh, he's an Iron Man? He's the only one that does not look like one. He's like he doesn't look like an Iron Man, but okay. Yeah, so Tehran, yeah. So he was the first tank that they actually gave instead of Bullis. And let me tell you, Bullis is definitely better. So so yeah, that's a big shift. But yeah, that was kind of that. And then even this girl, I had invested in her quite a bit on another account. And I 6-starter on that account. Not the greatest. You know, like if we're being honest, a 13% defense break is like kind of trash. Like that's really bad. But yeah, I still did it anyway just to test her and see what she could do. So yeah, that was fun. That was fun times. But yeah, even now, like there's still some uncommons that are still really, really good for progression. You know, there's some people even doing some witty cheese stuff in PvP with some uncommons as well. So they do have some value if you can figure out what you're doing. I know there's some people using what's his name, Jabir. I don't know if he's I don't know if he's intended to be, but people are, or it's not Jabir. It's Jabir that uses them, but it's Rugard. I'm thinking of the person that I know that uses them all the time, but yeah, that's kind of a thing. So I see him in PvP. I'd be like, why is he here? But he is. So, oh, and you'll see Belmore quite a bit too. Yeah, Belmore is definitely a tank that you'll see in PvP as well. And this is like high elo. This isn't like low elo. Let me see. You said, do you think you could beat campaign with just uncommons? With the current insane difficulty, if there was a healer that you could get from uncommons that could sustain your team well enough, then yes. But until that's the case, no. I think they'll get you kind of far, but I don't think they're going to go past like maybe chapter 2, chapter 3 at most. Like the scaling is so much, and it's not so much about the damage you're dealing, it's the sustain that would be more of the issue. So I think if it was like full team damage dealer uncommon, sustain uncommon, like I don't know if they would be able to give you enough sustain to survive. I mean, you could go with like a full team. It's possible. It's probably possible. Somebody's going to do it. But I think also then you have to beg the question of like your gear quality at that point too. So I guess the argument then is like, well, you know, at what point are you doing it? Like if you have the gear quality, maybe, sure. But if you don't, I guess that's always going to be the thing. It's like then in the story or in the PvE bosses, can these characters actually help you scale enough content to be able to farm the quality of gear you need? So that's kind of its own thing too. But I feel like outright it is going to be extremely hard, if not at all, just because of heals. And so yeah, that's the biggest thing. Because if you look at most insane clears, most people that push it for the first time, it's usually 3 supports and a DPS. Like it gets kind of ridiculous. Like you're not running a tank. You don't want to aggro. You're not even looking to aggro anything. You're just looking to try to survive at that point. Even when you look at like a lot of my initial, and this is obviously pre-virtuous, because I got to go back and like see how much like faster I can do them. But yeah, like when you look at some of these, like I was in there for like 4 minutes on some stages. I went back and started to like mess around and clear some to kind of speed them up. But yeah, I was in there like 4, 5, 6 minutes on some of these, just trying to survive. And that was its own thing. But like, yeah, I'm done now. Like the stage clears are much faster, but that's with a full team. Like I still can't solo some of these just yet. Maybe now that I have virtuous, I probably could, but yeah, a lot of these, yeah, like there's gonna still be a little bit of time before I can like, and I really honestly think 6-star gear is probably gonna be the thing that helps with that. You said which epics are a must build? It depends on what you get. Really, I would say if we're talking about like what's accessible to everybody, I'd say like again when we're talking about like what's accessible, I think Kalis is a must build. That's an easy one. Usasa I think is up there too. If you don't have a healer, This is pretty obtainable. She's very, very good. So she could easily become a must build if you don't get a good healer. Um, Kasanka is actually not bad. A lot of people actually don't realize where Kasanka is good at. Kasanka is going to be really good if you're doing like Hyxis, for example, or Omnisci Fire or Dark, because a lot of people are sleeping on mana burn tolerance, and she has it. And then she also has attack down, crit rate down, weaken, and then she has an ultimate generation in her kit. So that allows her to be able to proc that more often, so you're not taking as much damage from the outright hit. And then she also has this, which means she's not able, like, she won't die as fast comparatively to like characters that don't have the tolerance. Like I would say Hyxis is pretty annoying, and it's one of the things required if you want to build some of your tanks. And yes, if you're trying to do PvP, you absolutely need a tank. Like there's no way. There's way too much tanking and aggro that happens that you just can't go in there without your own. That like tanks might not necessarily have the most like the highest value in PvE content across the board, but they definitely have the highest value, I would say, in PvP. Like a lot of teams that could have broken units on it, I simply will beat them just because I have a tank at the forefront aggroing and taking on a lot of their damage. And then if you have a taunt tank, then it's even worse. So yeah, that's something I would say is not a must, but it's definitely going to be something you would consider if you're struggling with it. And if you get some really good tanks to build up, I feel like Ruthos is definitely a really good one. If you don't get a good tank, it's one of the best tanks in the game from the epics. Let's see. So, Eldrin, I think. No, you're not. You're a light seeker. Yeah, Ruthos. So Ruthos, heal reduction, charge, launch, give shield to your party. And that shield is based off of your max HP. You have removal of debuffs on your party, and then you have a movement speed down. So even though he's not a whatchamacallit, what is it called? Taunt tank. Launching is still a form of like interruption. So interruption is still really, really good. And that definitely can still be valuable even in like early PvP as well. So if you don't have a taunt tank, launching is also still problematic. There's a lot of tanks that have a combination of launching or pulling with taunting, or they just have launching and pulling, and that is still very, very annoying. You said, what about the Dark Tank Ulsos? I feel like Ruthos is a better epic. So Ulsos is actually a really good unit. I feel like Ulsos also falls a little bit more under the damage spectrum, like because like tanks are really interesting in this game. Where's he at? He is a Nocturna. So a lot of these types of unit, I mean, dude, like this is kind of stacked for one. Having all of these things in one skill is just kind of ridiculous. So 50% defense break, 25% weaken, 60% attack break, and then 20% combo speed down. Yeah, that's insane for that to all be in one skill, right? But shield based on damage dealt. So a lot of the times when you have units that are like that, they're going to be a little bit more on the damage side within the tank. So it's kind of similar to for example, Virtuous. He's a tank, but he's more of a DPS tank with support. Like he has a lot of supportive abilities, but he's definitely more of a DPS tank, right? Ulsos is very, very good. Anybody telling you he's not is straight capping, because Ulsos is amazing. He has a 70% resistance down, and then he can also transfer debuffs as well. So this dude is really, really good. So that's kind of like one of those things too, like depending on what you're doing, like he doesn't have any of the traditional tank things you would want for like PvP, but he still gets used in PvP, right? Like again, a tank is a tank a lot of the times, but he doesn't have like the taunt stuns some of the stuff that you're kind of looking for from one of your frontlining tanks to be doing so that you're able to kind of control the fight. But when you're talking about like PvE content and like his ability to help you clear that stuff, he's up there. Like he's definitely a really, really good tank. And then the other thing people have to remember too is with Light and Darks have attribute and or neutrality within themselves and attribute advantage over everything. So that's one of the things that makes this game like really unique. When you're looking at like, and it actually shows it if we go to, it's actually one of the few games I've played it's even like that. Most games usually like the light and dark affinity don't have any real, I'm trying to remember where it shows it. I think it's in a team fight. Yeah, a lot of games usually light and dark is just, you know, advantages over each other, but nothing else. But we go here. Okay. So light and dark is advantages, and this is the game itself showing it. Light and dark is advantages over RGB, and I'm coming to find a lot of people don't realize that. So with that advantage, they get to deal 15% more damage and 10% more debuff application chance, right? So that's a very, very different thing. Usually it's just this, but they have elemental advantage over RGB. And so that's why, like, even your starter, like when you have that, you know, a Danos, a Calyx, Celissa, they're arguably always going to be better than a lot of the other rares you'll get, just simply because of that. So, you know, like that's kind of its own thing too. Now I will say though, if a attribute is the advantage over a regular, like say RGB, like say for example, their advantage is still higher. Like they get a higher percentile, they get 15% more damage, but LDs always have advantage if that makes sense. But they just don't get 30%, they get 15%. So yeah, that's kind of its own thing, which is, again, it's unique. I've never seen it before, but it is a thing, right? So yeah, that's why like the Wells running around with like full LD teams, they don't really worry about much because they have advantage regardless. So that's just kind of that. I can presume though we might get content that might be LD based, and we'll have to actually consider that interaction there. But yeah, that's its own thing, dude. I got Sakael in 2 minutes and 56 seconds, like, or 46 seconds. Sorry, I'm like kind of proud about that. But let's go in here. I need to climb some. All right, let's do. All right, so everybody is kind of bound to get some hands. Like right now, like for me, the biggest banes to my existence in Arena right now, currently, are really any tank that's like Skolos. Skolos is so annoying to fight. Like Waffles team, like I can't stand fighting him. Yeah, Waffles team is a nightmare for me. And it's just because of how those teams play. But like point in case, like there's people still using Ruthos and PvP. Like you're gonna definitely see that character in here. But yeah, like Waffles team, like it's just such a pain for me to fight. And you'll see, like once Skolos gets going, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Let's see if he even lets me cast. Now, if my Thao gets his abilities off though, then it's GG. But like, look at this, Skolos over here aggroed everybody, so now I'm cooked. Yeah, I'm so cooked. Oh, transform. Yeah, I'm still so cooked. Man beat me out of my Titan. Yo, he beat me out of my Titan. Like, yeah, Waffles has a really good setup, but I think my issue, again, he can control the fight. So even though I killed his tank, he has Devi nuking for 900,000 damage. So she gets her ability off first too. So yeah, I'm just cooked. Like that's just nothing you can do. I mean, again, if being a little bit quicker, maybe I might be able to get him. But as is right now, he smokes me. but it's all right. It's all right. So like even this right here is toxic. Like what do you mean? What do you like? What is this? You ain't Greb's out here walling. Dude got double Debbie with a thou and a freaking Sebastian. He's trying to like melt you off of that. I actually want to see if I can beat this. This is actually kind of crazy. I feel like I'm gonna die, but like low key, that's kind of a crazy setup. Oh my god, he's melting me right now. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. Dude, a double Devi is so toxic. That is so toxic. Double Devi with a freaking Thal? That is really toxic. And then Sebastian has regen, so he does man down heals and stuff like that too. So that works. That definitely works. You said the LD advantage is definitely a new mechanic. So at least I don't know any other game where it exists that way. Usually LD counter each other, but do not affect RGB in any way. Yeah, like I said, and I mean, like I'm assuming you've been playing these games just as long as I have. I've never seen that before, like ever. You said how good is Texas for damage dealer? Is he good as Devi? No, he's not up with Devi. Like Devi is in a league by herself, really. If I'm being honest, right? So even Thao can do some amazing damage, but Devi is just on something else. Like she's pretty dumb. But Tusk is still good though. So like it's not like he's like in the position of Thao. Like they're both good, but are they like Devi good? Like, and I also will prefix this too. Like Devi is as good as her build, right? So like Devis that are doing some of the like their builds are kind of disgusting. Like they're not running around with like some like half-baked builds. Like their builds are really good. So that's the other thing. So like for somebody to have two Devis built, I mean, hey, I would suspect he gave them a little TLC in the build. I think one of the best built Devis I've seen though might be either Waffles. I think Waffles Devi is crazy. Like his Devi is definitely very, very, very insane. Or maybe Maruf, maybe. I feel like between the two of them, their Devis are probably like the two crazier ones that I've seen. But I haven't seen any other players' builds on their Devis. Well, I forgot about my Twitch chat. It like went away. I was like wondering. I'm like, why don't I see my Twitch chat anymore? All right. Yeah, so like all these dudes right here, like let's actually try this one right here. I'm kind of scared though, because that tank Thao is kind of, that just seems annoying to fight. I mean, he's also gonna have some good damage though. Yeah, they didn't kill my Nerval. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, he has virtuous too. Yeah, that's like at that point that's like better build. I mean 6-star. That's crazy for stats. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, so I'm getting outstatted right now. Really at this point. Let's see here. Hey, going throwing me some more waffles. Yeah, my PvP will probably be better once I level up my current gear that I just farmed. Because there's a lot of new and then also too, I gotta start really shifting my builds into PvP because the stat requirements are just different. So I'm scared to get into gold only to see wells full of LD teams. It's not full of LD teams. I'll say don't try to push into like gold 3 and 4. Like you're gonna get smoked. That is just a fact. Like you are. Like if you go into gold 1, you still might have to rubber band and bounce in between the two. But as soon as you go up into like, I'll say even like gold 2, like you come to the tail end of gold 2, they start wilding. It's like I think you start popping up more on their list. So you have to be more worried about that now. Like you get aggroed a lot more in the matchmaking. So I think my last rotation I got up to like almost gold 3. And as soon as I got there, I like went away for a minute, and then like I just started seeing my account get hit like by everybody. I was like, oh, okay. You said who's the free to play healer to build for Darkspire? It is what's it called? Or technically you would have to hope you get her. I guess I don't know if you really call it free to play. Because she's a rare, but she is a rare. This one right here, Lumisa. She has a attack up and revive, and then she also has a heal. So she's like the one healer that you can gotta get. Yeah, there's nobody else really. I think that's kind of another reason why too. You'll see like the Belmores being used because Belmore gives shield and immunity. So the reason why this is so powerful, and that's why even like I said into PvP, he's still used like in high elo, and then people also respectively use him on the Dark Tower, because one of the things that you deal with a lot. Oh my god, I didn't mean to get that close. One of the things you deal with a lot in tower is bleed. Like they'll stack a ton of bleed debuffs on you. So you're running around with like 8 bleed debuffs. I mean, yeah, GG, you're just gonna melt at that point, right? So being able to have immunity buff and then having it invested keeps some of that off you, and then also having shield that actually scales pretty well when he's invested, gives you more like another avenue of survivability. So I think that like part of the issue is that they just don't have a healer for the Stonehearts from a low rarity to really like kind of fulfill like the options that you have. But also I feel like it also seems a little intentional. Like with some of the towers, they kind of made them so that it was a little bit harder in a way. And it wasn't just like healer, okay, I'm good, now it just works. Because even the fire tower was like that for a long time. The fire tower, there was one 3-star healer that you had to have. Otherwise, you just did have a 3-star healer. It was Meldrin. So he was the 3-star healer. It's so much so, in fact, that it was basically recommended. I remember when I first came in, everybody was telling me don't like feed him. Like that's how necessary he was to help with the fire spire. So yeah, that's kind of like one of those things. Granted, he's an RGB, so he's like way more obtainable. But I would say Belmore is the option for like a form of sustain. And the nice thing with that is that Belmore is free to play because he's fusible. So you could just go and make him. I don't know if you can, on any of the lower ones, I don't think you can make her. I don't think so. Yeah, so yeah, she's not even an option to be made. So yeah, that's like one of those things. So do you think the tier list is accurate? I feel like some supports like Sebastian is underrated. Oh, in game, if you're talking about the in-game tier list, it's completely wrong. It's trolling. A lot of people trolled that tier list so that units wouldn't get nerfed. So in-game tier list is like completely wrong. Sebastian is one of the best supports in the game, and specifically one of the best damage support. Actually, I would argue he's the best damage support unit in the game. So yeah, there's no contesting that. There's no unit that's gonna give you the crit rate buff and the crit damage buff that he gives, and then still be healing you at the same time. Like that combination just doesn't exist outside of him. So 40% crit rate and 75% crit damage up buff, you are not getting that from anybody else. Like that's unless it's a unit that gives themselves something, even their values still don't go that high. So like the only character that gives himself something that's pretty high is like Thao. Like Thao gives himself a 50% crit rate up buff. So he doesn't need Sebastian for that, but what he will take is that 75% crit damage buff. So like Thao's build, he still is gonna have like 40, 50 something, really is like 50 something percent crit rate that you want him to have. So that because again at max he's able to give himself the remaining crit off of one of his own skills. You said, are you playing on emulator or phone? Adiz, I'm playing on the PC client or the desktop client. There is a desktop version for the game, but yeah, the end game tier list is absolute troll. It's not accurate at all. So yeah, don't go using it thinking like even if we look at it right now, like it's troll. Like let's go here. Okay. So okay. Let's see. So like let me see who needs to shift up here. It looks like they're actually people are probably starting. Okay, point in case. Nerval is not a B tier unit. Nerval is not even up for debate. She's one of the best supports in the game, and that's even compared to like legendaries. Like she's up there. You're not gonna find too many units. There are a couple other units that can give unkillable, but they are not going to be reviving and giving unkillable at the same time. Nerval also heals, and then she damage buffs as well. She has a attack up buff and a crit rate up buff. Like she's not a B tier unit. That is easily a S tier unit. Again, that's troll. Let me see. Lethat is not even a B tier unit. That's kind of funny, actually. I mean, a lot of these units are B tier. Devi, okay, point of case. Another one. Devi is one of the strongest damage. She is the strongest damage dealer in the game. She's not a B tier, right? Like that's just like people were trolling when they did this. I guess the mindset was that if we rank stuff low, then they won't nerf them. But I don't think people realize that the devs can see the data of what's most commonly used in the game. Like that's like any game. So they can see if the character's good or not. So they kind of trolled it for no reason, really. Virtuous being B tier is troll. You know, a lot of these units, like even this actually might be one of the more underrated LDs. I don't really see too many people talking about Zoxaskun, but she's really, really good. She's very, very good. And so the fact that they put her D tier, it tells me everything I need to know. They don't want her to be bothered at all. Ivory is low-key mad dumb in PvP. Like, she's actually really annoying to fight in PvP. If somebody has her like protected well, she's actually really, really good. She's actually pretty annoying. Brandis is definitely not C tier. She's like the burn menace of the game. She doesn't care. Yeah, a lot of these units are not this low, man. So yeah, it's completely troll. Like Kalis isn't B tier. I mean, really, I could go through like every unit and say they're probably not in the right tier. I'd say and even for this to be campaign, like Virtuous being B tier for campaign is crazy. This is troll, man. Yeah, this is troll. Kamfar, I mean, he might be A tier. He's definitely a good tank, but we go to relic bosses. We have this is Olgarum. Like Nerval should be S tier on all these. Like if we're being honest, if you look at most clear teams, Nerval is on them. Like Nerval is on most teams. How Rudgard got into Sakayo S tier is crazy, but not Nerval, but okay. That was funny. All right, that's kind of funny. It said, do buffs of the same kind stack? For example, if Volcam gives 40% crit rate and support gives 20%, does Volcam get 60% cumulative, does the 40 cancel the 20? So basically, it's neither of those. What it does is it gives you the higher. Usually, you get the higher of the two values. Let's say they both go off at the same time. You get the higher of the two values. So you'll get 40% crit rate, but let's say the duration of the 40% crit rate is, we'll just throw a number out there, it's 10 seconds, and then the 20% is 15 seconds. So what'll happen is that when that 40% ends, the 20% kicks in, and it will fill in the remaining time. So you get technically 15 seconds of crit, but 10 seconds of it will be 40%, and the other percentile will be 20%, or that last 5 seconds will be 20%. So the buffs, they do like a weird stack where it's more about it prioritizes the one that's bigger, but if there's a difference in the durations, it will pick up from the remaining time left on the other one, basically. So there's really no like you get 60% because you got two crit rate buffs coming from two separate characters. It's more of the prioritization and then remaining time on whatever the duration is of the other one. So that's essentially how it works. You said, how is this game for free to play? It's free to play, accessible. I think PvP, which is kind of that's always like one of the harder things to kind of be like, oh, PvP is free to play. Like PvP is never really free to play, like almost ever. It's very, very few games that have PvP accessible, but even then there's always a bracket you get to that you just aren't going to compete in. Like if there's spending involved, it's going to be a point at which where PvP is not accessible. I think the biggest thing is like, where is the safe medium for your resource economy for you to need to be competitive in it, for it to actually allow you to, like, say, continually summon or to be prepared for events and stuff like that. Like even in Epic 7, like Epic 7's RTA was pretty accessible, but like regular arena, the medium that you needed to hit, you just needed to be, I think it was I can't remember if it was champion or gold, or it's like one tier that you had to be in. But as long as you were in that tier, it made sure that you got a certain resource economy and you were good. But even within that, there was still those guys that sat on the top, and you were never going to see those guys. Like, you're just never going to beat them. So, yeah, PvE, though, like, when it comes to, like, accessibility, like, yeah, maybe not with uncommons you're able to clear everything, but rares and epics absolutely can clear all of the current stuff in the game. It's just more so about the investment, which is really the issue that's being addressed when they add the shop update, which will allow us to actually be able to skill them up. Because the problem right now is that the books that you use, a lot of people aren't going to, and I would never get on video and tell somebody like, yeah, full send that rare with your epic books, or even epic, full send that epic, right? Like, there's certain ones you will do it for, like Nerval, for example, but a lot of them, some people are just like, I'm gonna take that skill to level 6 and I'm gonna stop right there. Because you have to use legendary books on your legendaries, and then some of the skills for your epics also require it. And then for your rares, some of your rares, some of their ladder skills require epic books. So there's a system coming into play that should help out with that. And once that comes, I feel like that's when the game is going to be 100% free to play, accessible in that way, where you're not having to scrutinize your usage of your skill books. Because a lot of people will say like, oh, that, like, you can't do this, or just, and it's not because those things are bad. I think that's how some people take it. It's not that it's bad, it's the fact of it's the resource investment that is bad. So the units themselves are amazing. Like Danos, I'm using Danos, like my highest clear in tower so far was floor 94. He is my sole DPS. So he's good. But is the average person going to really want to take him all the way up into 6-star and then invest those skill books? Probably not. Unless, again, there was something that kind of alleviated the pressure on their other stuff. You said, do you hate me? You said what? You said what I do? Wait, what did you say, Kiddo? Were you saying something? Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't see you saying anything in Twitch chat. My fault, fam. I didn't glance over at it. That was my bad. Sorry. I'm not operating like I normally do. I usually have both my chats in one spot, but it broke a little bit. So here we are. I'm over here reading Yeah, try to read two chats at once, but hey, it is what it is. We're making it work. You said I think the game is pretty free to play friendly. It's just terrible for mid spender as the packs are insanely overpriced. For in game, of course, is pay to win with max legendaries dominating PvP, and that's the thing too. Even with PvP, like there's some guys that I think like players are progressively getting better. So there's that, but there's still so much to kind of figure out and to know and to like kind of learn. Even like some of the top spenders, like there were guys that were free to play that were teaching them how to do PvP, and because they were having a hard time beating those guys. Like a lot of the guys that like were like, because you got to remember too, like there's some guys that have been playing for about a year, so their accounts are like very developed. Like they don't look like free to play quote unquote accounts or what you might consider to be a free to play account. Their accounts are pretty invested. So those guys are like sitting in high elo right now. Like there's Murph, for example, is free to play. Dude got his account in high elo right now. Waffles I think is I don't know if Waffles is spending. I think he might have just started lightly spending, but yeah, that's kind of its own thing. But you said I pulled Devi as you were talking about her. Oh, congrats on that. Congrats on that. I mean, hey, you win. That is your main priority now, by the way. So you might as well forget everything else. Might as well, brother. Is that also Alonzo is about to quit and never talk to me again? Because he didn't pull a Devi? I mean, bro, eventually it's like luck averages out usually. Sometimes it does. I won't say it always does, but yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do. And it's also possible a unit comes out and they're better than Devi, and he could get them and you don't, right? It's very, very possible. Yeah, Volkos is pretty solid. I still say Devi is the top prio, so it don't matter unless you just get some busted LD. Yeah, it's gonna be Devi Gaming. That's for sure. Because she's gonna help you a lot with your PVE stuff too. So that's why I'm saying that, because it's not just her PvP performance that's crazy. It's her PvE performance as well. She's very, 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 very good. Let's see here. I really like this right here is crazy. I got a 6-star. That's what I'm gonna farm next. I just gotta get my Titans up because they're trolling me at this point. Yeah, they're absolutely trolling me. And like that's the other thing too, is like power means absolutely nothing if like look at this team. This team got so much pull on it in like launching. Oh man. I feel like my whole team is gonna get discombobulated right now. Yeah, there's like all the knockups and stuff. Oh, I might come back. Oh, never mind. This Titan was beating me up. Yeah, they're messing me up right there. How much damage did I do? Yeah, only a 141. That was probably from Titan Spark. Yeah, Tuxax is crazy, dude. I can't believe I got Pablo 2 of him, man. That's insane. That's like what's going on, dude? I need that luck to transfer. That was like some crazy luck, man. Yeah, see now I'm in the upper elos now. They're trolling me right now. Yeah, the big difference I think right now too for me is my Titans. My Titans are definitely underdeveloped comparatively to a lot of these other guys. Like they're 5 stars, but some of them have like 5-star awakening on some. Well, not this guy, but so I'm hoping I get lucky for a Titan hunt so I can get the crown. So I really don't want to do 3 arena events. Yeah, arena, man. I've been in arena for quite some time. So I feel like they're probably gonna have to lower it again because it is a lot of grinding. One thing that is kind of cool though to see is that a lot of the community banded together and people were like lowering their defenses so that if you are deciding to, and here's my thing, arena is very good to do though. Like I'm not gonna sit here and be like doing a lot of arena is a bad thing. Doing a lot of arena is very good because, like for example, the reset just happened, and like the thing that's gonna be separating your account from someone else's too, and that's why like even rubber banding and dropping, like, you know, granted, yeah, you don't get as much, but it is still better than nothing or being stuck where you're not getting anything. But being able to like get the legendary codexes out of here for the 3 a week, that adds up, right? So when you think about that, it's 3 a week, 4 weeks, right? And so that's like a crazy difference when you start looking at long-term investment on your characters. Just 2 months of you being able to maintain, let's say, getting the legendary codexes all 3 every week. I mean, you might not start out doing that, but even if you were getting 1 or 2, that's still a big difference to somebody else, right? And so that's going to be the things that make a difference. Like even like in the early game, one of the things that I always do, and when people look at my account, they're like, dude, how'd you get that? I'm like, dude, I'm over here buying the echoes out. I'm over here, you know, like I'm buying certain things that's helping. Like one thing, like even for the event, and it adds up, is buying the energy over the course of the 3 weeks, right? Like that's 300 currency, which is like really nothing. You know, when you're talking about how much currency you're accumulating per amount of tokens you might have. But even buying like the energy out of here is like that adds up. So those things do start to show after a while, you know. You said Codex of Titanheart. Which one do you recommend as a priority? The Titanheart, you can get, I would say Codexes first. Number one, Codexes. Titanhearts are going to be good when you're trying to do the awakening on your Titans. And they're specifically epics or lower. The Elder Titanheart is 200k points. So I will say at that point, your account needs to be in a comfortable spot where you're like, all right, I'm chilling, for you to want to just stack 200k, because you got to think about that 10k or 30k per week. So within a month, 3, 6, 9, 12, that's 120k points. So realistically, if you were able to maintain that for a few months, you could go after the Elder Titanheart, and that would help you with boosting up your legendaries and stuff like that. The only reason why I don't prioritize this is because I look at avenues of what you can get. You can get this free from just your whatchamacallit. You can do it for Latria. Latria is a very good Titan to build up. It's no other way you can get dupes for it. But where is it at? Oh, it's a mission somewhere. Which one is it? Is it monthly? Yeah, it's monthly. So just from doing the monthly, it gives you one. So like so like for example, I got 2 from the last 2 months. And really the monthly isn't confined to months. It's confined to the number of times you do it. So like realistically, the way the dailies, weeklies, and the monthlies, or really it's the weekly and the monthlies work, is once you complete it, it starts it over. So realistically, I can be like, say if I do this every single day, and then I hit day 20 in the month, once I hit this reward, it starts the month over, and then I can start doing the missions over again. So I'm always like 10 days in before the next month even starts. And so weeklies are like that as well. Like if you finish the weekly stuff before the week is up, it just resets it. So you don't have like this gap where you have to wait till the next week to start it. It just starts over. So that's why like dailies, weeklies, monthly, like all that stuff is just accumulative, and it has stuff that's actually really good. So, you know, divines, the radiant shards, you know, the Titan heart. So for me, it's like when you're looking at like what's going to give you more value on your units, what lasts longer in most fights, it's going to be the codexes that you need, right? You being able to raise the value on a skill is like super astronomical, versus the bound effect is good, don't get me wrong, but the main thing is that like if you're looking at it from the perspective of just Litria versus like if you are using orbs over time, you're just gonna have dupes. You can use that in replacement of a Titan Heart. Codexes don't have a direct replacement. That's the other thing I consider. It's like with Titan Hearts, it's like, okay, there's like the one character that literally has no dupes, so sure, but then every other character you can get dupes for, or it's just not feasible because the only other one you're looking for is the Elder Titan Heart, and those are for legendaries. The legendary codexes are an absolute must-have because if you think about it, even some characters, you need to get them to a certain skill level for them to even be the character that you might see on a tier list. Like Sebastian or Tasia, for example, isn't, I wouldn't really consider them to be S tier or top tier until they're like what, level 6 or 7. Like Tasia, for example, that's when she gets her revive. But up until that point, her skills are great, but they're not broken. You know, it's not amazing because that revive changes a lot of how you're able to kind of use her in the fight. It's like little things like that you're like kind of trying to build up to. And so there's a lot of characters that are like that where like, okay, they were only able to block 2 debuffs and now getting the skill up, now they can block 5. Like that's a night and day. And if you're able to do that, then it's a big deal. You said just get high enough VIP and your daily auto done. Yo, that's funny because I forgot about that. Your daily auto is complete. What level does that kick in though? That's was that 8? Oh God, yeah. So I mean that's not too bad. That's not too bad, but you're not gonna have it like realistically. When I was doing like, so I was running some rough numbers. Realistically, if you spend at all, you actually need to, or I would say it would be more efficient for you to have VIP active. If you're not spending, it's actually a little inefficient because you're not really able to take advantage of it, not fully. So you're actually better off to and using it when in the windows where you need it, versus like when you're spending and let's say like. I can say I at least can gather, Pablo, that you spend way more energy than the average person that's free to play. So you not having the VIP boost on is actually counterproductive to your grind because there's so much more that you're doing. And so it would be basically just wasted value at that point. Versus like when you're free to play, you got to kind of manage your gems and stuff like that. And so it's like, okay, when do I get the biggest bang for my buck for this? And so it's like, how do you double dip with that? That's why I said, like, I feel like the next chase is going to be such a big deal because if it's going to include campaign has runes, it has memoriam, it has gold, it has XP, and then all those things get boosted. Like that to me seems like it's worth the 300 gems for the day if that event is something you're focused on farming that day. The other thing is too is like saving. Like when you're about to level up your VIP. So like I gotta claim this because I know it's not gonna overlap and I want to continue to build up that pity. But this claim is gonna activate my VIP. So I know that like for right now, I'm gonna do some other stuff before I activate it. And then that puts me at 6, which I think that just gives me a little boost, I think, from let me see. Yeah, so it just gives me a little boost on everything. So then at that point, I'll go back into my rune farming, but I need to do Pentiax. I'm hoping like at some point, like I don't know, like maybe they have like 2 times or something like that events that happen for other dungeons that maybe aren't VIP, but we'll see how that goes. Yo, what's up, Tricky? You said it's been 1 week and it's stuck at 1-10 nightmare or insane. Okay, so I don't know what to do. Thinking about quitting the game. You need support or sustain. Sustain is the biggest thing when you're trying to push insane and manual gameplay. A lot of people want to try to auto it. When I first did a lot of my initial insane push, it was manual. Because you can do things like, for example, when you play manual, you can take breaks in between the waves of monsters. And if you need to, like, say, for example, like when you're on auto, if you kill something, your AI might not heal right away, but you can heal right away if you need to. Or, it's like giving you a window of opportunity to actually be able to kind of assess how you can go into each part. So that's how some people were able to get through it initially. Like they didn't just go straight into it with auto-oriented teams. Most of it I would say is having sustained and then manual gameplay. And then once your account is like kind of stabilized, where you have much better gear, things are a little bit more invested. As long as you have the roles fulfilled, like having to sustain with the DPS, it's doable. You might not get the perfect clears, but you'll be able to at least clear it. So like for example, I'll show you a perspective right now. This account, you said it's about a week. You said a week, and you're stuck at 1-10. That's not and also I want to clarify too, being stuck at 1-10 a weekend is not bad. That's actually you're ahead of schedule actually. This account is actually going on a little over 2 weeks. It said when VIP dropped, they gave me 6 weeks of it. Oh, that's because of how much retroactive. That was retroactive. So yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's actually insane. They're just like, nope, give them 6 weeks. All right, so okay, point in case, right? So like for the example, this account, if we go to insane difficulty, I'm only on chapter 2. Insane difficulty is pretty hard. Like it's not like the other campaign where you're just supposed to clear it. This is a point at which where you break off and you kind of like take the other portions of the game or the beginning of the game like a tutorial, right? So that was your chance to learn the game, kind of get acclimated to the units that you have and what you might want to start out building. But from here, now that I'm stuck at like say chapter 2, for example, now I'm starting to like flesh out more stuff. You're even like at a point too where you're maybe not following the progress quests 100%, right? Like there might be other things you're also doing in the midst of that. You still obviously are following it because you want to get it done, but it's not going to happen as fast as the other pages. So that's kind of the nature of this part. Like people got stuck on some of these parts for months. Like the other thing is too is like they kind of are tweaking them as well with different updates. So they made some of, if not a lot of the missions a little bit easier, but yeah, it takes some time to actually get through these. I think even when I initially started, it was only up to like page 27 or 28 or something like that, and then they added up to 41. So they'll probably add more to this. And when you get to like, I mean, if you think it's hard now, wait till you get here and it's like we need you to get 15 stars on chapter 8. Like that's like kind of a thing. And the other thing too, a lot of people don't realize it. Most games have it though. Most games have what we call, it's like investment thresholds. Those investment thresholds, they basically come with a negative penalty, or a better word or phrase I could say is a penalty counter. So when you're not at a certain level of investment, and that could be level, gear, awakening, you take way more damage than you're probably supposed to. A lot of games do that, and it's a way to kind of gear check, investment check you. Like that, and that's super, super common. One of the games we played did that quite a bit, and it was kind of funny because you could like have people using it as a challenge to try to still beat stuff. But when we played Dragon Traveler, it was like that. There was a penalty counter. If you were even a little bit under that threshold, you got hit with that penalty counter and you were getting clapped. But as soon as you got certain things a little bit over that penalty, or you got like to where everything was green, then it was like it wasn't even the same stage anymore. So a lot of the times those types of mechanics, they can be hidden. They're not always visible. So that's kind of its own thing. But yeah, I will say Insane is definitely not like the rest of campaign. It's its own thing. And it's by all intention, it seemed like they want us to not have the ability to go through it quick. So I'm stuck at Insane 4 right now. My DPS always getting one shot in the first mob. Yeah, and that's where like I said, that's why like if you ask most people that clear it, they're gonna tell you they probably had a team of 3 supports and a DPS. So like being able to get abilities off, like that's going to be built too, investments and skills. Like there's so many things that can kind of help with that. And then like the overall investment itself, like awakenings, I don't know how deep your awakenings are, but like Awakenings make such a big difference, especially when you're talking about like the nodes that are giving you defense and HP, and like those are such a big deal. Like they are extremely big deal. And so when you're looking at, like, for example, on my main account where I have those things on some of the characters, like I'll show you, right? I'll show you. Let's see. Let's do an insane stage 9. We'll do 9. We'll do 9-9 or 9-10. You saw I'm stuck at 9.10. Dude, you're like way ahead of schedule, dude. Like 9-10, like, yeah, that's insane. And to be fair, like, that's not bad to be stuck at. That means that you basically have everything accessible for you to farm. So that's not bad, bro. Like it took me it took me like 7 months to get to 9-10, but hey, it's all good. It's all good. But like, let's see here. We're gonna try it with let's see, take you out, Aspro. I don't know if I should bring Thal or we do this for aggro. There you go. That we might bring Thal. We'll see what the damage is looking like. Yeah, he gives defense up. Yeah, so we'll bring Thal. So, like, awakenings that make such a big difference in your characters. He says, you're free to play episode 1 still accurate, or are there any changes? It's still accurate, yes. There's no, like, glaring change of, this now is more accessible to get. No, it's still the same. Nothing really changed at all. So it's still like on average about that like 2-week window. I mean, one thing you do get more access to is if you start early enough in a chase, that'll be an extra legendary. But other than that, it's kind of like with the other account I'm doing right now. But other than that, it's all the same. So yeah, this is just like all gear and investment diff at this point. So between Sebastian and Neville, they're like basically, but if you look at the damage, like I'm getting hit for a lot of damage. Like it's not like they're not getting hit. Yeah, like the Thal is almost dead. But it is completely night and day comparatively to what I was able to do before. Like before, I had to play this manual and I was literally on the brink of death. So now that's my first time doing it. A minute and 17 seconds. But most of my clears prior to were like I said, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. So yeah, that's kind of the shift now. But yeah, Thal is crazy. Virtuous is also crazy too. But even if you have the crazy damage, like these units, they're not much if they don't have the proper sustain to keep them alive and keep them going. Like you got a ton of healing coming from Sebastian and from Neville, and then she has unkillable buff too. So even if somebody's HP hit 1, they won't drop. So, he said, I'm stuck because there isn't a chapter 10 yet. Oh wait, so did you beat it, or are you saying you're stuck on it? Like, cause yeah, there is no chapter 10. So you beat it at that point. Yeah, you're good then. You just got to go back and clear stars at that point. But yeah, so that's like my next thing I got to go back and do. I got to go back and clear all the stars and get them all done. He says, so I start with Celissa. Celissa's not a bad start. I personally, like with the other account that I'm playing, my start with Celissa was really nice because one of the things you do have to factor in is like it's going to take you a little bit longer to get all the stuff that you want for Danos because he's a little bit further into Insane. Celissa is the very first Insane chapter. So definitely a unit that's pretty accessible to start building up much quicker. And then again, like the differences between her and Danos, it's not crazy. Danos is still better, but it's not like she falls off completely and she's just trash. Like she's still very, very good. So that account is a little bit more Eldrin focused for me, but nonetheless, she's still very, very good. So yeah, Celissa is still a really strong start. She has like defense break and all that stuff in her kit. You can still build her on vampire, HP build, and she'll have more than enough sustain and damage to be able to push content. So yeah, Salissa's really, really good. All right, so we finished all of our dailies. All right, so we just have to do the monthly. We're back in this rotation. I just finished this yesterday, so that's what I was saying. Like the weekly I finished yesterday, and then now it's already reset. So if I need more energy, that's the other thing too. Like you have to be rotating this as well for extra energy for the event. Like I was on global, on top of global for a bit, but that was in the earlier portions of the day. But yeah, I already did my points, I think, for Sakayo. Am I almost done? Bruh, I'm like one run away. I'm done. If we go, I thought I finished it. Or did I? Oh no, I did finish it. Okay, I finished it for the hunt, but I didn't finish it for the leaderboard. Okay. I was like, wait, what? I was like, I thought I finished it. But if we look at the leaderboard, let's see. Yeah, I'm still 14 right now on Sakayo. So I was like in the top at first this morning, but if I stopped, I was like, no, I'm not pushing that any further. So I was like, let me get my points and get out of here. So we'll run one Sakayo because we need to. This is Sakayo 16, 15. We can do a 15 just so it's quicker. And the battle. You say you're close to character pity? How far are you, Lonzo? I wish free to play got Thao a little bit sooner because he's so busted, man. You said my LD5 is carrying me? No. I could do 15 before I had it. I actually was doing 16 before I got Virtuous. I've only had Virtuous for like 2 days. 2-3 days now, or something like that. I'll say Thao was carrying me. But now he also does do damage, so he does make it a little bit quicker. But yeah, I was getting hard carried by Thao in terms of damage. Sustain, like I'm not gonna sit here and be like my team is like not good. The team itself is amazing. Like Sebastian, Nerval, Thao, Zalasi. Zalasi's not even considered to be a top tier character, but in reality, what he does is it's applicable to everything. Like a lot of people sleep on that. Yeah, like so to kind of give perspective, and this is why I'm saying this, like not even trying to troll. Thao did 800,000 damage. Virtuous only did 360k. My Zalasi does just as much damage as Virtuous did. so just to kind of give perspective, it's Thao that's carrying hard. Like that's like Thao is like he's a nuker. Like Virtuous is definitely a really strong character. But it's really not just his damage, but it's his supportive effects that he has that's really good. It's the revive, it's the defense up, immunity coverage. Like he has a lot of stuff in his kit. But when we're talking about like damage, it's Thao. Thao is over there hardcore carrying. It would be the same thing if it was a Devi, right? Like even when we look at the statistics too, because you could take away like even the Titan. Which that still puts me at about, was that like 620k? So he's still doing double even without the Titan. So yeah, he's very, very strong. And the crazy thing about him is that it's like, it sucks to say because it's like, yes, he is, but there's the window of time it takes to get him. He's a free to play character. It just takes long to get to him. That so that's the thing. Most people aren't gonna see him for free until what is that, like 270 or something? Which is why I said I wish you could get him so much sooner. Cause like by then, I mean, yeah, it's cool. Like, but I don't know. The games might be different in 270 days. Who knows? Like, so that at 270, it's a great reward though. I will say, like, it is a really really good unit. He's very very strong. But by then, there's probably going to be like 50 other DAOs that exist or units maybe better. Who knows? But yeah, 270 days, man. And I actually got him earlier, so that was just luck. You said, This is so the recommendation is 5-star awakening for at least for insane stages, considering the 5-star runes to go beyond that drop on insane. I'll say for the units that you plan on using, yeah, I would say that definitely makes a big difference. Even going into the 6-star, that 6-star is still a lot of bonus stat that you don't have. I would definitely say like I said, I think the biggest change for a lot of people is going to be Nerval, because Nerval can revive. So even if your DPS dies, that's how I got through a lot of stages too. Having Nerval, where she's able to just bring a character back. Okay, yeah, they died during the run, but I could just bring them back. It still was allowing me to clear it. That definitely makes a big difference. And I'll say a big part of it's awakenings, but it's also skill investment, man. Like skill investment it's nothing to really like to sleep on, I would say. And that's kind of the thing. Like I feel like to do my Nerval, I had to put some legendary books into some of her skills. Like, and that to me was worth because it's Nerval, right? Like Nerval is definitely worth. Now, like again, with all the units, I don't think that you're probably going to max out every single skill, but I definitely did the skills that I felt like that were the most impactful for her for what I was trying to get her to do, which was everything with the revive, the unkillable, and the crit rate up buff. I was like, that's all in one, so we'll go with that one. And then I did the heal and the attack up. The other ones to me felt luxury, like the accuracy down in the weekend. It was like, okay, I can go without that because I have another character that does that and they primarily do it. So, and I don't think Black Revive works on Sakael. I don't think you can Black Revive him from going into a second transformation. I think the only thing you can do, which most people do, is they burst them. That's usually like Devi strats, but yeah, I don't think Black Revive works on his second form. Even though it doesn't specify it doesn't. I don't think it does. You said need about the Destiny start to do the multi. So you're at full. Oh, okay. Oh, you need another one. Yeah, dude. I'm chilling on summons right now. I need to save. I gotta save. Even skill books right now is like super slow. Like I just built Virtuous and I only took up his skill. Yeah, I took up the skill 3, working on his skill, his ultimate, and then I'm gonna do his combo attack, and then I'm gonna stop there for right now. I'll get to the harden and all the other stuff on him, but yeah, that wiped out my stuff. That wiped my stuff out, man. But yeah, I mean, other than that, like. Yeah, a lot of my characters, I mean, because that's the thing, like I'm not full blown well, right? So I can't afford to max out every skill like some players do. I still abide by the same rule of investing in the skills that are the most impactful. So like for Thao, for example, his ult is huge, but then also that 50% crit rate up buff because it lowers his build requirement. It also has a lot of damage output, but even like his combo attack, I need to push this more, but I had other characters that I needed to prioritize. Sebastian, I did his heal, his regen, and then I did his crit rate and crit damage buff. Those were the 2 skills that I emphasized on him. I'm trying to think if there was anybody else that really did like that. I think Aspro, and yeah, even Aspro, I didn't really put too much into her. Yeah, not really much into Tyrannus. Matesu, still a work in progress. That probably the most recent out of everybody is Tasia. I need to finish her, actually. I need to do this now. So Tasia needs to go up because There we go. So yeah, that'll be one of my next units that I really lean into because she's very very good. All right, so Tasia done. I I like, and I got to do awakenings are just God. Um, and awakenings are still like very very slow for me too. They're not super slow, but it does take me it takes me a little time. Depending on if I already like farmed it up versus not, and then I have to wait for the day. So, um, let's see here. Yeah, like that. I actually do have enough blue, believe it or not. That's funny. But the whites I do not have. You said how many dollars per month? No dollars per month. And that's not me trolling, by the way, when I say that. I couldn't even give you a dollar value because I don't know. Um, yeah, that's like legit me not trolling. Um, you said, never mind. I have 7 destinies stars. I need 3. Dude, honestly, can't you just get that from like summoning your wild stars? Uh 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 uh. If I had to speculate though, I couldn't even really tell you. That's like the one thing I don't really look at too much. Like I really don't look at the packs. That's kind of another thing. And I'm not trolling when I say it. Like it's. I feel like it sounds like I sound like I'm trolling to myself. So, but I'm really not trolling. Like I'm like I could tell you the dollar value because I legitimately don't know. Um, so that's kind of that. Well, I'll say this: Pablo's account is way more than mine. So so I haven't gotten, like I said, the creator support for most accounts didn't kick in until like seriously until recently, which that was for the creator program. Um, Pablo's account is nuts. Like the amount of summons he did was the most summons I don't even think I've ever seen that many summons on my own account, let alone in one sitting. So yeah, I mean yeah, Pablo got it. He got them dollar bills. So like that summon was crazy. So I think when me and Sion did our summons, we only did a total of about it's like maybe 250, 300 pulls total like together. That was me and one other person pulling together on 2 separate accounts. I did 900 plus pulls on one person's account the other day. So that kind of gives that perspective. Like my account was just nowhere near anything really. But yeah, that's kind of that. You say you're broken wild stars? Well, I mean, I don't know what you want to do, brother. I don't know what you want to do. Like you gotta consider. I would say, you gotta farm maybe. I don't know. Like what else do you want to do? I don't know. Like you gotta farm, brother. I mean, because even right now, like I got like 3+ K, but that's because I summoned, so I never use my wild stars. Um, so I just kind of summon with them for the power up, and I don't even think I'm anywhere near done. Like this power up is kind of up there. Like Namco has 375. Like, what are you guys leveling? Like, dog, I feel like I'm having a hard time just getting to the 75 right now. I'm like, I'm trying. I'm like, I think maybe because I just can't sit here and do it. Like, I have it, I think, but dude, you got 345. That has to be mixed skill books then, because there's no way. Skill books and awakenings. Because there's no way, dude. All right, so I think I have enough for let me see. I think we have enough to take up his next skill. Okay, cool. So 56%. 56%. We'll put that into the ult. You said this would be like a second job. Oh yeah, that the skilling up thing, yeah. Or the leveling, yeah. That I'm hoping that gets streamlined because man, invoker power up. Okay, so we did do the 2 times for that. It's the mileage bar. So it's not even the chase that's ridiculous. It's the mileage bar. Cause I'm like, yo. You say you sent me a picture of how many pools you have now? Oh God. How Yo, Pablo, how do you have 54 divines, dog? Like it's like I like I'm certain. Okay, so I'm certain when I did your video, I used 30 divines in your account. So that it was like 30 divines and like 500 destiny stars. So for you to be back at 54 divines and 200 destiny stars is crazy. And wait, whoa. I didn't even realize what I'm just looking at. How the heck do you have 116 radiance again? Like what is happening? Like, bro, what are you over there doing? Let me find out Pablo really Bill Gates. Yo, Pablo's over there really Bill Gates. He said, I don't know, they just showed up. No, that makes sense. I can see that getting care packaged, you know? They just like, hey, here you go. You know? I can see that. Hey, listen, I just want to thank you for funding my favorite game so I can play this game for years to come. He said money's happening. Yo, listen, hey, I'm trolling. Like that just it's definitely obvious what's happening. But it's just crazy because I'm like, dude, like and don't get me wrong, I've spent my fair share on games. I think the most I've spent on a game in like a single sitting, it was probably like, I mean, not collectively, but in a single sitting was probably like 4K, 5K. Like, yeah, I've had my own fair share, you know? But I'm just looking and I'm like, wait a minute, like I know how much that is off the top of my head. But that's also my thing too. I'll drop something like that and then I won't for a while, like for a very, very long time. So yeah, that's why I said spending is very subjective. I'm probably the last person to ask about that because I definitely am that guy. Like Genshin Impact, like certain games came out, I was like that guy that was like, yep, I dropped 7K on that banner. Like, yeah, that's I'm not maybe not my finest moments, but there were moments. So that is that. But honestly, that's the thing, man. Like if you're enjoying it and you're having fun, like I mean, hey. And it's like again, like people make a big like tiff about Wells, but I'm like, dude, like I love Wells. I do. Because Wells are how we get to keep playing the game for free. Like, I mean, like, hey man, we need some Wells. Like, it's kind of like on Where Winds Meet, they had that cosmetic boat that Wells could buy. I think it was like, what was it, like 30, 40K or it was something crazy. But I was like kind of thinking about that. And I was like, you know, like, yeah, it's cosmetics, but like that well that just dropped that just like kind of helped the game to where they could just keep making a whole bunch of free content at that point for everybody else. So it's kind of like, you know, hey, if you got it, I love it, you know? Like that's the general consensus for me. If you got it, I love it, you know? Dude, that's crazy, man. That's insane. Your account, by the next time you summon, you could easily end up having one like the best accounts in the game, like easily. Like that's the thing. Like it's not like your account's already like insane. A lot of the devs watched the video I put up of my summons on your account, and they were like, yeah, your account's kind of crazy already. So yeah, that's not gonna be too crazy for you to try to achieve. All right, let's see here. We were trucking along trying to get ourselves some points here because we also got to do this trophy room, man. That's the other reason why PvP is not bad. Because the more and more I do this, the easier it is for me to like build into other things too. You said I'm spending like 3 to 6K energy a day depending on the event. Damn. Okay, so that's actually like that's quite a bit. So wait, are you chasing any of the leaderboards though? Or are you just trying to beat your local? Because I have to ask. Oh, I have to ask the one how much he spends on energy per day because he will legitimately have like whatever event he really wants to push, he'll be the top person on it. And I'm like, dude, how do you like it's not even so much not even a question of like spending their energy, but it's like how are you even spending it? Like it's like not the energy quantity. It's just like how did you like your game would you just let the game sit all that time and it was just grinding? Like it's like how are you actively spending that much energy? Like that's the question I really want to know. All right, there we go. But yeah, three to 6K energy when I think on average most events are about 2K ish on efficient. What really is like 1.7 to 1.5 to 1.7 depending on the event. And you're spending 3K to 6K. That's insane. You said Akrilla? Where can you use Akrilla? Hold on. Let me see what that is. I don't know why that name's not ringing any bells, but we shall see. Akrilla sounds like a Cambion, but I could be trolling here. Yeah, Akrilla is a Cambion. Akrilla gets used in I mean shoot, I've seen her somewhere everywhere. She in PvE stuff, she in PvP. I think there's a team I can't even beat that has her on there, but she has some pretty good stuff on her kit. She got shield, she has heal, she got recovery, skill recovery down, blind. She got, I think she does like some debuff shortening too. But yeah, she can be used in PvP. I would say with Mana Burn, she's gonna be good in like Omnisci, Dark, and Fire. Hyksis if you're doing Hyksis. She should. I'm trying to remember if you have the. I guess Ogrim. I guess she has a couple of tolerances there. As far as like what her kit does though, removal of debuffs, granting shield. I mean, she can kind of be used generally. Like that. That's kind of a. It's kind of like a sustainability, really. So I mean. Those are some of like the more highlighted places, but I really wouldn't argue if you decide to take her into something else. She could still work. You said you said at what level the first Lego as a free to play? It's a so it can happen anywhere from when you start to your first 2 weeks. It's 50 pulls that you need to do. It's not like a level you need to be at. It's 50 pulls in the banner with Destiny stars. And it's I've recorded it and I've done it twice. It's about a 2 week window that you're able to get that. You're able to hit that. Now it can happen earlier, which is also a thing, but at most it's 2 weeks. So if you plan it right, like if you're starting now, you doing a chase and then you'll get your pity within the timing of the chase coming to an end. You'll have 2 legendaries on your account. It'll be whatever you randomly pull, and then it'll also be the chase unit. So the most optimal time in the current state of the game to start an account is at the very beginning of a chase. It's kind of how it's set right now. Let's see. No, that's no problem. You said most of the time I set for auto when I'm working or sleeping, so that's 12 hours right there a day. Oh, okay, got you. You're farming at night. Makes sense. But you know what though? Like you know why I'd be afraid of doing that? Because I feel like, but then again, you can give yourself like that wiggle room. So, you know, you don't have to worry about like it ending or like failing and then it stops it all. So I guess you could just do like the number of losses added to it. Cause I'd be thinking about that all the time. I'm like, man, if I put this on auto and I go to sleep and I wake up, imagine waking up after 12 hours of sleeping and then it only has 1 out of like 120 or something. you're like, oh, so that just never happened. All right, that's cool. Dude, like, yeah, this guy, like, how'd you get a freaking, like, that's so sick. I'm just gonna fight him and probably lose just because. Actually, no, I might beat this, but dude, getting a chroma on an LD is insane. I had to kill try to kill the Nerval. Oh, we got my Virtuous. Nope. Dang. You said, wait, you said 4 days in a row now? Oh, so you've been playing for 4 days? That's not bad. Yeah, you should like honestly, if you're pushing the game pretty hard, like you can hit insane in 3 days. Like it is very possible. It's just a matter if you have the time, the tenacity to do it. Oh, point in case. We were just talking about her. Right? She's definitely using PvP. So you saw I lost a battle and it did nothing for 10 hours. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'd be scared of stuff like that. So yeah, I don't do 16. I go like 15 or 14 depending on what it is. Okay, yeah, that's what I'd be scared of. I'd be like, dude, like if this fails or it just keeps failing. Can we get my transformation though? Thank you. I'm not gonna lie, Minarf has been such a game-changing Titan for me too. Oh, your whole team is still up. I don't know. Oh, okay, never mind. Virtuous came back. That's why Revive is just so dumb. Caladon in here acting up. I feel like Caladon, like a really well-built Caladon, is gonna be toxic in arena. I might do it. I might go double Caladon just to be a spaz, but I don't know. I'm kind of thinking about it, but we shall see. I might do double Caladon though, because that just seems toxic. Yeah, double Caladon. He's over there. He over there giving me the work. He like, hey. Oh wait, you said so if I have an account, when should I start to play? Oh, if you don't have an account, I would start today. Today. I would start today now. Because any more time that you delay, it puts you more at risk of not being able to do the chase. Otherwise, you would wait until the next chase starts. I would say, like, to be fair, you can either start, like, if you're interested in the unit that's up now, I would say start now. If not, you can wait and see what the next chase unit is going to be and then start then. But I think Ardell is a really, really good unit. So I would say personally, I would start for Ardell. Use that first week to lay the foundation of your account. And then the second week is going to be to complete to focus on completing the chase itself. But yeah, Ardell is like, he's definitely a really, really good unit. So Z, if I use my gems for pulls, it won't screw me over my chase, right? I don't know, because I don't know how much stamina and how on top of your events you are on. I mean, gems are a direct source to extra stamina if you need it. So I wouldn't go crazy. Like that, sometimes hasty decisions lead to hasty feelings that you have to sit with. So sometimes it might suck a little bit, but being a little bit more patient and just waiting and getting the summons outright versus using your gems. I feel like it's always better if you can help it to just use your gems on energy, especially because we have the chase. If you're trying to do the chase, have it for that versus, you use it on that. And then it could have been like, you hit a situation where it's like, dang, if I would have had that, 600 gems, because how many gems are you talking about using? I'm almost certain you're talking about doing 3 pulls. That's 900 gems, right? So if that's, 900 gems, think about how many refills you could have gotten of energy for that. And that could make or break it, whether or not you complete something, I watched a video on the starter hero to pick. You took the bow lady. You still agree with that decision? Yeah. I mean, to be completely honest, I can play through the game with any starter, including Malgar. Like the LDs are like kind of subjective in terms of like who's bad or not. Like, because a lot of it is more so about like, do I what do you get more out of versus this is just inherently bad because they're LDs. So when you start the game off, even having Malgar is extremely good because you don't have any LDs for quite some time. Before you get your first Radiant, it's very, 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 it's very hard to get your first Radiant, right? Like it takes you a little bit of time. You got to be playing. You got to be doing all your missions. You're not going to see another LD right away. That's a rare, right? And then even when you do see it, it's a toss of the coin on what it even is going to be. It could be something really good, or it could just be something random that's you might not want to build. So all the starters are feasible to help you with pushing the game, and even can go into later scaling content. But they do like some like any other when you start to compare them, they start to have fall off points. Salissa's fall off point is like stage 15. So like at that point, it's like, you know, am I okay with investing in a rare and it's going to take me up to the stage right before end game? Yeah, I'm cool with that. I think like to be fair, you have to kind of gauge like investment in that way. Like I think if you can get that level of push from a rare, that's really good, right? You know, Danos of course has a lot more like ceiling potential just because of how he deals damage and how he operates as a character. But Salissa's like right behind him. Even when you're looking at like just even investment pushing or progression pushing, you actually can push the game a little bit quicker with Salissa than you can Danos because you can fully get her built up quicker because her material for runes is in the first chapter. His is in like the fourth chapter. So you have to actually be at chapter 4 in Insane to get the better drops for him versus you just start out. And as long as you're able to even do stage 1 of Insane difficulty, you already have Salissa starting to work on her higher ascensions. So it's I did a progression. I do usually my progression videos. I usually am bouncing between my top choices are usually between Salissa or Danos for those reasons. Danos because he has that ceiling potential and I know long term he's going to be good. But then also Salissa, I can invest in her so much earlier. I can have her doing more things for me at a much stronger point, much sooner. So I guess it just really depends on if I'm feeling impatient or not. But yeah, Salissa was also for my very first account. She was my very first starter. So yeah, that like even with this account or which is this account, Salissa, I just don't regret it. Now, granted, I will say Danos for me personally is a little bit funner to use, but yeah, I still like Salissa quite a bit. You said you guess I got to be patient then? Yeah, bro. I like that's the name of the game. You play Raid with me. You know the vibes. You gotta hold it, dude. You know what was like the worst holding period for me? I don't know if you remember the Ninja Turtle event and remember when they were doing the Void chase or the Void event for Leonardo. And they kept pushing it back, and they kept pushing it back, and they kept pushing it back, and that was like the worst for me, bro. Because I was like, man, if I want to pull for this dude so bad, and they kept pushing it back. They were like, nope, even further back. I was like, yo, they're trolling us right now. And when I finally was able to do it, I didn't even care anymore. I was like, I don't even care no more. You said, would you consider stage 13 the start of endgame for gear dungeons? Honestly, I say really like 12, like really, like I would even say maybe even 11. I mean, once you start to really get 5-star gear dropping, it starts opening up that door. I think the door is like open though by the time you're at like 11, 12. Like in terms of like, I would say in terms of like in-game farming, you need to be at least at 12. Like for it to be efficient, it needs to be stage 12. So I guess that would be like end game at that point currently. Because when you start to go any lower, the stage stamina requirement becomes really, really high. Like in a lot of cases, it's actually more efficient for you to be doing stage like say for example, if you're going to start spending the 16 energy, it's more efficient for you to do for events, for example, more efficient for you to do stage 16 than it is 13, right? But if you are still at the point of spending 12 energy, it's going to be more efficient for you to just do stage 12. Like, so yeah, you spend a little bit more, but it's not so much more where it's like I just dropped like an extra 5K energy. It's like maybe a few hundred more, depending on what it is that you're doing for whatever respective event. I will say the only two that kind of isn't really the case for, or the only events that's really not the case for, is Crest and Essence. Essence, do the highest you can, and Crest, do the highest you can, because the drop rates are crazy. Like they're not that great. And then it's also RNG, because I had we did some and shout out to the homie Lou Bear, man. Me and Lou, we compared our data. He farmed 16 on the Crest dungeon, and I think in like an hour he got I think 5 golden crests to drop, and I did the same hour and I got 25 on stage 12. So it was like a big RNG gap there. Like it was just like he was super unlucky in his drops. So it was just crazy, because then when I looked at the time after 4 hours, I farmed like 70 something gold crests in like 3-4 hours. And he farmed like, it was like maybe like 10, like, or it was like 15, 20 in the same amount of time on a much higher stage, which also took him more time to farm too. So the RNG on the stages, I'm hoping that they kind of balance that out a little bit, because I don't know what the math really is on that. Because yeah, we're like kind of looking at that, and it wasn't like just if you did 12 it was just better. There was other people that did 12 and their results were also really bad, and then there was people that did 16 and their results were really good. It's just the RNG of the drop itself, and then you don't really get many points. So that's really where the issue comes in. I feel like for some people it's the point allocation. Like, so you only really get good points on the gold drops for like Essence and Crest. The lower ones are kind of boo boo. So yeah, that's kind of its own thing. But yeah, hopefully they adjust certain numbers, and we'll be up out here, Yo, what's up, Alec? How you doing, fam? You say you made it to a live stream for once. Yo, what time is it for you? You said, I was so mad they did that for gamblers like me. You said 13 gets rid of green gear, though. Well, okay, so you got to think of it in this perspective. Like, right now, you could try to emphasize, like, the rarities and all that stuff, but, like, you have to mentally prepare yourself for the fact that, like, 6-star gear is about to come. So if you go out of your way trying to fine-tune 5-star pieces now just for you to have to redo them all again for another rarity, that to me just seems like a pain in the neck, especially because of the window of time when you're starting. If you had been starting, like, say, months and months and months ago, it would have made more sense. But like 6-star gear and accessories are right around the corner. So, and even for argument's sake, like green gear and blue gear is just fine to help you get through content. Even in like PvP, some people aren't running like full gold. Like, a lot of people aren't running full gold layouts. Like, they have a mixture. It might be some purples and some blues, and then they might have a couple of gold pieces on. Because even when you go into 16, it's still dropping blues. Greens, for argument's sake, yeah, it does eliminate them. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's end game. Like, I can clear 16. Like, I've cleared a lot of 16s with green gear. So I think that that's kind of the thing, I guess I'm kind of explaining at that point. You don't have to have purple gear to clear 16 or gold gear to clear 16. It's 5-star gear just scales better than basically everything else. So even some of my pieces are gray, which is uncommon, I think it is, right? So the most important thing I would say is that when you're doing your builds, you just don't want to put useless stats on your character. So just because a piece is gold, if it has a whole bunch of substats that the character doesn't care for, then it doesn't matter if it's gold. But if a piece is gold and then it has substats that you actually want, then that's really good. Like, for example, I got a gold piece that I'm just praying. I'm praying it rolls well. Because, and I got to try to remember what set it was for, because I just got it today and I was like, ooh, this piece is nice. But if we do filter, let's do 5-star legend. Okay, and then let's do show all. Okay, so I think Oh, there we go. I think it was not that one, not that one. Was it a helmet? I don't know if it was. No, it wasn't that one. Where is it at? Nope, it's not that one. I think it was this one. Okay, so no skill speed. It didn't have that. It didn't have that. It didn't have that. Where piece was I looking at? Hope I didn't somehow get rid of it. Nope, combo speed skill. Crit, no. Am I looking at all my sets? Lego, or was it purple? It might have been purple. Hold on. I might have been trolling you just now. Let me see. That's Blight. I feel like it was on. I remember it being on a set that I was like, bruh, why is it on this set? But the substats were so beautiful. It had to be Lego though, because accuracy, crit. Let me see. I can't remember what the stat lines were, which is why I'm kind of like this piece is just disgusting. Like that, like these stats. Oh man, that's like low-key virtuous coded, but hey, it is what it is. Do cover. Yeah, so maybe I combo speed, skill speed. Yeah, so what piece was I looking at then earlier? Hold on. My brain might not be working properly here. 5-star. Take that off. Take that off. I wish I would have actually looked at the piece, because it was like I was looking at it and I was like, yo, this is a really good piece. But I just don't remember what it was. Dang it. Yeah, I can't remember what it was. Yep, that's my brain. Thanks, brain. Like, yo, like I was like, I seen it earlier and I was like, oh, that's gonna be a good piece. And then I can't remember what piece it was. I mean, I'm almost certain it was a piece from Sakael Farm. Pretty certain, but oh well. Oh well. Yeah, I did sort it by legendary, but I don't see it. I'm like, I don't see it. Unless I'm like just being blind. Yeah, I hope I didn't do that. I really, really hope I didn't. Was it this one? I don't know if it was. It might, was it this one? Maybe. I don't know. Did I? Hold on, you might be right. I might have gave it to somebody. Let me see. Would it be troll if I did that and never took it off? Hold on. No. So okay, this is also a point too. Like this is a green piece. Like this is a great green piece for like a DPS like Thou. So like yeah, it works. It's like if it rolls where you want it to, then it's fine. Yeah, I can't remember, brother. Yeah, I don't even remember what set it was, but I remember looking at it and I was like, oh, that's gonna be good. And my brain said, nope, you don't remember nothing now. Yeah, that's kind of what happens when you're like farming but not looking at stuff fully. Yep, that's what happens. And then knowing me, I could have also sold it by mistake, which is like another thing. So that's what I was hoping I didn't do. Like, because I definitely sold like I sold like one or 2K pieces of equipment, and I don't remember what I clicked when I did it, but I was just kind of like, I'll farm that later. But yeah, I could have goofed. I don't know. You say you know that you can target specific players in arena matches by clicking their thumbnail on the right. You don't have to click the character in action on the screen. Yes, I know. It's just a force of habit. We were just talking about it. Shoot, I was telling people they can do that. But instead, the reason being is because 5-star gear is better substats generally. Though if you hit S rank sub, that can, for example, hit 17 to 23% crit rate. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing too, because the question he asked Alec was like, what was in-game gear? Like, is like, or like farming gear, I guess. It's like, I guess like it is, but it's like, I feel like you really are when you're talking about like clearing end game or being able to do end game, it's not requiring that. I would say like, I guess if you're looking at it from the perspective of like doing PvP, right? Like PvP, I guess, is like the end game thing that people do. So like if you're looking at like who's the cream of the crop and who's performing better, it's those guys that do have more fleshed out gear. But I think it is also the nuance too. I mean, if you have the ability to farm it all now, then why not, right? But it's definitely going to be kind of short lived unless the pieces roll really well. That I guess it's going to kind of swap from what we do with 4-star pieces, where if it rolls great stats, then you still kind of keep it. It's going to rotate into 5-star pieces, and I'm almost going to presume that when 6-star gear comes, it's going to be a really low drop rate of 6-star gear with higher rarity 5-star gear. So you'll still be rocking 5-star gear pieces for quite a while, I would say, until you can fully transition. And then we don't even know the real difficulty of the next stages coming. I would presume they're going to probably be very annoying. And I feel like they're going to make tolerance like a requirement, because it's just like kind of not really a requirement as much right now, unless you're doing like Hyksis, which is kind of annoying with mana burn. But other than that, like you can kind of brute force everything else. But yeah, I mean, we shall see how that goes. You said, is Zelasi good to be the first 6-star if I don't have any legendary? The first 6-star? I would still say I would think it would be your starter. To be fair, I'm kind of standing behind that. Like, I still think it would be like if you have Danos or if you have Salissa. Zelasi is very good though. Like, he's not a bad unit, but I think in terms of like his ability to do things like AoEing and stuff like that, he's not a bad unit. But I think the thing you'll run into with him comparatively to like your starters is attribute. Like he's gonna run into a wall at some point where he's just at a disadvantage, and so yeah, that's kind of one of those things. It just really all depends. It really all depends on what you have. Yeah, like that's a big fact of the matter too. I personally believe he's 6-star worthy though, but as your first one, I still rock behind the get that starter. If you don't have any other DPS, and then afterwards, like you can kind of go any direction from there. But I definitely do believe in 6-star and Zelasi. I really like, to be honest, he was my first 5-star epic that I took to 6-star, and I don't regret it. Like Zelasi has like hard carried a lot of the things I needed him to do. From like again, this combination, defense down with a weaken, it's a great combination. You can find a unit with that. That's amazing. He has the attack down in this kit. He gains ultimate mana if he's critting. Of course, I got him paired up with Sebastian usually, so he has a really high chance of critting. And then he has combo speed down. And this dude does a lot of damage. That's the other thing too. So yeah, Zelasi, I don't think he's necessarily like a favorite in terms of the looks of how he looks, but but I will say in application he is a very, very good character. So you're not gonna see him in the upper tiers and on tier lists, but from what I've used him for, he's basically one of the main, like if it's not attribute disadvantage, he is my main defense breaker for most stuff. I will say too, like now with Ardell's going to be my alternative. So I'll have my two like solidified defense breakers at that point. But I might try to invest in another character that can do like a weekend defense break combo. But I would maybe try to look for an LD that might do something along the lines of that, so I don't have to do another RGB. But we'll see. You said if you're gonna use them in Spires, then yeah, you realistically succeed them. But I would rather a Lego. Yeah, I mean that's the thing too. Yeah, it all depends on like. I think that's also the other thing too, though, Alec. It's like at what ratio are you realistically getting legendaries, right? So like within a let's say like within a 3 month period, like you might if you're very lucky, right? You might get maybe four, maybe. I would say maybe at most it's probably gonna be around three ish, maybe four. And then it's like the investment required. You're always gonna still have that wall for a little bit. But I mean that's kind of the thing too. Like even taking these up to like skill 7 with the epic books, you can leave them at skill 7, and I think that would still be fine. The awakenings I think are the biggest thing though. And when I was even looking at like I was looking at my Matesu 6-star versus like one of my 5-star units with 5-star awakening. She's actually stronger than him with him being at 6-star. So like even with Zelasi for a while, you don't have to 6-star him. You could just keep him at 5-star. And then make another source of your damage, whatever character you want to be the source of your damage, 6-star them. So yeah, I would say there's a lot of ways that you can approach it, but yeah, like the Spire content, I definitely think if you're going to push higher, you have to 6-star him at some point. That's how you get more damage out of him. That's what I had to do with Danos. I had to 6-star him at that point because I did Solissa first. You said, who's your current arena team? So I'm running Skolos, Alexu, Novell, and Tasia. Right now, I'm running Virtuous, Thao, Sebastian, and Novell. Or Novell right now. That's currently what I got invested. I wish I had a taunt tank. That would make my life so much easier, but hey, we making it do what it do. The taunt tanks though, and the launcher, like the launch tanks are just so ridiculous in PvP. Like you're getting discombobulated and there's nothing you can do about it. The only thing I can really do is I'm gonna have to do a different build on my Virtuous, so I can try to hopefully get him to pop his immunity quicker for himself. But even then, that's like for himself. And I mean, some of these guys are like launching or aggroing your whole party. So yeah, good luck. So yeah, it's working for what it's worth, but it's definitely not my most optimal team I want to be using. But yeah, I just 6-star Tasia, so I'm gonna get her built up. Virtuous is great though. Like he is doing really well. Thal is like pretty busted too for me right now. Mainly because I got Menarth. Getting that Titan kind of changed everything for me. Like as far as like using him with that Titan. It's a lot of people also don't know about which Titans to pair up with. Who to pair up with for Titans. Yeah, I see that quite a bit where the Titan they're using, the bound effect and the stat, like everything they're getting from it it's not really helping them. And don't get me wrong, I was guilty of that in the very beginning. Like I wasn't really understanding of that myself. And then I just for some reason just started to read stuff a little bit more. Like when I first got Mimir, I was putting him on my Sebastian. And it's very counterproductive for him to be on Sebastian because the bound effect gives accuracy. Sebastian doesn't need anything doesn't have anything that uses accuracy. And so I was like cooking my Zelasi, for example, because I was giving him the other freeborn Quauron, which is just resistance. And so like for PvP, I actually use Quauron on him instead just to give him more resistance. And that's actually much more beneficial, or even I would say usable stat-wise than Mimir. I mean, obviously you have the transformation, but I mean, other than that, like you're not getting much value out of the bound effect, and that's a really big deal. So even for PvE, that allowed me to kind of branch over. I think what is it right now? I'm getting 98 for boss fights, and I have my Zelasi at 377. So that 98 accuracy coming from the bound effect basically night and day my ability to land my debuffs. So like that was like its own thing all on its own. And so it's like little things like that that's going to make a difference. I will say too, some characters definitely are still in need of a better invoker to go with them. So there is that. But you said Lucky Thou is a free invoker. I can prepare for that invoker. It looks so beefy for damage. Yeah, Thou is the only thing I want to do with him right now is just maybe get him to cast his skills a little bit quicker for at least PvP. But Thou's damage is nuts. Like he's very, very insane. So even before I had this Titan, I was using what was I using? I was using Farragar, and it really wasn't so much for the effect. It was literally the only other Stoneheart I had to use at the time. And then I just recently got Bragnot. And so I feel like Bragnot with the combo speed increase is really, really, really good too. So if I didn't have Monarch, I would be using Bragnot more than likely. You said in Arena, to Jabir, he usually says 100 accuracy is what he aims for. So what you're explaining is correct. Jabir prefers to focus on wait, you said in Arena speaking to Jabir. Oh, he said, he usually says 100 accuracy is what he aims for. So what you're explaining is correct. Jabir prefers to focus on burst damage. Each character, like, I think that's a big thing. So that's why, like, I think what made me start to ask that question was I started looking at players' comps and I was like, why is this guy using we're talking about like guys with full LD stack teams and dudes are still using rare Titans. And I'm like, why? So I was just kind of looking at it and I was like, oh, that makes sense. Like even Nerval, like one of her best in slot Titans it's not like an epic, it's a rare, So like, I think that's the other thing I was like kind of looking at too. And I was like, okay. Like I think even right now, is it Skolos and the spider lady right now? I know people are using that for like just free accuracy basically. Like it's its own strategy. So that's like the thing that is basically a big like gap between somebody that's just playing versus somebody that really is learning everything. It's like those little combinations and stuff like that. And I was like kind of looking at it and I was like, oh dang, like, people start investing in that, dude, that's 140 accuracy. And you can still build into wherever the heck you want. And then she's coming out with disable and chain and attack down and defense down and weaken and block revive, which is super annoying. And that's messed up. That is actually messed up. You said what is her best slot for PvP? The one that she has the most, or what people use the most, it's one of two. I'll see Radlef, or you'll see Warif for her. And Warif is just a bulk. It's just bulk, right? And so, like, again, the bound effect does make a big difference. Like, what value are you actually getting? Because, like, again, you can look at a Titan for the damage component, which, I mean, all of them do damage to some degree. But if you have them with a bound effect that doesn't add value to the character, it's like, it's basically like, again, with the gear, like I was saying with that, it's like putting a 5-star piece of gear on a character with substats that they don't use. So it's kind of that. The other thing is too, is that like some of the ways that people are using Titans is to also be able to hit certain stat values without having to directly build into them with their current gear. We're going to see some evolution with that though, when we're looking at like 6-star gear coming into play. Because we don't know what the overall pairing is going to be. As far, scaling, not pairing. And then accessories is going to be its own thing too. You said pairs well with Skolos because he has the weekend in his skill set too. Oh yeah, I forgot he does have the weekend too. Yeah, so that's just annoying. Like I fought that a few times and I was like, oh, I see why this is crazy. I'm like, I see why this is crazy. So yeah, like one of the best pieces of advice that I got with this game was to not look at Titans like I do Invokers. When I started like kind of looking at the game from that perspective, I was like, oh, okay, that makes more sense. Because in reality, like, yes, Titans are far and few in the ability to acquire them, But if you look at them how you do Invokers, you'll never really build anything. And that's what you, but again, when you see like even Arena, there's dudes that are going ham right now and they're using freaking Latria. But their Latria is built though, you know, like, and so again, application, it's like, okay, the bound effect, but then what does the Titan do? People are forgetting that like Latria has a defense break on the combo attack. So every time Latria is hitting, that every other hit, it's a defense break. And then if you got accuracy on top of that, that's a constant defense break that's hitting. You know, so that's a big deal. Same thing with even I think I mentioned this before. If you go to Magi, Valexios, you'll see a ton of Devies with this damn Titan dude. Like this Titan is so annoying on Devi. Like it's so annoying, and that's like entry. You know, like that's like, oh, okay, I got her. I just want her to like kind of work. You got literally a attack scaling bound effect, and then you got defense break on the and then you also have to factor this too. When you come out of the invocation, because those are all the components. You're coming out of invocation, you're getting a 25% attack up buff on top of that. So she's coming out of her transformation with even more damage. Like it's like, and so like that's where you kind of start to see some of the characters like they go really crazy, because it's not just the transformation, what they're doing, it's the transformation, what's happening in the transformation during the invocation, when they come out of the invocation, and then you look at the bound effect that they're getting as well. So those things all come together, and then that's how you get your strategy, or your synergy, I should say. So it's that Skola is built with like 30k HP and Lance setup in Arena, so he gets 50% HP bonus. So dude is just beefy. Yeah, and that's again, Alec, that's the thing that a lot of players don't know. They don't realize that it's not just trophy room. It's not just, yeah, and you're right, it is 25%. Yeah, it's 35% at max, the 25% attack down is 50% attack down. Like, yeah, she goes ham. And then she the Volix also has weakened too. So yeah, but yeah, a lot of people don't realize that that's like the stats that how people are filling them. They're getting them from their trophy room, but they're also doing things with that's actually one of my next videos that I'm going to be putting out, is talking about just kind of the start basing, like the base understanding of team building and the stats and stuff like that you get from it. Because I think that also, like, even just like understanding the aggro, how that works, active effects versus not active effects. Like there's certain things I like, it's when you do these like type or play these types of games long enough, it simply just boils down to if a person read it or not. It's not even really so much a matter of intelligence. Like sometimes people just don't read it, or they don't see it, or they don't understand what's happening. They don't like realize like, oh, this is the combination. This is what's happening. So I think like, again, with the Invokers to the Titans, people see legendary Invoker. Okay, I need to get a legendary Invoker. I also need a legendary Titan to put with them. And it's the complete opposite. It's really, you know, if you can get a legendary Invoker, cool. But if you have a Titan that fits that character's kit, then that's going to be the best thing for them. So yeah, it's like kind of, for me, I like it. I like the fact that it's like that because it is so hard to get Titans. So it doesn't make you feel like there's this needed or this added pressure of having to have a high rarity Titan to be viable. It's like, okay, there's the RNG of me getting the unit, but if I get that unit and then I have a rare that I can pair up with them, I can still do something with them. You said Valexos on a single target damage is disgusting. Can't believe how OP that Titan is. Yeah, Valexos that definitely should be a rare, but hey. I don't make the characters, you know. That just is what it is. You know, we'll just let it cook. We'll let it cook. And I think like that's the other thing too. There's probably going to be, you know, obviously we're going to get more. There's obviously going to be some shifts, and there's going to be more legendaries that definitely are going to be the cream of the crop and stuff like that. It's going to happen over time. But I also think that this is a great start baseline for most accounts to be able to get through stuff. And Titan investment to me, just it's nice to see that as hard as it is, it's not wasted. So like if you invest in the right Titans, even if they're lower rarity, it's not wasted. So that's the nice thing with it. Yo, what's up, your sisters? How you doing, fam? You said I used to watch you play Dislike back in the day. Dang, yeah, it was a long time ago, man. It was like what five, like 4 or 5 years ago now. You said I'm not complaining when skilling up using mats. So I'm not complaining when scaling up using the mats I need. Yeah, and that's I will say that is a little bit more value even comparatively to like lower rarities of the like with rare invokers and epics and stuff like that. Building a rare doesn't feel bad. Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel bad because it's like, all right, cool, like I got to use these mats and I'm cool with that. You said I got like 10 copies of that Titan. You should definitely build it. I'm not even joking. Like that's like this Titan is not just good in PvP with certain units, but it's very very good in and PvE as well. Like when you really get to like a lot of like the current like end game for dungeons, it's your Titans. It's like what are your Titans doing? Like the unit is one thing, but like when you have those invocation and burst windows, where's your Titan at? That's usually what somebody's gonna ask you. You're gonna say, "Where's your Titan? Where's your Titan's investments at?" Because your Titans can night and day a clear. Also, another thing that's really important is rotation, like who's going at what time. Because like one thing I used to kind of mess myself up with was like if I had my rotation in the order when maybe it was a certain part of the fight where I needed to be healing, and then my freaking healer is invocating. So now I'm getting cooked because I don't got no healer healing me at the time. So it's like little things like that. Like, I wish we had a little bit more control over it, but for right now, it's like the order in which you do things. So you might have your healer Titan invoke first, or in some cases you might have it go, last, depending on how quickly you can do it. So it's a lot of different ways you can kind of approach it, I guess. It's a Titans are just another piece of gear for your units. Yeah, basically, they're essentially, yeah, they're just an extension of your character essentially. Even when you look at a lot of what value they bring, it's something like a lot of the stuff is based off of who they're equipped to. So. And it's like one of those like random things. I mean, I might as well say it, but like it's one of those random things. But a lot of people still don't realize that and like Titans don't have an attribute. They take on whatever attribute of whoever you equip them to. So like that's the other reason why like Titans are also in that way are also a little bit more valuable because they're not confined to like the only stipulation they have is faction, but they're not confined to attribute because they take on the user's attribute. So that's the beauty in Titans too. It's like they're very very universal. So I can get behind something like that being a little bit harder to get when it has that much more, usability on it, I guess. So I don't have to like, as long as it's a character from that faction, it doesn't matter. I can equip it if I want to. You said I haven't watched you play this yet, but I'm looking forward to starting it soon. So I'll be watching your guides. Dude, I already got a ton of guides. I'm still going through the process. I'm trying to get down some of the important foundation guides that are necessary. Because I feel like sometimes everybody does this at some point. Like you might jump a little bit too far ahead and it kind of leaves people behind. So I'm trying to make sure that there's at least, I even reorganize the channel so that there's different playlists to kind of keep up with like the free to play series I'm doing, the gear series I might be doing, anything relevant to, my collabs, stuff like that. I have it all like starting to separate. And so with these videos, these are all like, I'm doing like a gear series right now. And I'm trying to make, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to simplify everything as much as I possibly can so that it's more digestible for casuals, because you can get very big brain with all of this stuff. There's a ton of math that goes behind it. There's a ton of, it could be a lot if you really want it to be. But I know the average person isn't going to care for all that. They're just going to want to know how they can simplify that process, or what's the best things to go for, or what stat thresholds do you need to hit. Those are the things that they care about. They're not going to worry about all the math and stuff. I mean, you'll have some people that care about that, but most players aren't going to care too much about that. So you said, Mr. Streamer, when I get my multi, I want to request Ms. Z's assistance. If she's free, bro, I mean, she won't mind. You said, is I pull Keltar? Is he any good? I think Keltar is good. I'm trying to think though. That's Eldrin. And I think that's is that accuracy or damage based? So I think Keltar is attack based and a bound effect. I know it's Eldrin. No, combo speed. That's what it was. So combo speed, and you have chain attack, and then increase cooldown on active skills of the target. This is actually kind of I'm not gonna lie. I feel like a built one would be kind of annoying to fight just because of that last skill. But it all depends on who they're hitting, really. This definitely is giving more PvP though, and I'm trying to think what Eldrin you would give this to. Um, maybe hold on, Eldrin. You got nobody's using Kalis in PvP. Um, maybe early PvP, but in game, that's a combo speed focus. Oof, I don't even know who you would give that to. Maybe Erdix, but I don't know. I haven't tested him, so I can't even say that 100% with confidence because I have zero idea how he really works in application. Um, I mean, I could see somebody maybe doing that with Ardell, but like again, are you really running Ardell in PvP? I don't know. I don't really think so. Tyrannus gets some love. Tyrannus, it's possible because Tyrannus is definitely a unit that gets used in PvP, but yeah, that one might not have a character for it fully yet. Because Tyrannus is he's not even really combo attack focused. I guess. I mean, I guess he could be. Extension of debuff duration with combo speed is good, but yeah, out of all these, from at least from what I've tested, I feel like Terrence would probably get the most value from that if we're looking at legendaries. Um, Exonerate, shorten buff duration, immunity, accuracy down. Blixari could use that too. Because if her fifth hit is going to be shortened to the duration of a random buff on the target, and then it goes up to 2 on her combo, that could also be really good for her. And the suppression is ultimate. So Lakshari might be able to get like, and that's also like that's we're now starting to have like specific unit talks now. I think generally, like the combo speed is not the best, is not a bad thing, but I don't think there's going to be a whole bunch of like if we're talking about PvP, there's not going to be a lot of options for you to use that on. But in the sense of like general usage, I think anybody can kind of use that because combo speed is not bad. But that of like lowering like your like a character's skills that's kind of PvP coded. So you said, would you reroll in this game at all? As of the moment, no. Like rerolling is just a pain in the neck. To be fair, I mean, most people that have been rerolling, they'll reroll for like at most an epic. I've seen some people go further and try to do legendaries, but you said is Litria in the Titan pool? No. So with Litria, what you would have to do is you have to use a Titan Heart to be able to take up Latria's awakenings. So that's the only one that it's kind of mandatory to do it with because there is no other way for you to obtain it. But all the others, obviously, you can get like dupes for them. So that's essentially the only one. If we were just basing it purely off of the, I don't think it's weekly. I think it's the monthly reward. It would be like, what is that, 6 months? You could do it this way. Or if you mixed it with that and then you are also buying it out of the shop, it could be quicker, like the arena shop. But I would argue most would probably say the same thing. You're probably just better off if you do it for that one character. I guess there's that. But I honestly think most people are going to probably say keep going after your legendary codexes. To be honest. Like I just think people are just going to go the route of saving the ones they get from the monthly and then they just keep saving and using arena entries for legendary codexes. I think if there was no other alternative, then people probably would push this a little more, but it is an option, right? So it's really how much arena do you do. If you do enough arena to actually go after that, then do it, right? But if you don't, I think the legendary codexes might take priority for you, because it's 3 a week, 10K per, which means that you would have to basically miss a couple of weeks if you want to buy the 2 within the month, which it's doable. I mean, if you really wanted to just get one character out of the way, I don't feel like it's an issue. It's definitely doable. And then after that, the other characters are dupes. Unless you aren't pulling any dupes, then, you say you don't buy the 100 points from Arena. No, I do. I just haven't had a chance. Dude, listen, I've been bouncing around on 3 accounts this whole stream. At this point, I forgot what I bought at this point. I'm like looking at it. Like, I'm like, dog, I've looked at the shop on 3 different accounts, and I can only account for the different purchases I've made on like 1 right now. But yeah, I actually have been buying the extra 100, because that is factored into what you need for the events and stuff like that. And usually with the events energy, I'm not refilling a whole bunch of event energy. I actually been refilling arena more than I have energy at this point. So any extra energy I get, it's just what I get at this point. And then if there's the 50 recharge, I'll do that. But yeah, mainly, my refills have been going into arena. That's mainly where they've been going. And so my trophy room, I'm trying to get it more fleshed out, but it like trophy room is a grind, man. I shifted over to my light attribute a little bit, so I was getting some of that down, and I was doing wind, but when I got virtuous, that just kind of messed me up a little bit. So I was over here in the light trophy room, but prior to that, I was just doing wind and then stacking up and stuff like that. So. But yeah, so yeah, I have been buying it, but it's just a matter of like, again, bouncing between 4 different accounts. You said that's like asking the queen to go congratulate the janitor for cleaning the toilet. Yo, that's funny. It said when we was re-rolling, it was for a better healer. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, like you could always like within your progression, like Yusasa's not bad. Like if you really are finding like, okay, I don't have a good healer, just go Yusasa, dude. Like just make life easy. Just Yusasa your ways to success, you know? Like just Yusasa your ways to success. Let me see. Oh, okay. All right, so I got to do tower. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be in the upper like 80s or so. Let's see where this lands me. I need to get more units fleshed out here, but we got 3, which is not bad. Dude, did anybody else notice that they updated Cordis's picture to make him look like Prince Charming? Like what? like when did that happen? I got this man over here looking like he about to start singing. Yeah, I was like, dude, they're actually like going through and updating some characters now. Yeah, Tyrannus and Tower is just so freaking fun. Especially once he pops his ult, it's just GG. Look. Do. He said, getting Invokers to Titans feel so bad in this game. I think it really all depends on like what you don't mind doing. I think a lot of the people that struggle the most with this game, they don't like to build up from the bottom. I think that's also like that's a big part of the grind in this game is like having to build units just for progression versus like building the units you want to build. I like, you know, if I'm being like 100% honest, like I would say like in the last like maybe 2 months, I've actually been building more of the units I want to build. Like initially, like for example, Zelassie. I don't even like how Zelassie looks. Like I like the unit. he would never be a unit I would actually go to. First off, the dude he got like his chest out, and he's not really my go-to character. But in application, I couldn't argue his application, so I built him. I built uncommons on my account. I'm not saying that you should do that, but yeah, I mean, it was a lot of just building stuff just to help myself get by until I was able to pull certain things, and then my luck kind of shifted on my account. My first 3 legendaries were I got double Colodon and Gladstone, so I just kept playing though with that, and then from there it kind of turned around. I ended up getting, I think it was Sebastian, and that was my first like crazy support. So I was like, all right, cool. And then after that, I think it was Revisia. I think then Thou. Then I think it was Thou. Then I'm trying to remember who after that. Tasia. Was Tasia after Thou? Oh yeah, Tasia was after Thou. I did the chase for Tyrannus, so I got Tyrannus. And then recently I just pulled and I got Virtuous. And I got another cop. Oh, I did the fusion. So I did the fusion for Matesu. And then, which I could have did much earlier, but I was trying to use it for the event. And then I got Virtuous, and then I got another copy of Matesu. So not ideally the copy of, the dupe I wanted, but it works, I guess. But yeah, I think like with a lot of this game, the biggest thing is like that Spire, man. Like that's like the biggest thing. That's like the biggest thing. That Spire content and being able to accumulate stuff from there is it's really a big difference in resources. I feel like with clan content, it's gonna probably shift resources again. But yeah, I think the foundation work is like it is the part that doesn't feel. It's for some people it's fun, for some people it's not, because like some people want to get the really shiny characters and be running around with those. But the other argument that I also bring up too is that like even if, right, like let's say you started your first month, first month you got 5 legendaries. Good luck building them. Like honestly, and that's not even me trying to be funny. Like good luck building them, because really for you to pull the value, like legendary books kick in on legendaries at skill 3. And so some characters need, to get to about skill 7 for certain skills for like certain value to come out of them. And then even when you're looking at like awakenings and like all of that stuff, it's just like long-term grind. And realistically, having your account where you kind of build up is just better, because then at that point you have stuff that's developed. You can use stuff as food if you need to. Like that's the other thing. It's the progressive nature of the game. I'm hoping that, of course, they streamline some things and make it better, because I'm not gonna sit here and be like it's perfect, because it's not. But I definitely think that as far as the type of game this is, it is very much so a game that they want you to commit long-term play to, and so it's kind of that. I think like mixture, chases, fusions, they'll probably update fusions at some point. But people's accounts are going to end up looking nice. I just think that this is what some people were expecting, especially if they're used to like most traditional. I don't even say traditional. I'll say mainly Eastern-based gachas, because that's what I primarily have covered. Eastern-based gachas are very much so. Everybody can basically roll an account and get the same thing. And you can, like, for example, you can reroll. It's super easy. You may get hundreds of pulls to start the game out with. These games never start like this. Hold on one sec, guys. I'll be right back. Yo, Yurikin, what's good, fam? You said you just got Nestoru, dude. A lot of people have been saying they like Nestoru. I have not gotten a chance to get a Nestoru, but I hope he helping. He said I hope I get something OP. I don't want free characters or trash. He said a bad. He said a bad B would do fine. Said if they kind of mid, I request to 5 stars. Bro, listen, okay, here's the thing, right? Like, when I first started playing, okay, think about this, right? Me and Kirito started at the same time. When we first started playing, would you believe that Kirito pulled Asteria on his account? And this man, I think he still rewrote his account. Like I was like, bro, I was over there running around with Colodon, and this man got Asteria as on his start. And this was like, you know, we got way more units than we did from then till now, right? And so they've added so many units. Like there were no Stone Hearts when I first started. There was no Stone Hearts. I'm trying to think. Bleed was pretty rampant. So like Sodoma was like Kinslayer Sodoma was like cream of the crop. She was like insane. I'm trying to think who else. Modok. Like a lot of the bleed units were running the game, dude. Like they were nuts. But yeah, we didn't really have many Stone Hearts. We didn't really have many like we still don't have many Beast Bloods. We didn't even have half of the Titans that we have now. You said this like you talking to kids about what a VCR is. Yo, Pablo, it is, bro. That's the beta experience though. Like, God, don't let Waffles come in here. Waffles will tell you when they didn't even have purchasing in the game. I haven't played as long. So Waffles is, and it is a fact, Waffles is the longest tenured player on the game. Waffles has been playing well over a year. So he was playing the game, and it was like they have no QOL. Like, so Waffle's stories of like the updates and stuff is even more than mine. And Waffles, when I first came in, he helped me so much with my account. He's a really, really good dude. He's one of the mods in the community as well. You said I need a tier list. A tier list for what though? You said, yo, what's good, Clutch? How you doing, bro? Yeah, listen, that was a thing, man. Like, it absolutely is a thing. So I'm just like, man, like for me, it's like I'm seeing the game evolve. Like, and it's like obviously newer players coming in. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, but the game's getting better. Like, you care about your experience you're having now. But I will say that I personally feel like the game is only going to get better. I think it's safe to say that, because like even for like the beginner experience I had, like I've seen a couple people say that they're like, well, your beginner experience wasn't as bad as ours. And I'm like, yes, true, but you don't want to really, you don't want that to be the argument. Like, oh, your experience is just like, if it's bad, it's bad, right? So I'm hoping that like the beginner experience only gets better, you know, so that it's just good and it's not that, right? So, yo, Yurikin, appreciate you, fam. Went over and transferred over to the Twitch side and was like, let me get you with that Prime. Nah, listen, I appreciate that, man. You could have put that Prime anywhere else, but you put it here. So I do appreciate that. Oh, and also too, I am gonna start doing signups for summons and stuff like that for people, because I know people, like I had a few people that messaged me because they were like, yo, I see you over there God handing on Pablo's account. What about me? I was like, wait a minute, hold up. I got to set this up properly. For those of you guys that don't know, I am known for like crazy summon sessions. If you guys think I have God hand, my fiance has, her luck is just crazy. Like I have it a little bit, and for what you've seen was probably a lot. She's worse in a good way. Like she just be doing stuff, and I just be sitting there like, dude, like how? Like I don't know. Like she's crazy. So you might see some people every once in a while that's like, hey, can Ms. Zox come pull on my account? That's why. She's very, very. I think she has the double God hand. I don't know. So yeah, we're gonna definitely try to do more summon sessions and stuff like that. Do, 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 do. You said my pleasure. Thanks for your help and work you're doing. No, dude, listen, I appreciate you guys. I like, and it's crazy, dude, because like I was telling this. Who was I telling this to? I think I was telling it to one of the other mods, but dude, I was gonna retire from content creation, believe it or not. Like this game for me was like the last game I was kind of like, I'll try it, see what's going on, because it wasn't that like my ability to do content. I was just kind of getting tired. I like, if that's fair to say, right? Like, I think that's fair to say. Even if you love to do something, you can get burned out from it. So I think I was just starting to kind of get tired, and I was just like, I think a lot of games I was running into an issue where I wasn't having fun anymore. That was really what it was. So for me, this game is just fun. Like, I like, if you look at all my content, and I mean, even you see my personality, I'm laughing like 24/7. So like, if you read a comment, just know I'm probably like, like when people type messages, they'll say LOL, but they have a straight face and they're probably not laughing. When I type LOL, I'm probably really laughing. So that's kind of the thing with me, at least. Like, yeah, I just be trying to have fun, man. Like, and also try to make informative content. My goal isn't necessarily to be number one. It's just to make sure everybody's enjoying the game. And I feel like if I can accomplish that, then that I did what I was seeking to do. So, because I actually can't remember on which game I saw you first. Maybe that was Bleach Brave Souls or something like that. So jumping into Invokers, was just so glad to see you back there. Oh, dude, that's a long time ago. You know what's crazy is, like, I sometimes forget how long I've been doing YouTube. And when somebody's like, yeah, bro, I remember, like, somebody randomly the other day was like, bro, I remember playing Sentinel Alice with you. And I'm like, dang, Sentinel Alice, I forgot about that game. Like, it's been a long journey of games that I've played. Like, I kind of almost played everything up until a certain point. I say, like, maybe within the like last year and a half has been the point in my career where I really haven't touched a lot of the newer games. Like, a lot of games I just never touched. Like the Seven Deadly Sins game came out, Origins, I think it was. I never played it, still haven't. NTE had came out, I still haven't gotten around to playing it. It's a lot of games I just haven't touched yet. So yeah, I at this point now, if you see me on a game, it's because I genuinely like the game, or I see that there's some potential or promise in it. And yeah, I definitely think Invokers, they have all of the elements that really honestly make a really, really fun game to be a content creator on, to be honest. So I for one am hoping that they do well. I'm hoping that they treat their players well over time, and find that sweet spot. And yeah, I'm hoping that they can hit that 10-year mark. I think, like, realistically, if you can get a gacha to last like 10 years, like, Summoner's War or Raid, or I'm trying to think what else has been around for that long. Like, I mean, we got like Clash of Clans and all those games. I'm like, if you can get your game to last that long, you did something right. That means people liked your game enough to not make you EOS. Like, so yeah, that's kind of that. Let's see. Why are we loading? Oh, okay. I was like, what's going on here? Yeah, I gotta finish my Railboat Serene. Like, I really want to see what she does at peak build, because I feel like personally she's gonna be kind of stupid because she has so much damage. Because I think this game is gonna do well. Yeah, I think it is too. My thing is always, like, I always am in hopes that developers really do, listen to the players to some degree, like, and definitely give them some of the things they want. But I also don't think they should give everything. I think, like, there has to be a healthy medium on it. And so, like, a lot of things that, like, for sure, like, quality of life stuff, you have to address those things before the official launch. Like the multi-battle thing, for example. Like, I like, that's like one thing that I think is like, yeah, you gotta let players be able to do more than one thing at a time. Even if you just did it to where it was like, hey, you can do your PvP while you're also having one thing on PvE farming. That completely changes, like, your experience. Honestly, you said it's been a while for me. Was looking for a new gacha for years now. that one is eating my soul. So I hope they don't screw up. Yeah, no, I feel you on that. Like, I think that that's the thing for me. Like, I don't remember the last time I really had a main gacha where I was like, I'm gonna dedicate my channel to making content on that game. You know, like some games, I was like, I'll find them and I'm like, okay, I like that one, and it just so happens that I'm making content on them for a while. But this is the first game in a very, very long time where I was like, you know what, I'm gonna dedicate making content to this game. Like a lot of the other games you guys might see on the channel, those are like my sponsor videos. So like Element Fission, I do sponsored content for them. I really honestly do that to help out those devs, because those devs are like, they're a really small team, and they wanted to make a free to play friendly game. And so I'm all for supporting small developers that you know, are trying to offer a different experience for players that, you know, may not have the money or the wallet ninjutsu capabilities, you know. So Element Fission, I really don't mind doing those videos at all. And then Star Sailors, that game, I've built relationships over the years with like Come To Us and their team, and that was one game that I actually really liked how it played. It's super casual. It's really a side game, so I like it for that fact. I feel like you know, every game being a main game is kind of tough sometimes. So I like the idea of having, like, you know, say like Invokers is my main game. I have a couple of side games that I play, and then I'm content. You know, I don't need really much at that point. So that, you know, at least for me personally. You said I think they need to do more for new player events, like giving them an epic or a rare. Yeah. So one thing that I think like, and that's one thing I will say has changed, because it, like I was saying before, when I had started, it was like uncommons, and then they swapped it to bullets and RTU, and who was the other one? Drovis. I think they need to get rid of Drovis. Like, Drovis needs to go, because like, it's not like Drovis is like, I guess it goes to the argument of like everybody is usable, but Drovis ain't it, man. Like every time I start off with her, I'm like, dude, I cannot wait to get rid of her. Like, Drovis has to go. But I will say that even when it comes down to like an epic or something like that, I think that would be really cool. Some of the things that we are missing though are like, we don't have like a form of like a arbiter quest or something like that. I think that would be really nice to have in the game, even just as an extra source of resources. Or even if the progress quest got updated to where maybe they gave like certain impactful units to help you with Spire or something like that. There's a lot of different things that they could do outside of just outright resources. It's so many different things they could do. But I definitely would say, like, even with fusions, that's probably something they're going to adjust over time based off of the content we have. But as far as the starting squad, yeah, that would be pretty cool. I actually wouldn't be against that. Like, if you were able to get a really nice, like, epic starter chance or something like that, I think that would be pretty cool. Because even with the epics, like, if you get a really good epic, that would actually be really, really good, too. You said, I'm a 3-game guy, but that's only if there's not an open world. I'm an auto guy, like games. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that. Because realistically, you can't play every single game in full capacity like you want to. Especially open world games, dude. Like, open world games and open world gamers, I gotta top my half off to them, because, you know, for me personally, dude, like, there's no way I can keep up with Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, Triple Z, you know, Honkai Star Rail, Arknight's Enfield, Silver Palace, Anata. Like, there's guys that are legitimately playing all of those, and I'm just like, dude, where do you find the time? Like, and I mean, I'm saying this as a person that does this as a, you know, for a living. And it's just the grinds that are required. All of the update days happen the same time. It's not like you get the update and it's different. It's all the same, like the same time intervals. Like, they're updating around the same time. And that's not even including if you didn't play other games, like, you know, that are auto based and they have their events and stuff like that. So right now, like, one of the games that I play on the side, I just got back into it because I'm actually pretty excited to see what sort of Convallaria does. I do play that game pretty heavily on the side, and more casually, I would say. But yeah, sort of Cavalaria, I would definitely say that's like one of the side games I really like to play. Obviously, Star Sailors is something I'm playing on the side right now. But those games like Star Sailors, you can legitimately get on Star Sailors in like 10 minutes. Like that takes like no time unless there's like a new update. It's not time invasive at all. Or you're trying to do something very strategic, then there's that. Or even just harder, point clearing content, then there's that too. But other than that, dude, yeah, it's not crazy, dude. Like, the only game that, and even then now, my account's so old, it's not even the same anymore. I played Last Claudia quite a bit, but I've been playing that for 8 years. So my account was so in game, I could just blow up basically anything in the game. So that's kind of that. And then what else am I playing? Element Fission. I play here and there. I'm like still fairly new in Element Fission, so. Dude, I love Red Riot, dude. Like Red Riot is just she's just so fun. I'm so mad I got the Chroma version of her in the free to play. I wish I would have got her on this one. Red Riot is actually really fun. Yo, what's good, Bronny? How you doing, fam? You said they got teams? Oh, you talking about the guys that play all the open world games? Dude, listen, I wouldn't even put it past. Like, and don't get me wrong, I have a lot of content creator friends that legitimately have people that pilot their accounts, and they're not ashamed of it either. They'll tell you, like, yeah, I'm covering so much. There's like I pay a guy that just like pilots my account for me. There's people that absolutely like or creators even, I would say, that do that. Because like realistically, to keep up with all those games, it gets to a point where it is borderline impossible to be in game in all of them and keep up with them efficiently. There's like one person I can realistically think of that can kind of keep up with them, and even then, there's some games where he might not be in game, but it's the homie Scion. He's like one of the only people I know of that's like on that like level content creation, and man will literally be in game on Chinese server and then be in game on global. So I'm like, bro, like where do you get the time, dog? But he has a method to his madness, man, and yeah, he's been doing it for. I mean, Scion. I watched him as a kid, so he's been doing YouTube now like 20 plus years. Like it's crazy. YouTube's been around that long, but yeah, that is some people that's been rocking out like that. You said this has become my main game, so I'm waiting for Void Hunters. Yeah, I think Void Hunters is another one I actually am interested in playing because it's just so different. Like I definitely think that one's gonna offer a very unique experience. And I think seeing how that game plays out from update to update, how they're doing their events and stuff like that, I think it's going to be really cool. And I think long-term investment is going to feel really nice in that game as well. So I am pretty excited to see how Void Hunters does. Let's see. I think Star Sailors was out before under another name. It may have been Dragon. I don't know. Because my first time like coming across it was under Star Sailors, but funny enough, Scion would know, because even this game was under another name at one point. It was like something Spirit Anima or something. Like it was something like that. Yo, Red Riot be like she just be blowing up stuff. I don't know if we're gonna get the full 5 keys because they're kind of over here fainting. Yeah, Red Riot over here moving. This is like the only place where I feel like Instinct makes sense. Other than that, like if it's boss content, Instinct makes no sense. Like it will have you standing there looking at the enemy. She over here 360 spin dashing. I'm like, yo, what is I'm like, who turned up the sliders on Red Riot? You said how old is your main account now? So I can't feel the snowball effect yet where I can up several level 60s. My account is I think it's pushing like 7, 8 months. I don't know if it's. I think this month might be 8, somewhere around there. Yeah, it's like 7, 8, somewhere around there. I think at the end of this month. I can double check though, because I just been playing. It would be, but yeah, it's somewhere around there. I mean, to be fair, like even taking up level 60s, like several of them takes a long time. So yeah, that's why I got 10 days. Oh, it's like, yeah, I've only been playing for 10 days. That makes sense. No, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, like, to be fair, like, there's a guy that's been playing for a whole year plus. Like, I like, even now, like, level 60ing stuff is like, it's just a grind over time. Like, stuff just starts to accumulate. But even then, like, I don't 60 as much as, like, I was trying to previously. So, like, if I do 60 something, it's like, okay, there's an event going on, and so I'm trying to build that, so then I'll level it and then 60 it. But yeah, 60ing is its own grind all in its own, because it's the mats to get the character, the EXP to take out the fodder, then the EXP to level the character. And one thing too that I think is just like it's the process kind of is a little bit grindy to do, but it's the leveling from common all the way up. So a lot of your food should be common, to be honest. And that's probably more so the free to play way to really do it like super efficiently, so that you can really pull the most out of the food that you have. I mean, some people just do uncommons, but I would do it all the way from common all the way up. So next week I might be able to make another 6-star. Yeah, in the earlier phases of your account, like it also depends to like what you're doing, who you're building, where you're farming. I'm kind of the guy where, like, okay, take for example like my new account. My new account, I'm already almost ready to 6-star another character, but that's because of how I'm building my units. I made sure that a lot of the units that I'm farming for are under the same faction, so it was also part of the luck of the draw too. Like the units I wanted to build are all from the same faction, and so when I'm farming the one place in the game, I'm not farming other areas. I'm farming one spot, and then it's also giving me a lot of the base gear. So I was farming my HP gear and Eldrin runes, and that's going towards three units I was building on my account. So yeah, it's like different ways that you can kind of make processes a little bit easier. Like, because even like taking characters up to 5-star and awakening them is still just as good temporarily as 6-starring some characters. Like 6-starring definitely can push some characters, but some characters get to where you need them when you awaken them a little bit and just have them at 5-star. You said it was called Anima Spirit Guardian. Yeah, that's what it was. Yep, it was Anima Spirit Guardian. I know Scion did a video. He was probably like one of the first people to do a video on it when it was under that name. And, you know, that's kind of its a little lore, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like that's what happens when you're making games and stuff. Like the name could be one thing or characters can be one way. And even when you look at the videos from then, there was so many things like the UI was a little different. Like it wasn't nearly as good as it is now. So, all right, so we're like kind of borderline able to do stage 80 here. We'll see how they fare, because it should be a boss fight, so it shouldn't be too bad after the waves. But I definitely got to get some fire units built up, because the only one I really have right now is Red Riot. Yeah, like damage wise, I probably would do a Lesku anyway. Yeah, I don't know though. You said I got 3 now: Danos, Nisuru, and Thao. So next one will be Balmore, and then I'll be completely naked. That's good though. If you said that's what, 6 stars? Are you saying like 3 6-stars in 10 days? I mean, that's not bad. I mean, to be honest, and the ones that you did do are actually all like really good. So yeah, like that's not bad. And like even with support, you could rock a support for 5 stars for a little bit, and really just make sure you got those awakenings and some skill ups in them, and they'll pop off. That in their build. Said Danos can solo with a minimum help up to hard 9. Yeah, Danos at that point, yeah, like he starts to need some sustain, but yeah, he's great. He's great, dude. Danos is definitely a really good unit. Yeah, Danos is very, very good. Let's see here. We got explosive. Oh man, explosive rounds are just. Yeah, this guy can probably one tap. Is why it's explosive. All right, it's my first month on 80 too, so for at least fire tower. All right, there we go. First 80 to bat. All right, so this is actually not bad. So we're relatively close on everything. I know I can go to like the upper 90s. I might be able to go further now on light tower, but yeah, we got to do water. Water is definitely not a strong suit. I don't think, not right now, because I got to build them. So I gotta like that. This is just not built yet, but should be soon. I know somebody's looking like, bro, you over here talking about not strong and you got double Matesu. Okay, so hear me out. I did the fusion for the first Matesu, and then the last legendary that I got was Matesu. So I don't know how to feel about that. Like I genuinely don't know how to feel about that because I don't even like I count the LD, but not from my RGBs. So I could have got literally anything from my RGBs, and it gave me another Matesu, you know? So we'll make the best of it. We might go double Matesu. That could work for Authar too. But I'll at least keep him 5-star, probably give him a little bit of TLC, and then let him run tower with the other Matesu. And Vikar is going to be my tank. Lucis is going to just still do... what she does in tower, and then I might actually swap her out for Caliph at some point though, and then Tasia, and then we're good to go. That'll be that, and Dark Tower is just whatever it is because hey, we got to make it work. But Dark Tower has we got some stuff. MODOK, I'm still sad about MODOK. I wouldn't have 6-starred him if I knew Bleed was going to get nerfed when it got nerfed. And yes, I'm running a uncommon. I'm running an uncommon Reki. If I was to tell anybody if they were going to 6-star uncommon, it would be Reki. Like Reki is actually like low key kind of good. Let me see here. Let me see if we can run it. I might have to like re-gear her some, but Reki has shock in her kit, so she's not the worst. All right, let's see. Is there any hero out there want to sponsor this poor mod with 3 Destiny stars? And Reki's combo attack speed is kind of crazy. Oh, come on. He died before she could do it. And I have much better lifesteal gear too now, so I'll probably put her on another lifesteal build. That man was shot. Yeah, I really don't feel like Reki should have been an uncommon. She definitely feels more of like a rare than an uncommon. You know what I do need though? I need a healer. I need to build up that rare healer. Like I'm trolling that or Belmore. I think Kasanka, is she gonna hang on? Yeah, she should be okay. And never mind, she died. Hang on, Modok. Oh, never mind. We got beat up. Oh, so close, but so far. Yeah, I gotta build some sustain in there. So we got to the last wave. We just have no sustain. All right, so that's what we need there. We need some sustain. We DPS our way to success. You said I started playing 2 days ago and already dropped 50. So I like it. Just don't think I made the right choice on bundles. What? Okay, so I would say okay. How do I want to pose the question about the X? Okay, so are you trying to like lightly spend? Is that what you're trying to do? Because depending on what kind of spender you're trying to be will kind of dictate what you might get more value out of. I know I feel like for most light spenders, there's something called a calendar, if I'm not mistaken. I think this is something. Yeah, so the calendar, a lot of people recommend that. I think it's is it the 30-day one? I think it might be between the 30. I think it's the 30-day and or this one. I can't remember which one they were telling me, but I know it's one of these. And I think it was the 30-day one, but I could be wrong. It said, is the 20 purple star, 30 blue star, 150 a good price point wise? Okay, so I'll give you a point of reference here. Okay, so 10 stars is 3K, for example. If you go to let's see, 3K is about. All right, so let's say you weren't doing the 2 times. The 3K is about $30. That's for one. So yeah, that is actually, according to the price point set, then yeah, it is actually good. Because yeah, like this even, like for example, is better than just buying it outright from the just getting gems in and buying it outright. A lot of the I think the hot deals might be the better ones, but then again too, I'm pretty sure there's probably certain packs that show up too as well if you are spending, because I don't, there's kind of that. Like if you look at all these, I bought none of them, so that kind of should give you perspective there. But I used to have no issues with microtransactions. I'm up to like one. Hey, listen, I gotta ask, because I will say the biggest things, or the most impactful things, really. It's kind of hard to even say summons are the most impactful, because it depends. Like it's like no matter what, there's RNG, right? There's no guarantee you'll get anything. So yeah, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee. So I would say the biggest bang for your buck a lot of the times, I think energy is a pretty big deal. I think your chances, like if there's anything that increases like your chances of something, like for example, like and what I mean by that is like getting more summons, like versus like saying buying smaller bundles, depending on what it is, where it gives you more odds or more chances to pull is better. It just really depends on what you feel comfortable buying. Because like I got guys that's like, I'm buying every LD pack in the game, and then there's guys that are like, I'm not buying those, but I'll buy the Destiny packs, or I'll buy the Divine packs. So I think it's that, and then what are your goals? Like, are you trying to be the best there ever was? Are you just trying to like for example, Pablo, he summons and he wants to be able to beat all the PvE content, but he doesn't care about leaderboards. So for him, he's not gonna buy infinite energy, but he's definitely gonna be using crystals for like summons. So he's gonna do some energy, but it's definitely gonna be more towards his summons, because he cares more about that. So there's some guys that like for the one, I don't even know how much the one is spending, because that dude is summoning and spending a ton of energy at the same time. So I would say like a lot of the bundles, like if I was to just go through some of them, for example, like the exclusive deals, like I mean, this one, for example, doesn't seem too bad. 1.5K, like this is definitely a good one. A Divine and a Radiant. a Destiny, 1.5k stamina and 150. So that's not bad. Then multi-battle energy, $5. I mean, that's decent. I don't know if you even ever know what roles these are. I always felt like crit packs or gear packs were like the weirdest things because you just don't like just like do people actually buy like do people buy these like because I always feel like gear packs are so random unless like you know for sure it's going to give you something. Like I feel like gear packs are always just so random. Like it's no like you just don't you can just get all trash pieces, you know. Like it just doesn't really do much. So I like pulling like if I'm opening Pokemon packs, I just want to pull a good pull. So so honestly I think that's the biggest thing. Like if you're looking to you said people buy gear packs for sure. No, I'm not saying they don't, but it's just like. What if it just gives you nothing, right? Like, I guess that argument can be made with summons too. Like, so I guess there's that. I guess. So yeah, that's that. I guess. But yeah, so if you're looking like at just like spending, I think these are so low because they're first time purchase ones. Like some like again, they're probably. Again, it's like with most games, they want you to spend. Like even the 2 times, like obviously you're going to see that probably the 1 time and never see it again. But I would say like even if we're looking at pity, right? Like the thing that's going to be the most, probably the most cost effective. Like when I was looking at Pablo's account, that dude had like freaking 500 destinies, right? So realistically, when you look at even the pity, you like realistically I guess to dollar value to what you spend, like yeah, if you get an LD they're extremely powerful, but there are some extremely powerful RGBs. So between your destinies, I feel like, or yeah, your destinies and divines, that's probably going to be the best bang for your buck, really. Because I mean, granted, don't get me wrong, hey, radiants are nice, but if you're able to get to, you know, again, I don't know what you got, but if you got radiant money, then hey, radiance ain't bad either. But I definitely would say like your pity buildups and stuff like that. Like for example, like on divines there's like the 15, but then you also have the every 45 it gives you a legendary. So that's 1 15 30, so every 3 rotations you get an extra legendary. And so the way that this one works, and the only reason why I know how this one works is because I was able to test it on Pablo's account. I haven't even done that many pulls yet when it comes to Divine Stars. So when you hit Divine Cap, what it does is this actually becomes a separate summon button, and you just can claim another legendary, and that can be random on what it is. But it's just another chance, I guess. And then with the Destinies, there's still the every 85 you get a kickback on the divine. So I guess it's like how it kind of flows into itself. It's like I got impulse and regrets money. Oh man. Like, hey, listen, you know, my thing is that it's whatever you're comfortable with. But like realistically, I think the thing that's gonna be, it's just more obvious and evident what's gonna be more expensive is gonna be radiance, right? They also have the much higher pity count, so there's that. So that's why I said I think like the bigger value for sure is going to come from Fates and Destinies. Because the other thing too is that like if you are getting packs, like I say, like think about any of the packs that you buy and they have crystals in them as well. Those crystals can then be converted into Destiny stars, for example. So there's kind of that. So like you have packs that give. Blues are worth because blues still help you with building up to guarantees on epics. Depending on where your account is, you can get epics from them. And then they also can build up, right? So you have your pity, and then you have your like the guarantee for the pity, and then you have the fate and destiny star build up, right? So like that's kind of its own thing. It also like it's weird too because this game's a little different in that way, I guess too. When you're pulling, there's also I always call it kickback, But when you're oh, hold on. Let me see something real quick. Okay. Yeah, when you're like summoning and stuff like that, you have a kickback from like your milestones or achievements. So as you're summoning, there's also achievements that you're hitting under the summoning that's giving you kickback. So the more that you're doing of, like say summoning the earth, water, wind, fire invokers, you're also getting a return. So like when I did Pablo's summons, I was like able to get back so much back because we was already pulling so much, and then that allowed me to keep going. So there's kickback on the number of rares you're summoning, the number of epics you summon, the number of legendaries that you summon. You know, Yurkin said, it's almost 1 a.m. here. Good night from France. See you next. Yo, Yurkin, I appreciate you for stopping by, fam. You have a blessed night, man. Stay safe out there, and I'll catch you later, all right? So yeah, blues are absolutely worth. They still amount to something. Even wild stars are worth, right? Like when you look at this number, you would think, oh, Zox did 500 summons on LDs. No, not necessarily. I pull so much with wild stars. Hitting 500 LDs is not hard because people forget that with wild stars, you can pull light and darks uncommons in that, and it counts towards that. So like if you think about it, my last 2 rotations, or between the Tyrannus, the beginning or the right before the beginning of Tyrannus and the Tyrannus event, I spent about 6,000 wild stars. So hitting 500 light and dark invokers. I mean, obviously I just did a session a little bit ago, but there wasn't that much for me to hit 500. That was like what, 50, I think. So all the rest of that came from, so we'll say like the 400 plus LDs, that all came from primarily whenever I hit an achievement on summoning LDs, and then the rest was all uncommons, right? So that's another thing. That's why like uncommons are so, they kind of gave uncommons value in that way. You can use uncommons to basically push the goals for getting your LD summons on your account. So yeah, that's kind of another thing, I guess. Obviously summoning Titans is its own thing as well. So it just really dependent upon what you want to do, right? But yeah, I would say that would probably be the biggest bang for your buck. Again, if you look at the units and you're like, hey, I want that Radiant, I would say more so now than later. Realistically, like obviously you have to factor in RNG, but it would be really realistically doing any pulls now is going to be cheaper now than later because the pool is smaller. So like if you're thinking about like say pulling say you want to go for an LD, right? A legendary LD, you got to look at how many legendary invokers are legendary light dark invokers are in the game currently, right? Versus like what it might look like a year from now. Or even 2 updates, right? Because they could very well add like 7 LDs, like that could happen, right? But if we go, so we got 1 here, 2, Light Seeker, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that 10? What was that? Wait, 1, 2, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, yeah, it was 9, not 10. That's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And so, yeah, okay, so point in case, right? So before this update that just happened, we were at 13. I think we're at 15 now. We were at 13. So they already added another 2. Nautila, and they added what's it called? Where's she at? She's a Stoneheart. Cosme. So they already added another 2. Now before that, they had added I think Justabo, I think was added. I think Kamaraku, I think was added too. Or she might have already been in the game, but I think Justabo was actually added. Trying to think who else. Kreisha came like maybe a couple updates back. Durlag, I think, also came around that time too. And I think that was it from those. I think Yeah, Soderstein was in the game, and then yeah, Beast Blood has like none. So yeah, like we've been getting that's what two like every update or so, and so yeah, that is gonna that's gonna make the pool much bigger and harder to get whoever it is you might be targeting at the moment or want to target at the moment. So that might be worth at that point. I mean, same thing obviously could be argued with the RGBs. Like they're just gonna keep adding more RGBs, so the pool is gonna be bigger. I would suspect that at some point, though, they're going to probably have to do some form of a rate up so that it's easier to have a boosted chance or something, for you to get something. So that is probably a thing that could happen. So we shall see. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of that, I guess. But yeah, it's ultimately up to you. He said Cat might try the game. Oh, he's going to spend his oil reserve money. I get it. I get it. Hey, if he got it, like I said, bro, I love it, man. All right, let's see here. We have Invoker power up. I don't know how I hit a mission completion, but we did somehow. So did you cover Nautila? I just got her, but there's like no info in game. She's rated really low. Well, I wouldn't trust anything in game on her. To be fair, like everything in game is just kind of troll at this point. No, I have not had the chance to test her. She's one of the characters I want to test. I only had enough time to get to a few of them within the time frame that I had. Within the time I was on it was like a temporary test server. I was only able to test like a handful of them, and so I got to all the RGBs. I didn't have time to get to the LDs. So with her, I feel like even just looking at her, I feel it's the same thing I feel like with Cosme as well. I feel like they're characters that with intentionality behind clan content coming soon, they're gonna spike in value. Because like right now, like they're definitely decent. They're not bad at all. But I think that like the value of like the mana burn and the way that their kit is, it seems like it's going to be something catered for the next big piece of content coming, which is Clan Boss. And like I was saying on the infographics, it stated that the next Clan Boss was going to have mana burn, and then what I'm thinking is that it's also going to have a ton of enemies in it. Like that's what I'm kind of feeling, because most of the content currently is mainly like focused on like fighting one boss. So I was like, I feel like with clan content they're gonna kind of up the ante there to kind of make people have to build more units that have some form of AoE. But then dealing with all those different things, you have to then worry about mana burn, which is a HP based tick damage. And so I was like, yeah, that might be a thing. With her specifically though, like if we look at her kit, for example, where's she at? Freeborn. Boop. Go back. Yo, welcome back, Robsy. If you look at her kit too, what she has, like hill reduction, blind AoE, it's a really interesting pairing to have. Because the blind is already one thing, but the hill reduction is a whole nother thing. And like realistically, if you're looking at like places that would work, Sakayel, Ogerum, I mean, but there's no need for it to be AoE, right? So that's why I said I feel like that's going to be something that might have more value in like Clan Boss or something like that, because there's no real need for it. The other thing that's interesting too, and I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody else has been playing, I don't know if there's anybody else that teleports in the game. so I don't know what this means. Like I don't think I've seen any character with teleport. So you've been live all day. You took a break. No, I've been live since how long has it been now? It's been a few hours. 6 hours. I've been live for 6 hours. So I'm coming to the end shortly, but yeah, I've been live for 6 hours. It's because I don't normally stream that often, or haven't been able to. And a lot of people have been asking me like, bro, when you gonna stream? I'm like, bro, I'm trying, I had to move, So yeah, that was that's kind of that. But yeah, so yeah, this whole teleport thing, that's something I have to test in application. Like I would never tell somebody something with a character that does, because a lot of these characters is that too. Like you can pull up a character and somebody can say on paper they look great, but because everything is happening and it's like live and it's happening, you have to test it, because there's animation, there's Again, what is she doing when she teleports? like that's the thing. I don't know. Like, what is that? Like, how's the aggro on that working? You know, like how does that look? So that's what I mean. Like, I just haven't had a chance to mess with that. She also has Jinx and Mind Worm in the same skill, so that's already a whole thing. The other thing is too is the number of buffs that she can block with it. Not every character is able to block 3 buffs on a level 1. When she has this leveled, it becomes 5 buffs that she can block on an enemy. Blocking 5 buffs is kind of crazy. I'm gonna be honest. Like being able to block somebody from receiving 5 buffs is crazy. And then Mind Worm lasting for 17 seconds, that is crazy. So I feel like she's in a weird spot because like obviously Sakael, she can work there, but he says she AoE immediately after the teleport. See, that's what I mean. Like I have to test her out, dude. Like so I'll see what can happen with that, because that's like such. It's like also too like getting LDs is like a whole nother thing to be able to test them. And like like again, out of all the time I've been playing, the only LD I've been able to actively test has been Virtuous. So a lot of us that have been playing for a really long time, we've been having to share information with each other and sharing like video footage of like different characters and application with different builds. Because like realistically, not even if you are spending, like not everybody that has a ton of LD summons got every LD. They might have gotten the same ones, you know? So that's its own thing. And so yeah, like Virtuous, like now I'm gonna have a video for him because he's really good. He is very, very good. But like I was hoping I would have gotten one of the newer ones like Cosme or Nautila, but the game gave me him. So I can't complain. I can't complain really. But yeah, she's definitely one I wanted to test an application, but I also want to test Cosme as well. Like she seems really, really good. But yeah, there's just so many different things you got to factor in with her kit. Because like even if we go to, let's say, who else does Jinx Mind Worm? Okay, let's go to Ardell, for example. I don't think he has Jinx though. I think he has I think it's just Mind Worm. Yeah, he just has Mind Worm. It was somebody else that was new that also had it. The suppression. Let me see. Erdix buff still transferred. That's accuracy down. Was it? Hold on. There was somebody else that had it too, and I was reading it. And then Cosme doesn't. Might have been one of the epics. She has Ignore Jinx. Yeah, so she does have Jinx. So she has okay, so what's kind of and this is why I was looking at the two of them, because she has Jinx, but she also steals buffs too. So like that's a really interesting that's a really, really, in my opinion, this is very OP. I'm gonna be honest. Because you got to read in the order that this is happening. This is why I wanted her so bad. She steals 3 buffs. And then if the target, she gains 13% ultimate mana if the target has no buffs. So it's one or two things will happen. But then she'll cast Jinx on them for 1 turn. And she can block them from receiving 4 buffs. So the thing is she has like a crazy single target variation of it, and then Nautila has the AoE. You said I started yesterday and I got on Nautila and Gawara. Oh, you got lucky. You got 2 new units as my only legendaries, and there's no info, so I don't know if they're good or not. I'm gonna be honest, their kits, for me, from what I've seen and from what I'm gathering potentially could be coming, their kits are gonna be better. I feel like they work in the current state of the game, but I feel like their value is going to skyrocket once clan content comes out, and that's next month. Because even when you look at Gawara has reduction of after skills for himself, right? Titan Monogen, res down and defense break into 1 skill, which 60% and 50% on defense break. That's a very, very good. And he has heal reduction. So this is easily a character that's going to crush things like Olgarum. This is a great character at that point. Like even the extension of debuffs in the 5th hit chain, that's really good. So Olgrim, he's going to be able to pump out a fair amount of damage as well. And the rotation of his skills, having it built in where he's able to reduce the active skill 3 specifically, which allows him to generate ultimate and Titan mana, which means that he'll be able to help you spark your Titan or invoke faster. So between his ultimate popping off quicker, and then if he's critting, he gets Titan mana. He's going to help. That actually helps out the entire party at that point with being able to invoke into a Titan. So this is very similar to what you like, what value you're getting from like characters like Thao, for example, because Thao he's a Stoneheart, but Thao generates Titan mana on his hits. He extends. He does stuff off of crit. And then he also generates ultimate and more Titan mana if he crits. So it's like when you have characters that are doing stuff like that, he's going to be able to put out a good amount of damage, but he's also going to offer utility to the party. And so like he could easily become a character you slot in for something like PvP because, that, like for example, Thao outright, he's a PvE god, but he works in PvE or PvP too because he could add that value of getting you to your invocations, getting you to your to his own ultimate quicker to be able to nuke somebody before somebody has a chance to nuke them. So that definitely is a really, really good character. And so that's what I mean by like in the basis of the game currently, those characters still are going to work. But I feel like when it comes to like Nautilus and Cosme, their kits are, again, if it wasn't for, like I said, seeing that they were mentioning like Mana Burn and like I said, I feel like with the emphasis of where content is now, we're going to have more things with more AoE in it. And seeing how their kits are so AoE oriented in certain aspects, I feel like the clan boss is going to have some AoE stuff that we have to factor in with that tick damage. That's at least what I'm speculating at least. But I at least know like Cosme with the mana burn. So any mana burn unit is gonna more than likely have value because they kind of said it on the infograph that Sargot was gonna have mana burn tolerance. And then what her kit does specifically, and the only reason why I was correlating the two is because their kits are similar. So she has that Jinx and Mind Worm. You're getting the Jinx here. She does the buff still. You have the defense break, and then you have the reduction cooldowns for herself. But then when you're looking at what Nautila brings to the table, it's heal reduction, blind. She has shortening of random buffs on target, generation cooldowns for herself, based off of, and this is what I found to be interesting, reduces an active skill on herself by 7 seconds if the target has no buffs, if the target is a boss, or if the target is a mini boss. Why? You know, like why? Like why would you do that, right? Like, so that's definitely kind of giving you some extent of intention. It's kind of like the idea, like with a character that has crit, like if it says like this effect does this if they crit, kind of almost tells you what the unit build needs to be. They need to have some crit to be able to get the full utility out of their kit. We currently, I think this makes her one of 2 characters that has something that is allocated towards mini bosses or bosses. The other character that I can recall off the top of my head is, I think her name is Almia. Is it Almia? I know she's is she Eldrin? It is. Yep, Eldrin. Okay. Listen, I'm still remembering some of these characters. It's crazy. There's a lot of units in this game. But she has it in her ult, where she damage increases by 100% if the target is a boss or if the target is a mini boss. And so she was added not too long ago into the game. So Amia is fairly new as well. I actually just got her. But yeah, so like when I see those types of things, we're building up to clan boss content. That's going to be more than likely a very massive boss that you have to fight. And then there's characters that are starting to pop up with boss-oriented abilities. Kind of you could put 2 and 2 together where things might be going, I guess. So in my opinion, for you to have just started, you've got Nautila, who has a crazy AoE ability, great gimmicks in general. Jinx, Mindworm is insane. And then you also have Guara, which I feel like generally is just going to help you with your PvE progression. That seems really good to me. I mean, honestly, like I would say if I was starting off fresh, I would rather have that than double colodon. So that's nice. That's really nice. You said as a newer player, which of the campaign gear sets are the best to farm? Okay, so the rule of thumb and what at least my method of going through PvE progression, when you're looking at campaign, the health set is your best friend, right? The health set, and this was like one of the things that really helped me the most, was realizing that I can still build the DPS, but build them with bulk, right? Because like in the earlier days of your account, you don't have that much in your awakenings. You don't have the best of gear yet. You're really keeping things simple. You know, it's like, okay, I'm not going for combo speed or crazy values just yet. I'm just going for my attack, my HP, in some cases defense if the unit may scale off defense. You're just kind of keeping it simple at first. And the biggest thing that comes with that is that as you're progressing, you'll run into a lot of walls where it's just simply you can't survive. So when you look at like, okay, for example, HP set gives you a total of 45% HP, right? Versus if you're looking at attack set, which is in the very next one, attack gives you a total of 30% attack. I can technically make up for that attack on an HP set, but I can't make up for that HP on an attack set, right? And nor would you, right? It would be kind of weird because if you're building a DPS and I'm just building into more attack, I'm still just squishy at the end of the day. So you could build HP in the early days on like a 5 bonus, and then you can go for attack percent on the piece that you're trying to build. So like when you look at a lot of, say a perfect example, I'll go to my new account that I'm working on right now. So a perfect example of this is going to be this, right? Like I'm building these units to where, like, and this is how I'm able to like seamlessly just get through stuff. I just give them enough bulk so that they don't die, but I'm still giving them the damage that they need to be able to hit those markers to be able to get through the fight. You know, so like for example, if you look at like some of these builds, go to my gear. Okay, so like for example here, right? It's an HP build with a 3 bonus on attack. So it's still emphasizing no attack. I got 1 combo speed piece. I'm getting a little bit more comfortable with the build, so we're starting to alternate some of that out. But either way, you kind of get the general idea. I got the 45% HP for the bulk, so I got like 8.2k HP total. But I don't have any HP percent pieces. That's just basically the set bonus, and then I still get an extra 10% attack plus all the attack that I get on the pieces themselves. And this is at a plus 15, right? It's allowing me to survive longer in my fights. You can also, the only other, I would say, safe alternative that you could do is instead of doing HP, you would do vampire set, right? So vampire set allows you to be able to do damage based off of the, to be able to heal off of the damage that you're dealing based off of your combo attack and your skills that you're using. And there's different percentiles for that. So when you're looking at the sets that you're looking at to farm is HP. Accuracy is going to be another one, which comes from chapter 4. Accuracy is important because characters that do debuffs need to land things. And accuracy set helps with like, say like an accuracy chess piece. You can really build into accuracy with any chess piece on any set. But if you have an accuracy set with an accuracy chess piece, it just makes your life easier. You get the 5 bonus, you get all the accuracy from that. Usually in the early game, you don't need to go any crazier than that. Just obviously higher rarity means more accuracy on the piece. More stars means more accuracy on the piece. So accuracy is very important for your debuffers to land things. I think vampire set is chapter 5, so that's also very important for self-sustain. And then if I had to give you one more, I'd probably say attack, I guess. Yeah, because resistance, you don't really go crazy over resistance. Crit does become a little bit more of a thing once you're able to really farm it well. Same thing with the, this is a predator or is it crit damage? Yeah, it's crit damage. So crit damage is a little bit more of a thing later. And then Fury set is a little bit more specific on who you give that to, because that's giving you skill recovery. So I would say like the top 4 for like typically that I fixate on in the very beginning is HP, attack, accuracy, vampire, or lifesteal set. And those are your 4 primary sets that you farm from campaign. And then once you kind of get comfortable with your account, kind of, you know, in terms of progression, or you kind of hit that like wall, like kind of where I'm at now. Once you start going into insane mode, you start to kind of then build a little bit more into what characters need. But at that point, you're able to push up higher on stages, whether it be like Olgarum, Authar, Sakael, and you can more comfortably farm those gear sets. So yeah, I would say a lot of your starter gear comes from campaign, and then eventually you'll shift into the other dungeons and try to get better quality, if not higher rarity, if you can help it, and level those pieces. But yeah, that's the main core. And then even gear dungeon wise, I mean, just kind of really all depends on who you get, because each unit's build might differ. But for the most part, like a good go-to, Ogre is always just standard. Like if you just need to do it, like just to do stuff like for like the progress quests and stuff like that, Ogre's not bad. It has, you know, Paragon, which is good for a lot of different support characters that you're trying to use. Crit rate is really good for, like I said, for the damage dealers. You're going to need that. A lot of people though, because of the diluted pool, a lot of people farm certain sets still from story. So like my first 5-star set of crit gear came from story. It didn't even come from the dungeon, because like realistically you could spend hundreds, I would even argue thousands of stamina and never get a crit glove. Like a crit rate glove with crit on it, that can happen. And so you raise your probability if you just go to like for example, if you go into story and you go to the chapter where crit gear drops and you're doing it on like when I finally was able to get to it in insane, I was able to get my first 5-star piece on crit, and it was a great piece, but it still scaled the higher than the 4-star pieces. So I was able to hit the crit rate marker I needed. It said, Kayose, and so he said, spend my gems just to, dude, I told you not to spend your gems. Kayose is not trash. Where you getting that from? Coyote, you know, you got your little PvP monster. You know, look at you. You got somebody. I mean, I know it's not a baddie. I know you wanted a waifu, but hey, bro. I mean, that's a character. I think he's a Cambion, right? Yeah, dude. He's a little toxic. Man has built-in healing. He got charge and launching. This be messing me up in PvP. I'm gonna be honest. He has AoE taunt. Like, come on, bro. You got yourself a taunt tank. Like, why are we complaining? And let's be real. Let's be real, Lonzo. He can do Hyksos. He can do Hyksos and he can do Authar. He has the 2 tolerances that are the most annoying to deal with. He has Crush tolerance and he has Mana Burn tolerance. That's nice. That's nice. You know? Yeah, bro. That's nice, brother. I mean, he's a baddie. He looks bad, like like a bad guy. But I mean, yeah, there's that, right? So yeah, bro, that's really you could have gotten much worse, right? You could be walking around with like a, I don't know. I don't want to say Bethesda because it's really not bad, but you could have got the fusion unit, right? Like you could have got Gladstone. You know, you got something completely good and new, like that isn't obtainable free to play. So hey man, you gotta take that, progress, use them for your water tower, because I mean again, that's a water tower unit. You'll be good. So also they add passive eventually, so it might change units also. Oh yeah, passives are absolutely going to change the game. Yeah, and it's no problem. Yeah, passives are absolutely going to change the game. That is for sure. They are. Some characters are going to go from like being okay to god tier because they're passive. I'm interested to see how that affects the game, because that's going to night and day some characters for a lot of players. The character that people were just sitting there was like, oh, he's trash. That character could easily be that one guy that got him. It's like now doing god tier stuff. So I was stuck halfway through hard. Just one level 60. You say you're stuck halfway through hard with just one level 60 to clear. So clearing hard, you don't even need a level 60. So like with this account, hard mode, I'm on chapter 9 and I'm about to finish it. Actually, I need to actually finish it before reset happens, but yeah, I'm about to finish it. I just need to actually sit and do it. But I'm already at that point. The next phase of what I'm gonna grind when I get off is I actually need to do my Omnisci farm because I only have a day left on some of these. So I need to get that out of the way before that expires for the characters I'm going to build. And then I'll be pretty good to go. So, but yeah, I mean, like when you look at like this account, like I'm still rocking out 3-star, 4-star pieces. I would just say like you want to make sure like you have sustain. Arissa is my main source of sustain. I just got Usasa. Is she still 4-star? But yeah, Arissa can get the job done. If you're using attribute disadvantage, that does make a big difference if you're using it versus not. So if you are using it, it can absolutely get you cooked versus not. But even with a level 60, like if they're a damage dealer, they still need support. Like a lot of times, unless they're on like a vampire set, they can still die in hard mode. So yeah, like a lot of the times the way you filter that is with a vampire set. I'd say like again running a tank to kind of aggro enemies does help too for PvE push or campaign push, and then the support that you have. So those would be the main things for sure. But yeah. So I'm gonna probably have a video at some point coming for this account. I do have a video talking about the entire plan because I didn't really talk too much about what the plan is with this account, but yeah, this one is going to be quite interesting to see how it fleshes out. But yeah, that's that. But all right, guys, I'm just streaming for 6 hours, dude. I gotta go get some food. I gotta go check on the missus, see how she's doing. But you said what skills should I even level on this ugly trash character? Lonzo, I'm gonna message you on Discord, bro. I'll help you. Send me your account on Discord, so I can help you because you're driving me crazy. I gotta get you right because your account is fine. your account is good, bro. But yeah, guys, definitely make sure that you guys subscribe to the channel if you have not. Obviously, there's gonna be way more Invokers content coming. So either keep an eye out in the Discord, or, like I said, you can join my community. Everything is posted in there. And there's other individuals that also be willing to help. If not, I'll be able to help. So yeah, that's going to be basically that. I appreciate all you guys for tuning in and coming through. Stay blessed out there and stay safe. I'll catch you guys later. All right, guys. Peace.